Oh, hey. Hi. What's up? I'm here. Hey, chat. What up?
Sorry, Mommy. Your oopsies are toast.
Willmeister in the house. What up, Will? Hey. What's up, everybody? Are you guys hyping already? Are you guys hyping up already? That was Ace, wasn't it? Ace of Shades in the house? What up, Ace? I don't think your alert came up.
Looks like my
Seppi Red's in the house. What up, Seth?
Ignore the light, Sora. The bees are nothing to fear. Control them. Channel them. Become a beekeeper.
Trickster Goddess, TG's in the house.
Peter Pan with the shank.
He really shouldn't have betrayed us.
Peter Pan with the Shanks, Peter Prince. What up, Pete? Calla Apple's in the house. Hey, Calla. What up? What up?
Ding dong. Who is there?
Kitchen Cabinet's here. What's up, Kitch?
I think it should be Sora-ku because I love Sora.
Help me out, guys, because I'm positive that not all of the blurps are giving me my my alerts in chat. So if I miss your shout out, please let me know, okay? Let me know. That was Love. Love Iridescence in the house. Hello, Love.
Who I am.
Shannon Amore is in the house. What's up, Shannon?
How are you holding up? Because I'm a potato.
Because I'm a potato.
My name's Coda. Say it with me. Coda.
Cyber Siku's here. What's up, Siku? Coda's in the house. Hey, Coda.
Many have told me that I look like one.
That's Ghostly Luma in the house. What's up, Luma?
Good tidings, friends.
There we go.
All right. Hold on a second. I gotta get Niku in here. It's happening. It's definitely happening. Maybe. Hold on.
Maybe. You figuring it out?
No.
Why is it not letting me share chat? What's happening? Hey. Start sharing chat. There we go. Whatever. There, it's working now.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. I need to go. Hold on. I need to flip things over on my own stream really quick.
Okay.
Very
Kitsune
exciting.
Sam's in the house. What up, Sam? I'm just gonna do shout outs the whole time if you don't mind.
Going. Bingo.
Yeah, go for it. Go crazy. Go stupid.
Okay. Woo! That was Perry. Perry's in the house. What up, Perry?
You need to turn your webcam on, bud.
What?
Glad you need to turn your webcam on.
Oh, for your side.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I got you.
This is a two-way street, dude.
I got you.
Okay.
Ah? Hey.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Looking pretty, looking good.
Thank you. I got my Riku yellow on today.
Nice.
That
I'm
sounds
wearing
like
a
my
shirt
best boy
that
Riku.
is Chain of Memories, very specifically.
Oh,
so
okay.
Prepared, ready. 'cause
Excellent.
This is Chain of Memories art. You can see they're holding cards.
Uh-huh.
So
So it can
Boom.
only be
boom.
the chain.
It is, yeah. It is the Chain
Say,
of Memories.
fellas,
I thought it'd
Yeah.
be
Somebody
appropriate.
mentioned the door to darkness?
Also, Kopi, thank you for the subscription. Oh, and Trix, thank you for the subscription.
Skateboarding.
Dude, and Kitsune Sam? Me too? Wow. Apparently I'm quiet on your side. If you have your desktop audio turned down, I'm going to be quiet.
Well, I guess it's turned down compared to my microphone for sure, because obviously everyone's got to listen to me and not this game. You know what I mean? Like when I'm playing the game, it's like
Right.
we
Yeah.
have to prioritize.
You seem fine to
good
me.
stuff.
And look, if I sound okay, that's all that matters.
Hold on, let me go.
All I
Oh.
need is Sojiro's credit
Is
card
that better?
number and the 3 wacky numbers on the
Is it
back.
better? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Had a dragons in the house. What up, Pat?
Strix, thank you for the subscription. Oh my god. Shannon.
Blade
it's been
Kit Kat
84
in the house.
years. Thank
What's
you.
up, Blade?
How you like my groove, Dagalon?
Dupus is here. Hey, Dupus.
Okay.
I'm catching up.
Dupus.
I'm catching
Hi,
up.
Dupus.
I am certain that I've missed a bunch of walk-ons. Please, don't be mad. Just gather your torches and your pitchforks and come see me in chat and let me know, and I'll get you one. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't
you
worry,
can
I
yell
have
at
your
both of
shout
us.
out right
We'll
here. I
both
have
not
it.
say it.
I have it.
Yeah.
And I'll give it to you. I'll give them to you. I promise.
I'm nice. I'll get it for you.
All right. Gemstar, I missed you. Gemstar's in the
Yeah.
house. What up, Gem?
Gemstar. Hi, Gemstar.
You got double. See that?
I put in a big effort here.
Oh yeah,
and this
I
is
am
my
seeing
home.
that.
I cooked all day. I decorated. I did it
Use
nice.
matches and dessert forks instead. So kind.
Earthbound.
Just little folks.
What's up, Earthbound? There's so much happening. There's your chat. There's my chat. There's music.
I know. There's music.
It's chaos.
There's a shared hype train. Very
chaos.
exciting.
Calliope Queen's here. What's up, Calliope?
Oh my god, thank you, Perry. Gank. Thanks. Thank you. You know, you admit you know anything about League of Legends one time. And by anything, I mean played it for years, so very embarrassing for me. I need to move my chat. I was like, this will be fine. Scooching it over just it's better.
You can turn up
I did
Niku
not-
a tad. I did. Is Niku still low?
Am I still hello? I put my mic even closer to my face. Does that help? Does this help you?
Is this better if
Should
I
I
talk
eat it?
like this?
Is this better? Hey guys. Torture for Graven specifically as I smack it in the mic for like 8 hours. Yeah. Where's my water? Oh, thank God. Never mind. It's just in a different place. I also
The music
brought
is
with me-
louder. Hold on. We could turn the music down. I'm not against
Oh,
this.
if you, yeah, because it's all filtering through desktop. Because it's anything.
Well,
you
no,
would
so
hear
that,
on your
my music
computer.
I have like an audio just for that. So.
You have a separate feed.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. No, I've been streaming like 10 months.
Almost a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's not try to just talk down. Okay, Niku, please.
Okay. All right. Okay. Look, my mistake. All right.
Kingdom Legend in the house. What up, Kingdom Legend? All right, pro streamer, pro gamer, pro papa,
I
pro.
get.
Dun, 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 dun.
Aw. Oh, wow. Rolling Hells, thank you so much. That's so nice.
Rolling
I'm
Hells.
so bad.
Bam.
With a lot of bits. That's for fucking sure. I appreciate that so much. I've had like multiple people go like, oh, I find one video and then I went through your entire catalog of pods. I'm like, wow, okay.
It's a lot of work. Rolling
Hey,
Hells
it's all
for
there.
the win.
I'm doing this for free.
Rolling Hells for the win. Thanks, Rolling Hells.
Yes,
for,
thank you,
for
Rolling Hells.
showering Niku with all of the much earned praise.
Yeah, yep.
And Flo is in the house. What's up, Flo?
Definitely loud enough, almost peaking. Well, okay, I did put my mic like 2 inches away from my mouth. So, you know. You create powerful autism fuel. I'm here to provide, okay? I'm here to talk about one thing extensively for like...
That is the description, right? That's just right in the description?
Yeah. It says it on the tin, I'm pretty sure. Assume Niku bots will grinding my Chain of Memories card collection. Hell yeah, no. Look, happy to be of service. Anyway, look at my Nominee plush that I have because I love Nominee. I adore Nominee. And now you know who she is. Isn't that exciting?
I know who Nominee is. Does the Nominee plush have an interchangeable hairpiece?
Yeah, really. like a wig or something?
Yeah, like if you take that blonde
not
off
quite,
and you can
no.
put like say like red or something instead.
Like just for fun, just to try a new color or something like that.
It's a doll,
Yeah.
right? That's what dolls do that normally.
Yeah. I do have the little figure of her too. She has her sketch pad. Don't focus on me. Focus on her. There we go. And like on the sketch pad has Castle Oblivion. It's pretty cool.
Is that's a figure? That's like a posable
Yeah,
figure.
it's a posable. Yeah, it's a posable figure. I have her sitting on my computer tower over on the side, so she's
Nice.
just sitting over there drawing.
That's your little Riku companion,
Yeah.
like mine.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I love Nominee. She's definitely like she's like my third favorite character. The first two being surprise, surprise, Sora and Riku. Pretty easily,
that's
those
okay.
two are they're kind of the 1 and 2 at the same time.
It's a Figma.
pretty
Is that a
equally.
Nominee Figma?
It's not a Figma. It is Square Enix has like their own line of figures.
Okay.
Because they're allergic to letting other companies touch their stuff for some reason.
Sure.
Until they made like the Nendoroids, and then there's like a bunch of like Sega produced plushes because they do a lot with claw machines and things.
Do they do stuff with Bandai Namco? Is Bandai Namco, are they all one conglomerate now? Like, or no? Am I completely off base on this?
Bandai Namco is not like I think they're separate from Sega, at least as far as I'm aware. But Bandai Namco does like a million billion things, so
Yeah, but because I still don't know my way completely around like all the
apparently
figures
the
and
music
stuff.
is really loud on your end.
I turned
I
it
said
way
the
down
music
already.
is very distracting. Turn music off. Check your YouTube, bro. You boss music loud. Turn on some lo-fi or something. I think whatever is playing is a bit much, perhaps.
I was too hyped with my music choice.
I guess so.
All right, fine. We'll fine. See if I care, chat. We'll do this instead. That's better. We'll put on our post-game music when when I come out of a long gaming session and I can't stand any of the music.
Yeah.
I put
Where
on
you
the
really
most
need to come down.
relaxing What a blessing. Sorry, I thought I was matching the energy of the hype train. Which
Of
is
being
level
so
7, by
excited.
the way. Thank you guys so much for all the hype.
I did get a hype. I didn't open my chest. I don't know what I got. I have
It's
no
not
idea.
It's
What
not
a
over.
surprise.
It's almost over.
On my end, it told me it was over and I got a chest. So I don't know.
Oh.
I
Mine
think Twitch
says shared.
doesn't
It's
work
still
all the
going.
best.
It's 99%.
Look, I'll take it. I'm not gonna be upset.
We did it. Hamuel Jackson's in the house. What up? What up, Hamuel?
That's pretty good. That's a good name. Graven's shirt is giving Riku vibes. That I believe was on purpose.
Is the point.
That is the point. That famous Riku yellow.
I'm rocking my Riku yellow. I got my Riku blade on too.
Dude, nice. I'm not wearing mine. Oh no. Uh-oh. I left it upstairs. Bubs.
No,
Riddling, my partner who can definitely hear me. Please bring
stream.
it down to me. Yippee.
That sounded like
Aw, thanks,
Curiosity Flosity. What's up, Flosity?
Necklace. I forgot my necklace upstairs. You gotta wear Sora's Keyblade for the Soriku vibes. Look, mine are together on one chain, as they should be. A chain of memories, if you will.
A chain of recollections.
Yeah, exactly.
Cenarian's here. What's up, Cenarian?
You aren't wearing a necklace? Well, I'm about to be. Don't worry, that mistake's gonna be fixed.
Cage Caroline is here. It's Casey. What up?
Thank you. See,
and that's Mia's here. Hey, Mia.
Bada bing, bada boom. One chain.
One chain.
One
to
sky,
rule them
one
all.
destiny. Yeah, that too. Hold on, let me fix my mistake. Yeah. All right, all better.
Witness believes
Make the Keyblade
Be
smooch.
Dragon.
Yeah, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
They're just literally like stuck together at all times. So
Pseudo in the
What
house.
aren't
What
they
up,
doing?
Pseudo?
Pseudo. Oh, my dear friend Pseudo.
Is the music still loud, you guys? I can turn it down more, I guess.
Truly, what's happening is everyone just wants to hear me unabated, like
That's
nothing in
fair
between.
I don't need a weapon.
Niku
friends are
ASMR
my
or
power.
jingle
Wait till
my
the dawn
chain.
is here. What up, Tada? I see you. I missed it, didn't I? Boss is here. What's going down, boss? Hey, boss.
Boss.
You gotta say it. You gotta put the big O in
You gotta put
there.
the stank on it.
Gotta put
Boss.
It's boss. It's got the
Yeah,
big.
boss.
Got the big O.
The Big O.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Big O, the show?
No.
It's such a good show. Big O. Big O. Big. It's a big, like, kind of a mech anime that was kind of made geared toward a Western audience. And it very much is stylized in the way of, like, Batman the Animated Series. So it looks so good. And it's really
styled
cool.
in that,
I really
like,
like Big
because
O.
Batman, that's more of a Western style, the Batman.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has
Yes,
like a
and
Western
so
art
it's-
style, and it's
Very much. Yeah.
nice. It's called Big O.
It's really cool. It's called Big O, yes. It's
Alright.
called Big O, and it has this really big, cool robot that it's like, it's also, but it's a big, cool robot that's like very weighted down with the physical reality of being a giant mech. So when it's just like, you know, and it's really cool. I love Big O. Big O was great, exactly.
It's from when? Is it like an old one, or is it like a?
It's definitely older now. It was like the, was it early mid 2000s?
2000s. All right.
Yeah.
Gotta love the 2000s. Cosmic Cringe in the house. What up, Cosmic? It was on Toonami. Nice.
Yes, it was on
This
Toonami.
time with a duck.
And at one point, I acquired the whole series because I'd only seen it, like, you know, here and there. And I loved it. And then I watched through all of it. And it's good. It's a good time. It's a great feast for the eyes, that's for sure.
Tennille's in the house. What's up, Tennille?
Dearest Tennille. Who was up late with me last night till, like... Look, I didn't mean to, but I didn't go to sleep until like 5 in the morning. Because I was getting screenshots for a document for a certain today's stream, so... And, Tennille was helping me, so
nothing like the all-nighter the day before the test, huh?
Yeah. I'm experienced and good at that. I guess. Forcefully. I've had to get good at that, I guess. It was mostly just stuff, so I'm like, I remember exactly. Like, most of this stuff I can just recall off the dome, right? Where I'm just like, I could talk about it, but it's a lot easier when I can go, and then this person says this right here, you can see it, and then like speak on it, right? It's just easier to keep things straight and make sure I'm not forgetting anything if I just kind of have it a little organized.
You could get a passing grade, all right, winging the presentation, but you know,
100%.
It could be better if you.
It could be better.
That's, you know, it's a reasonable thing to say.
Yeah, you know, I just wanted to at least have notes this time around. So, you know, and it was literally just me, like, last night. I was scrubbing through your stream to, like, because I just kept finding bad video, like, things where they're like, well, we don't want to show any of the cutscenes from any of the Disney worlds. And I'm like, this is what I need right now, you know? So I had to go to your stream, and then I had to hop around because it would be like, okay, and here's where Graven spends like 5 hours just killing things in Monstro. And I'm like trying to find the cutscenes in this like huge chunk of time. And then I was like, oh, right. And then you fought Larxene for most of your stream. That tracks. And then...
Yep. Well...
But I have to hand it to you. After you got your ass beat for like 5 hours, you came out of it just being like, I love Larxene.
Yeah. I came out of it with a big smile on my face, and nobody was surprised. Yeah.
And you know what? When I was watching, I was just like, yeah, same. She's just so good. Is the thing. I love her.
Larxene's a great heel, like a great, a villainy villain, right? A very evil, loves being evil, a villain who likes to have fun, right?
Yep.
Who's enjoying themselves. That's like, you know, there's a place for those villains. You can't like.
Yep.
I think the series seems to do well. Recom is the first time where I'm introduced in the series to like, to a cast of villains. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't even know if you consider the organization to be villains at this point yet. They're villains in Recom, but like, we don't really know much about their motivation or their structure or even who all of them are yet and stuff like that. So
and
I feel like
even that organized, who knows?
if they're even that organized, you know, we established that it must be really awkward to get them up on their chairs.
Yeah. Which you're really gonna see. You're gonna see that full-fledged and be like, what? How the hell did they get up there?
So, you know, but now that there's this kind of cast of villains, at least for Recom, I appreciated that they all like, they weren't all kind of one character, you know, they were all like very different personalities that had their own inner clashes and stuff. That was fun to see, and makes it interesting and dynamic, you know.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. That's something too I think you'll see as you go forward, and like you just see like as it's like, oh, the cast kind of expands and whatever, and like especially with like the organization, every character is very distinct, as well as like all of their fighting styles, they all have like their own kind of element, etc. They're all very distinct and recognizable for them. There are other reasons too, like there are like direct Final Fantasy ties to being like, these are hearkening to job like classes in Final Fantasy, which is like, oh, this is really neat. You wouldn't have to know that, but like if you know, you're like, oh, that's the Dragoon. Oh, that, you know, like you'll see stuff like that. That's like really cool. And when I actually have the full breadth to be like, here's all of them, I can show you like what they all are and what they're based on, and it'll be fun. But it's just like, there's a lot of like thought put into these characters that like, for characters who all wear the exact same outfit, they're all very distinctly different.
Yeah. And I'm glad that they managed to pull that off, given that they have a uniform, you know. It is also not too common. Maybe I'm speaking too off the top of my head that all the villains have like where there's a uniform for the villains. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, it's
they are an
definitely-
organization, which means they really
They
do
are.
need to be organized.
That's true.
As like one
They
of
have-
their
they
guiding
have their whole
principles.
outfit.
Yeah.
I
When
mean,
you
it's
join the
definitely-
organization, you go get sized up for your cloak,
Yeah.
and
they
you get
measure
to
out
pick
and
your hair dye color, like first up.
Yeah. And then Vexen was like, "Can my sleeves be extra long so only my fingers poke out?" And you're like, "I guess." Sure, man. My hands get cold in the lab, you know.
My hands get cold. Can my cloak just be one size too big? That'd be great. Thanks.
Can we just size me up? I know I'm
Yeah.
like 6'7" or whatever, but can I get just a little bit up there? I like it to be roomy.
Hey, Troopage,
just
thanks so
swim in
much
it.
for the raid. I saw it. Jinx Sparrow with the resub, 5 months, Sparrow. We have a couple of Hamiel Jackson with the resub, 5 months. Bree with a community gift. Thank you, Bree. Pseudo with some gifts as well. Thank you, Pseudo. Ventus Venitus, 2 months with the Prime resub. Rolling Hells, it's been 4 months, Hells. And Trash Can Task with the resub, 2 months. Thank you guys so much. Willmeister also 3 months, Willmeister. All right, I think that's all the subs and the resubs. Thank you guys.
Playing a little catch up.
Yeah, just had to quick make sure I get those shout outs, you know, because everybody's everyone's hyped and there's a lot going on. And I'm certain
Kobe,
still
is
that
it
I've
your
missed
birthday?
many walk-ons. I'm sorry. If you want to just like keep dragging me on in the chat until I catch your shout out, I will give it to you. I'm very sorry about that.
The only thing that makes you look at chat is seeing a wall of ignored coup, and then
Ignored
you go,
coups, yeah.
"What did I miss, guys?" And then you look away, and right when everyone's explaining.
Yeah, the second everyone tells me what I missed, I'm back at
Yeah.
the game like, fine, don't tell me. I don't care. And
Yeah.
then-
I don't care. You guys hate me. I get it.
Dearly beloved. Dearly beloved's in the house. What's up, dearly beloved?
I will say a proper happy birthday to Kopi. Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday, Kobe!
Woo! Wait, where's my... Hold on.
Although my name is Max.
There we go.
Nice.
My little funny noisemaker.
Queen's in the house. What up, Queen? Do you have a little pouch on the side of the desk with like kazoos and slide whistles and bells and stuff?
I wish I had a pouch, but I have a couple slide whistles. This one's down here. I've got my funny
Different
little
ranges?
noisemaker. I have. Wait, where is it? Hold on. I don't know where it went. I have a kazoo that's shaped like a trumpet, and I don't remember where I put it.
That actually is pretty awesome. Just the sound of that. That sounds great. Nightlight's in the house. What up, Nightlight?
I definitely set it aside somewhere, and I don't quite remember where I put it. So that's, you're just gonna have to take my word for it. But
I
do
believe
have
you.
one.
And also, I
you.
think that's awesome. Undiscoveries is here. What's up, Soul?
It's gone forever. You missed mine, says Azure Crystal Drago.
Azure Crystal Drago in the house. What's up, Azure? Sorry I missed it. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me.
Please.
Welcome,
I have to-
Oblivion.
So I haven't streamed basically at all since since we played Armello, actually. We
Oh,
played
really?
it the one time, and then because
You've been having a nice holiday break.
basically, because I had the holidays, and then after that, I very immediately had my trip up to Vancouver.
Nice.
So I was just, nowhere near a computer for a little while.
Explosive Nat's in the house. What's up, Nat?
I had to free
Spooky
them from their
Smallies is in
bond.
the house. Spooky Spooky, please. I'm sorry. Spooky's here. Everyone say hi to Spooky. Hi, Spooky.
Hi, Spooky. Don't remember who said. Maybe. I don't remember, dude. I don't remember. They don't have computers in Vancouver. I know. No computers up there. It's crazy. Canada is living in a cave.
Yeah. They just have trees.
A cave
That's
in the mountains. Yeah.
It's
they just
just
have trees
and
a beautiful
and
bay
syrup.
and
Something
snow.
smells funny.
And yeah.
What's that scent? It's so familiar.
Big Riku threatening to cut funding if Graven ignores people. That is true. I will cut your funding. It's me. I'm Big Riku.
Troopage in the house. What up, Troopage?
As someone from Canada, I can confirm we live in a giant cave with a bay. Yeah. Well, I know because I was there.
That's right. I witnessed.
And built into the rock wall is a Tim Hortons.
Nice. Gildrop in the house. What up, Gildrop?
Hi, Gildrop.
I love Vancouver so much. Can we just gush about Vancouver for a quick sec?
Yeah, absolutely.
Vancouver.
I love anywhere that I can walk around downtown.
I
It's
love
crazy.
I love the kind of downtown area. I love that. Well, we always stay. I've worked in Vancouver a lot, and actually the very first time I ever left the country, the first time I ever got on a plane, was when I did Look Who's Talking Now when I was 8 years old, and and we shot that in Vancouver, and so Vancouver was like a really kind of like fundamental like first travel experience for me, and I had a really great experience as a kid going there.
Yeah,
and
your little 8-year-old passport and everything.
Yeah, got a passport, like flew to, had to go through customs and all of that, where they always put you up is I forget off the top of my head, of course, the hotel that everyone stays at when they work in Vancouver. It's always the same. Like you'll be there, like shooting a whatever you're shooting, and there'll be multiple productions and actors like staying there, and it's literally like it's in that downtown area, and then right around the corner, and you go down the street where it's all the restaurants, and then it just goes straight out into Stanley Park, and it's
yeah.
It's just phenomenal. It's such a beautiful place. I love cruising around there. And then since then, like I did a pilot out there. A pilot is a TV show that they're pitching to get picked up for series. It never got picked up for series, so it was just the one episode. And I went out. It was shot in Vancouver. I got to work there as an adult, so I got that kind of like full circle experience. And we stayed at the same hotel, and I kind of got to like relive that experience again. And it's such a beautiful city. I love Stanley Park. I love the I love the like weather out there and everything. It's like it's such a great place to be.
Oh yeah, we didn't go, I didn't get to go to Stanley Park this time, but we did drive through it, and I was just like, we're in the city, and suddenly we're in a huge forest.
Suddenly
I was like,
we're lost.
Yeah. Suddenly I don't know where we are. It was like, oh, it's Stanley Park. I'm like, oh yeah, I could see that because I was staying with my friend who lives in downtown Vancouver, so getting to see from the building and just like look around at all of Vancouver. It was like, and that's Stanley Park over there, and there's all, and then down this road is all this, and so I got to do a lot of walking around.
And then there's the island.
What's
the island? There's like an island. There's like a little district.
There is an island.
But there's like a district down there that has like shops and restaurants and stuff. And I'm trying to remember what that was called.
Like Granville. Yeah.
Granville Island.
Yeah. I went to Granville the last time, not this time.
It's been a hot sec. I could not remember, but yes, I think it's Granville. Yeah.
Yeah, we went down there because it very much it's like a big market, you know what I mean? So you really get to wander around, and we got really good tea from Granville that we still were like, man, we should go get more tea from the Granville Island Tea Company.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. It's really cool.
I've been
Had a great
having
time.
On a personal note, since we're
Yeah.
just we're having a little
The warm-up
ADD bounce around here.
Yeah,
My most recent hyperfixation has been tea. Like Shauna and I have been like really digging down into our tea obsession.
yeah.
And I'm already tea obsessed enough. Like we have a nice like little cast iron kettle. And
nice.
you know, Shauna brings me tea. We have a bunch of like nice loose leaf teas and stuff. But I've been consuming like content around like the traditional Japanese tea sets with the the Kyusu, like the teapots with the side handle and all this kind of stuff, and I want one so bad.
Yeah.
And so like I'm eventually I'm gonna get like I'm gonna redo. I want to have a little Japanese tea set, and then we want to have like a traditional Chinese tea set for the
Are you
different
gonna get your little
teas.
matcha, little whisk, and
Well, Shauna has all that
into-
stuff. Shauna's been
Okay,
drinking
okay.
matcha for like a hot minute. She's been into that for a long time, so she has the whisk and the little the little matcha bowl, and she gets like
the little bowl that you.
she goes through
like,
she
froth
knows
up in,
how to do
basically.
all that stuff. But for me, I want like the distinct, because like the Chinese tea sets and the Japanese tea sets are just, they're different.
Yeah.
The pots are different, the tray styles are different and all that. And I want to get the different sets for the different teas that we drink. So I've been
That would
like
be cool.
that's been me on the side, like outside of stream. I've been consuming like tea content lately.
Tea content.
Yeah.
Cosmic says Graven Tea Party stream when?
I mean, every day.
Do you want to get like a little table? I'll come and join you, and we'll sit at a table that's too small for us, and then we'll have but like nice tea.
Yeah, no, of course. Of
Yeah,
course.
that
I
sounds
want what Shauna and I want a little, so for my set that it needs to fit right here. You know what I mean? Like it's got to fit here.
The perfect little tray
So that I still
size.
have a little room for my mouse, right? But I can still have tea right here, and so I want like a small Japanese set with the Kyusu pot and a little tray, you know, my little tea for one here when I'm streaming, and then what Shauna and I want for the Chinese tea set, we want one of those larger trays. They're called like tea tables, and they're made with like this trench around the edges. So you steep the tea once and then you dump it out like right on the tray, and then you drink your second and third steeps. But what they make are these little, they're called tea pets, and the artisans who make the teapots will make these little like clay animals that you put on your tray, and then your first steep you dump them on the tea pet as like a little, like you give it to them. And then it's
cute.
this whole like
I love that.
And so Shauna's like, I need this, I need tea pets, and I was like, yes we do.
Yes, Shauna.
Yeah, we've been going down this like tea rabbit hole lately. It's been fun.
That's fun. I love that. I've never heard of tea pets before.
No,
so
me
that's,
neither.
That's really cute.
But now we need them.
I had to have a tea room, and he has a turtle tea pet. I love that. As someone who is tea obsessed, I have my own Chinese tea set. Dude, hell yeah. I had a manatee. That's cute.
A manatee. That's perfect. Yeah. That's so good.
A rabbit tea pet. Damn, this is a whole. The world is so big. There's so much out there.
There's too
Just
much.
You're like,
but
no idea that this existed.
But I love that I'm the kind of person who hyperfixates, because it just means I get to bounce around and like and get all these little experiences. I love to like. It's one of my favorite things to do is to just like find a new thing to get excited about and go explore
really
and
dive
get
in,
all the toys and experience that little piece of culture or whatever it is,
Yeah, and we also live in such a wonderful age of information that you can just be like, you go to YouTube, just find something you've never known about, and then suddenly you're like, there's a whole everything about this, and you can just dive in,
Yes, that is me. I always take the dive. It's very difficult for me not to.
That's like, it's almost like a sport in my house where we're like, all right, we're pulling up YouTube on the TV and we'll just like try to find something we've never known about before, you know? It's been like, okay, well, more about this obscure thing, you know?
Find the next thing. Okay, go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like my offer of knowledge is that I've discovered that there's something called Tom and Jerry cheesecake one time, because I was really watching a bunch of videos that was like just baking, like in like here's a bakery and here's how we bake thing, and it was like Korean bakery or whatever, and so you're just really watching the process. I'm like, wow, so cool.
Yeah.
And eventually it was just like this video about Tom and Jerry cheesecake, and it's literally like cheesecake made to look like cartoon cheese, but it's cheesecake. So it has like very much this outer layer of molded, like I think it's white chocolate that they have, and then it's like pressed to have like the big cartoon cheese holes in it, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just like they're like, it's Tom and Jerry cheesecake, and they put it in the truck with Tom and Jerry on it, and I was like, what?
That's the novelty.
Yeah, white chocolate. The white chocolate ganache, yes.
We have a Hala Queen's in the house. What up, Hala? We have we have a little Japanese bakery in our neighborhood that we love to go to once in a while. I've had their pastries and stuff on stream before, and like and they have those like little novelty pastries, the ones with like little cute little animal faces and little like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do all that kind of stuff, and it's like it is so funny to me that there's a little cottage industry of like cute snacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's something too where like, even for me, like baking and like cooking and stuff is like a nice alternative kind of creative outlet that it's not drawing, because that has like, I have to do that to make money, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So sometimes I'm like, I really want to make something. I don't want all this with the baggage. I can bake. What if I can make some cool thing with that? So like it in itself can just be creative expression for its own sake, you know what I mean? But like, and then people are out here and they're making, it's like, look at this perfect, it's a mango. Just kidding. It's a pastry. And I'm like, wow, I'm gonna destroy it anyway.
Twizzler Striders, what up, Twiz? In the house. Hey, Twiz. Yeah, I love it.
I sense the ADHD is strong with these ones. Look, we're like we're allowing it to happen.
Listen,
okay?
we're having a warm up, okay? We're just bouncing around, okay?
Anybody who complains and then sits around and still watches us don't get to complain
it's
anymore.
Your fault.
You chose to be here. My question is, if you had a tea place, what would you guys call it? I don't know. Look, we already have Riku-Niku's Power Hour. I think that's about as good as it's going to get, because I know Graven's really good at naming things. So.
That's okay.
The Riku-Niku Recom Recap Power Hour.
Yeah! Recom Recap Power Hour S in parentheses.
Yeah, the Power Hour is definitely the inside joke part of this.
Yeah. Yeah. The amount of time, anytime I'd be like, the Power Hour, and people would be like, hour? And I was like, z.
Yeah.
Hour, z.
With a question mark at the end. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, hi, Gabby. I know Gabby's walk-on played, so.
Gabby? Are you in the house? Gabby's here. Let's hold hands. Hey, Gabby.
Let's hold hands. I don't need Sephiroth's theme playing right now. That's okay.
Twiz, thanks so much for the resub 5 months. And Gaelic Princess with the Prime resub 7 months. Thank you, guys.
I'm a fool.
Falsus Rex is here. Hey, Rex.
Has the dissertation started yet? Just got off work. No, it has not.
No.
This does help a little bit, because I had multiple people just in my own Discord. Thank you, Gabby, for the subscription. 14-month Niku anniversary. But I had a lot of people being like, I'm at work when it starts. No. Well, there was like by 1-2 hours, sometimes like even 4. And I'm like, I can't do anything about that. But having a slight buffer time of talking about stuff that doesn't matter, like you do every time on your stream anyway.
Yeah.
You know, what makes this one
That's
so different?
what the first hour is all about, all right? Everyone's filtering in. People got to get here. We all got to put our stuff down. You got to put your coat up. You know, you got to find a seat. It takes a second, you know. And then we get into the real business of what
about video
were we
games.
talking about?
What is the oh, Kingdom Hearts, I think?
That was
I'm pretty
it.
sure.
That was
Yeah,
it.
I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I'm pretty sure it's about at least Kingdom Hearts. I don't know which one though.
All of them and none of them, you know.
Yeah.
It's just the conceptual Kingdom Hearts.
A very Kingdom Hearts answer to give.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Gotta shoot the shit with chat. You gotta. You have to. We're doing crowd work right now.
It's
as they would call it.
It's crowd work.
Uh-huh.
Oh, jeez. That's funny.
Y'all yapped yesterday. And so we can yap again. In fact, left to our own devices, I'm sure we would yap a lot longer than that.
Rainfall and Aqua, it's right. Did I miss your walk-on ride?
I think so.
I'm going to assume if you post an ignored queue that I missed your walk-on, okay?
Yeah.
Of course.
Astral, thank you.
Italian Gemini, what's up, Gemini?
Gemini. It's okie dokie, though.
Thanks, Rye. I appreciate the forgiveness.
You got the blessing. Yeah.
Thank you.
When you walk away,
Communicate. Hi, Dax.
What's up, Dax? Oh yeah,
Won't
Stevie's
yap
in the
with me,
house.
What? Don't
Thanks,
lie,
Stevie.
Queen. Don't lie. Stevie. See this also, there is no world in which we would be able to immediately talk about a thing without constant interruptions for all 400 walk-ons that are going to play.
Our
we have
walk-on-
to buy time.
Our walk-on crew is strong, and I love it. All right,
yeah.
I love it.
And I'm not even in it.
It's
my
cool,
walk
though,
on
that,
every
like,
time.
I didn't expect the walk-ons to become like such a strong, you know, thing that we would have the walk-on crew, you know, like we do. But what's so cool about it though is that like everyone's got their sound effect or their clip, right? And it becomes like a part of their you know, their presence in the community, you know, in the streams.
Yeah.
And that's really like it is a cool idea. I think it's a really cool way to kind of
it's very cute.
Yeah, I like
and
it
now
a lot.
forever whenever I hear where's everyone going, bingo, and I'm like, oh, Perry.
It's Perry, yeah. Yeah,
Oh, it's Perry.
Perry's is strong. One Sky, One Destiny in the house. What's up, One Sky?
I'm assuming Nika made the cute matching purple backdrop for Graven. I did. Because I was tired of looking bad on Graven's stream. So I made him sit down and I was like, take this picture.
We did it.
Put these in it.
We did it. And of course, I mean, you guys weren't there for it, okay? But trust that it took a long time because we were busy yapping about all sorts of other shit while we were trying to set up my purple stream border, okay?
Yep.
But yes, now the power hour is reached its final form, maybe. Probably not.
More or
but
less, probably.
where we now match
Better than it
and
was.
stuff. So.
Yep. Absolutely.
Flame is in
And
the
I
house. What's up,
suppose
Flame?
It's ready for any time we also watch an event together, I suppose. It may as well.
And Bone Nappers is here too. What's up, Bones?
Reminds me of Niku's, but it's purple. Yeah, well, it's literally my setup, but I made it purple, so that's it. I just took my one image and I was like, oh, cut boxes out of it and put in, and then purple gradient. Boom.
Nice. It
So
matches.
easy.
It matches my aesthetic really nicely. I like it.
I'm glad. Riku-Niku recap Power Hour 2 Electric Boogaloo.
2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah.
No wonder Graven's side looks good for once. He wouldn't be able to do it on his own.
Listen, okay. I don't shy away from the fact that sometimes I need help. Okay. All right.
Look, we all need help sometimes. We all need a little assistance.
I'm man enough to ask for help, you know?
Yeah,
It's,
well, you didn't ask this time.
I mean,
I just made it happen.
It's true. I didn't ask. I'm man enough to accept help when I know I need it.
Yeah, there we go.
At least.
Anyone else see Graven's eyes gloss over when you explain how they made the background?
My eyes
I don't
just,
know. I wasn't looking.
Apparently,
They just do that.
I've been getting comments on my I got comments on my announcement the other day about Kingdom Hearts 2 that like what's wrong? He looks like he was crying, and I was like, what? Like I watched it
so
back and I was
sad.
like, do I look weird? Like, all right.
You're just really emotional about starting Kingdom Hearts 2.
I'm just
You're
really happy.
choked up about it.
Yeah.
So happy. The video that haunts my notifications with your
Yeah,
face.
the video that haunts your notifications. I've been liking all the comments. It's a full-time job at the moment.
Yeah, it sounds really exhausting. No, for those who don't know, because I made a comment at all on Graven's like Instagram video announcing KH2, in my notifications, Instagram is like, we have to show you like the first frame of the video so you know what we're talking about. And it's just Graven's face just like
It's just
like
me.
right in my phone all the time, like really look like locking eyes, you know, and it just keeps coming up and it's so goofy looking.
I also get emotional when I start
exactly,
Kingdom Hearts 2. I play a lot of randos. It's a constant battle for me. I hear you, Dax. Thank you for your your hard work out there fighting the good fight.
Everyone go
in
like
the
this
randos.
comment right now, yeah. Just so you can make it show up in my notifications. Oh, great. So awesome. Here it is. Right there in my notification still. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Boom.
I am here to haunt your phones. That is my job.
It was so like
Part of
I'm
my job
looking into your
description.
eyes. It's crazy. He's just like right there. I'm gonna leave that there as a fun little reminder. Haunting my Discord forever. Dad's first Facebook 2009 profile picture.
Listen.
I mean, if that were the case, it'd be like tilted. Well, maybe no, 2009. That's like webcam. For a second, I was about to go into phone tilted a little like undershot because you're like taking a picture like that.
yeah, looking down at your phone.
There's like more ceiling than face, you know?
It's from the bridge of the nose up. Yeah.
He meets up with Donald.
Yeah.
We're like,
YouTube
"Is that
apology.
Keyblade?" So I was like, "Don't
That's why you look like
touch
you were
it.
crying because it looks like a YouTube apology
Oh,
video.
no.
I'm sorry for starting Kingdom Hearts 2 in 1 week. That has to become an emote. I'll like screenshot. Oh wait, I already did. A screenshot, and then we take the small version of it and we just make that the emote. Or a sticker, so it's really big.
Oh my
Perfect. Excellent idea, you guys. I'll get right on it. Graven's Sariku Shill ukulele apology video.
my god, that's such a meta. Like
I know there's so many layers.
There's
to
so
that
many
one.
layers to that.
We're venturing into unfound territory. Oh, Flame's walk-on got ignored. Photoshop the eyes to be big and watery. Yeah, like the crying cat. He has to apologize for Riku pilling and lesbian maxing, and the plaid today not helping your case, sir.
What's wrong with my plaid?
Nothing's wrong. You're just lesbian maxing.
Oh, that's right. Guilty. Yeah, guilty is charged as usual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. Listen, half of my closet is our flannels.
Cultural appropriation,
Okay.
my good
So,
man.
I hate to tell you guys, but I'm gonna have a real hard time if I can't wear my flannels at least half the time. Okay.
Yeah.
You're really restricting my.
You'll break
my
out in
wardrobe.
hives if you don't wear
Yeah,
flannel.
I will. I really will. Omega Clank's in the house. What's up, Clank?
That's fine. That's fine. It's tiny. It's quiet. Doesn't matter.
Flame. I caught flames, didn't I?
I don't know if you did. I don't remember.
I
am
think I'm
not the
pretty
person
sure
to
that
ask.
I gave Flame shout out. I did it. Yes. Okay. Good. I did. Okay. I'm not crazy. Flannels are the
The
move.
lesbians
I
accept
agree.
You and are glad to share our culture with you and your 4 Oregon Trail lesbians. You're coming to Oregon to get your Subaru. I'm so happy for you.
I'm on my way. I'm on my
I'll see
way.
you when you get here.
I can't wait to finally reach the West Coast, Best Coast, and pick up
Yeah.
my Subaru, and
Uh-huh.
live the dream in the Pacific Northwest.
Yep, where all the rain and trees are.
Just
Very
nature,
exciting.
surrounded by nature in my flannel as God intended.
Yep. Oh yeah. You got the beard and everything. You're ready to be outdoors. Your favorite activity.
It's right. Clearly, what I love to do more than anything is to be outside
I hear you're
in
a
the
real
wind and the
active
rain.
guy.
Clearly, it's where I belong.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you look the part, so.
My Nissan
obviously.
Altima. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
4
my
lesbian mid-range.
animate out Nissan Altima, and
Yeah.
with Kyrie, like a big Kyrie laid out on one side, and what else with the cat ears? All right, maybe a big nominee on the other side just to balance it
Right.
out.
Yeah. Just to
you
really
know?
lean into that type of car.
You know, just in the classic, the trucker girl on the mud flaps, just like
Yeah.
the-
It should be
the lean
Larkstein.
back.
I think Larkstein should be a part of this.
Larkstein would totally probably sign up for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's not even like she's still just wearing full cloak and everything, and she's really mean to you about it. But like,
Yeah.
it's like, you can still slap her on the
she's
car.
wearing a smile that says "F you." She's also
Yeah,
brandishing
exactly.
her throwing daggers,
her
but
little, yeah.
but everyone loves
She
it.
will
obviously.
kill you, but we are having a good time.
Yeah. But we're having fun. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's
I think
flipping you off. Yeah.
Yeah. I think ads hit, so I guess it's been like an hour. I think.
Yes.
since we
Yes.
started.
Our ad break.
Mhm.
Actually, I think ads just ended. Maybe they just started. Maybe they just ended.
It was like I saw somebody mention no ads. It's okay. I don't think they missed anything too important.
No, we're still just splashing around, okay, in the shallow
kiddie
end.
pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ads just ended. Okay, everyone's back. That's what I thought. I looked up at my timer and it was at the top of the hour, so the ads should be over.
Yeah, I'm literally like a minute away from being in an hour, so
So you're gonna hit your ads.
easy. No. I had those turned off a while ago because I was really bad about actually paying attention to it. So now I just play ads when I like go on a break, which is typically frequent
okay.
enough because I have IBS, so you know, plenty of opportunities to
Right.
play ads.
There you go. So you just you kick ads on when you step away.
Yeah, when I step away, usually is
And
when I
then do
just,
they
like,
play until you
automatically
come
play.
back, or do you have like a certain couple minutes
I
set?
think it's for, like they play for like a minute. I might be able to set it to play some more, but even doing that, like then having played those ads will stop like pre-rolls from happening. So it kind of. But I might change it back. I don't know. Either way, I'm not beholden to the ads as much as you are. So
No, I mean, I wanted to. Well, I set it up when I first started. I kind of looked up like what the meta was for creators, small creators. Like, what's the best kind of like way to set that up so that it's the least annoying and out of the way, you know, but and kind of like new viewer friendly and stuff. And they did, and the advice across the board was just get rid of pre-rolls because that kills people. Coming in.
the pre-rolls, people don't want to sit through 'em.
So I just have it set to the minimum like recurring ads that turns off pre-rolls.
Yeah,
and I was
like
like,
on
there
the
you go,
hour,
you know?
basically.
So I get a little bit of ad revenue. It's not it's nothing. It's not what Twitch keeps asking me to set it to. I'll tell you that. And then and it turns off the pre-rolls. So when you guys come in, you don't just like slam into ads unless you have really unlucky timing and you just come in while they're already on.
Yeah. Yep. As has happened.
Yeah, I feel bad when someone raids like right into ads. That's like
right.
That's
like,
kind of the
whoop,
worst.
Sorry guys.
But yeah, and then only when I hit partner Twitch, kind of like there was a little bit of a push in my emails and on my Twitch page and stuff where they were trying to get me to crank up ads, and I was like, it's fine. It's fine,
Yeah,
Twitch, chill
yeah.
out.
I remember when they like implemented it and I was like, yeah, I guess I could do this so then people don't have to deal with like the pre-rolls. And then it was usually like I would just be talking because my stream would just be like all me talking for hours. And so I'd be like right in the middle of something when the ads would come up. And it would be hard to stop and then like start it up again from where I left off because I would just totally lose my train of thought in between. So then I was like, okay, I just have to keep powering through. But then people were like, I just got out of ads. What did you say? And then I'd be like, okay, hold on. So So eventually I was like, this is not working out for me currently. I'll just have pre-roll, whatever. And then once, you get past that, then you're just good. So it was like, it works out, but it is something where like the pre-roll does kill people just a little bit. Because even when I go in and I'm like, and I have to like sit through somebody's pre-roll ads.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be over, but it's annoying.
Yeah, I at least appreciate that Twitch gives you control over the duration
Gives you,
of
like,
ads,
options.
like and that the community all gets the ads at the same time. People who watch ads kind of all go in and out of them at the same time. That's much appreciated. I don't know how it works on the YouTube side. YouTube doesn't give you that much control over your ads. You just turn them on or you turn them off. So like you need them on so that you can generate income on that platform, but then like it's not
I don't have YouTube chat up.
I can never tell while we're live, like if everyone gets the ads at the same time or if it's all depending on when they come in and then I don't know. I can't turn off ads when you when you join the stream, but YouTube also is a platform where ads are just kind of more baked in. People are used to it also more. I mean, when I consume YouTube, there's ads, you know what I mean? So like, I don't know. It'd be nice if there was some way to sync all that stuff up so that the community on both sides can kind of be on the same page with that stuff and the same cadence, but I'm not going to hold my breath for something like that,
Yeah, I feel like streaming on YouTube is very like secondary compared to, what YouTube does first and foremost. So
yeah,
there's a lot of
YouTube's
stuff
just
where
more
there's,
like live content first and then live streaming stuff
you
second.
can also stream if you want. And so it has a lot less of that finesse of control that like where Twitch, it's literally what the whole platform is about. But
Yeah. I've been appreciating the difference, the strengths and weaknesses of the different platforms as I've been learning, and you appreciate it more trying to make content than you do consuming it. It's because you kind of have to, you bump up against it more, like the differences.
Streaming on YouTube is mostly just so I don't have to make a second channel to upload VODs. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I still do that anyway, Dax. I still upload the VODs because also my YouTube, because of the way that I consume YouTube and gaming content, because I also love gaming content, and I want to make sure that I make the kind of gaming content accessible the way that I like to consume it. So I still cut out like the just the gameplay from when we start playing to when we finish a particular game. So if we play 2 games that day, I make 2 VODs that are separated out so that people who want to follow Kingdom Hearts can just watch those videos and they can catch up. And or if you want to watch Blueprints or whatever else we're playing, like you can just focus on those VODs and not have to scrub through long streams and stuff. And I do that because that's what I expect when I watch content on YouTube. So I still like go through the effort to like make sure that that's all there for the people who watch my content, you know?
For accessibility. Nice.
Yeah. Well, it's just, you know,
nice.
It's like I said, the standards that I expect I want to deliver from my content channel, you know, channels, and I still haven't gotten around to making that old school YouTube Let's Play content that I keep saying I'm going to do, and I am going to do it, but I have not managed to carve out the time.
Do it.
So
who knows when?
Yeah,
but it's gonna happen.
At some point. It's just like how I'm totally gonna get a logo for my channel and put up a banner on Twitch one day. It's gonna happen. Look, okay, don't worry about it.
You know, don't worry. They're working on it. Okay, it's getting worked on.
it's all gonna happen. All right. We keep circling back to all the different things that I'm going to do.
Still hoping for the Twitch YouTube combined chat overlay for the stream.
Oh, the overlay.
I know a lot of
people ask me to put chat over the stream so that the YouTube side can see the Twitch chat. I haven't, to be honest, I know people want me to do that. I haven't looked into what my options are, the different strategies people use to do that, and so I need to spend some time to look into what my options are so I can do it in a way that I'm happy with. I don't want to just kind of slap the chat right over the content, because I find that annoying when I'm trying to watch gaming content, especially if I'm watching, like, following a game series. Like, I don't want something all over the top of it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something that I'll figure out at some point maybe, but it's I've intentionally kind of put it off.
Please, you need chat overlay. The feet poost joke was lost forever. Feet poosting.
Well,
that I know that you looked at, laughed at, and then like, we know what was read, and then you did not say it out loud, so nobody knows.
Sometimes, chat, I look at what you say and laugh and don't repeat it on purpose.
Sometimes.
Yes, it's funny.
There's a reason.
Yes, I don't want to repeat it. You know what I mean?
I followed a tutorial to get my chat horizontally scrolling at the bottom of my screen so it's not intrusive. Very interesting, actually. Because that's really like, because you have to like designate a whole, like I have a chat on my screen, at least I'm pointing to it on my side. That's just like, I just sit like slightly aside from it. Because it does help for the, as I found that like, even though I'm talking to chat, if I don't read it out loud, people don't know what the hell I'm responding to. So I was like, oh, I can just have a little something up there. And the people tend to like that hi Niku's chat box overlay. Showing up live on stream.
Cute Girl Myra asks me on YouTube, can they even read the YouTube chat, or are we on a delay? Yes and yes, Myra. I can see YouTube chat, but yes, YouTube is on a delay. So often by the time I check out YouTube chat, what you guys are asking about has passed a bit. So the delay does get you sometimes on YouTube. But I can see the chat. Niku can't see my YouTube chat, right? No.
I pulled it up.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay, good. Yeah, so both of us can see YouTube chat. Yes.
Yep.
And what's up, YouTube, by the way? I'm sorry if I haven't... it's been a little bit of chaos, and I didn't jump in and say what up to YouTube chat. But what's up? Thank you guys very much for coming through on the YouTube side of the pillow. Appreciate you guys, too.
There we go. Now they know. Now they know I can see them.
So where do you want to start?
Okay.
Where shall we
So we're
begin?
finally starting. Okay. I have a slight outline that I think we can start with simply talking about your thoughts on the game, as well as some other things that I was like, oh, you know, what's your favorite this? What did you like? What didn't you like? Blah, 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 blah. And then from there, we can move into people's like direct questions. I feel like that I
Sure.
have all kind of tallied up that my wonderful mod Rosie went and wrote out for me, and how many people asked the same question and everything. So it's very nice and organized.
Nice. We're organized.
Yeah, enough.
Hell
a little
yeah.
bit.
I like
Uh-huh.
that.
Yeah.
Good.
So what I have here is, for starts, are just simply your thoughts of, you know, my first prompt is for you to recollect the story from your memory. For you to go, okay, and then we show up at Castle Oblivion and blah, 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 blah. And
okay.
like what you kind of remember.
Let's the
This will
age
help
old
fill
the age old
memory
dilemma
pathway.
of recapping a Kingdom Hearts game.
You don't have to go into just the broad strokes.
No, the broad
okay?
strokes, right? So Sora
Yeah.
and the gang,
Yep.
they roll up to Castle Oblivion, looking for Riku initially, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Riku and King Mickey.
and they encounter first the organization, and they know something is kind of off with the castle. They don't really understand what it is. They open up a door into these worlds that they had just visited, presumably 5 minutes prior in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
5 minutes
literally
before
just
Sora,
done.
puberty slapped Sora across the face, just before they walked in the door. But it's clear that the worlds are not the actual place, that they are fragments of the place, and they learn that that the castle is kind of sapping their memories, both presenting them with their memories of the worlds that they have visited, but also stealing their memories away from them. And so as we play through the game, we learn who the organization is. We learn a bit about the organization, Organization 13. We do not meet all of the people involved. We start off, it's just in the beginning, Axel and Larxene, if I remember correctly. And then the hooded figure that we don't know who it is, which I think in the end is Marluxia, correct? Who
Yes, you got
reveals later
The
that
when the
Marluxia...
beautiful pink hair comes flying out.
Does that mean that Marluxia is the unknown fight from the first game?
I will tell you this, no. That is not Marluxia. And
Okay.
later, it will become very clear who that person is.
Okay, cool. So
I
then...
didn't even have a note of being like, clarify that Marluxia is not that guy. But
Well,
I was like, Graven might figure it out by himself.
Thinking
in my
back,
note.
thinking about it more critically, the unknown fight, the move set from the unknown fight is not Marluxia's move set. So that's the first, I guess, clue that that's not Marluxia, right? Because we would
And
have
that's
seen
very
his
much
scythe
the
or his
clue that
rose
will-
petal effects or something.
Yeah, very much.
So, and the unknown fight had that, what would you call it? Like a time power, like a time dilation power? Or is it gravity powers? There's that.
It's like, I would say a little bit of gravity. Like, there's a lot of weird... I don't know how you would describe it. Cool looking.
It is cool, though.
Actual Sith Lord.
Yeah,
'cause
so-
it's like a lot of, like, lasers and shit.
Yeah, okay. So then that's not Marluxia, but we're
Distortion.
introduced to Axel and Larxene, and then Marluxia, and we know that they are trying to get control of the Key Blade Master, who is Sora, because they want the power of the Keyblade for the organization, in the name of the organization or something like that. Or maybe personally they want it because the organization also seems to have like conflicting motivations between them, which is also a cool setup for a group of villains. And then as we go through Castle Oblivion to the different memories of the different places on the different floors, we then and Sora and the crew are slowly losing the details of their memories. They then become obsessed with the memory of Naminé, who up until this point, if you're like, I have never heard of before in the having played only 1 and then Recom, right? So I was unaware of like how, like why they were suddenly so aggressively defensive about Naminé. They wanted to protect her, to save her. You know, she was an important figure in their lives, and that really is that's the big red flag that the game gives you, because you know, if you're playing the games in order, then you don't know who Naminé is.
It's very like, even just in that context, you're like, strange tone shift, you know?
Yeah, they do encounter Riku, but Riku, unsurprisingly, also has a bad attitude about protecting Naminé, and that he needs to protect Naminé, and again, it all feels kind of awkward and out of place because you've never heard of this person, and suddenly everyone is like at each other's throats about Naminé. And then through the organization side of the story, we learn that Naminé is a prisoner. That they are holding a young girl that they have prisoner, and her powers relate to the manipulation of memories. So she is the one controlling the dispersal of the memories in the castle. She's also the one responsible for sapping the memories of the heroes, and this is all done under duress, under pressure from Marluxia and the organization, so that they can manipulate Sora and take control of the Keyblade. And then what we learn kind of maybe 2/3 of the way into the story is that the Riku that we've been encountering is actually not Riku, that it is who we affectionately call Repliku, who is not, that's not an official designation, correct? That's
no,
just
but most people call, I think it's easier to say than Riku Replica, though in the series they will call, they're like, oh yeah, you know, Riku Replica.
Riku Replica. Sure, yeah. Repliku needs to be adopted officially. That is, that is my stance. I think Repliku is incredible. I love it. So I will continue to use it. So then that kind of explains why Repliku is so angry and obsessed with Naminé. You're like, okay, well that's not Riku, so that kind of makes sense. But then we get more details about how Naminé is kind of like forcing this upon everyone, including Repliku, who's also a victim of this like manipulation.
Yeah.
And then we meet Vexen, who is the 4th organization member that we meet on the upper floors. Vexen, of course, is a scientist. Also, perhaps Gaston in a wig, maybe. That's just a little theory I have.
Because he's so huge, but his hands get cold in the lab.
That's right, yeah, that's right. He eats 5 dozen eggs in the morning to help him get strong. And what else?
Barge, all that.
Yeah. The important details. And then and then we what happens, I think the crutch of the story is that Sora decides, given the information that his memories are being stolen and that Naminé is a planted fake memory, Sora pulls maybe the most Sora thing I've ever seen, which really, really makes me love him even more, where he says, I don't care if these memories are fake, they're real to me. And so I do want to protect you, and I will protect you. And that is like, that moment, maybe one of my favorite moments of this, probably actually my favorite moment, honestly, of the Sora story. From a like,
I love that.
From a character development, like writing perspective.
it's so telling, like, to his character.
It is
you know
it
what
is
I
a
mean?
beautiful Sora moment. Maybe the best so far that I've experienced playing the games of a Sora moment where, like, I don't think I know of another moment that is so Sora, that is just so Sora coded, where Sora just says, like with full knowledge that he's being manipulated, I don't care. It's real to me, and that matters. And I'm gonna do the right thing, even if I know it's like fake and it's a trap. I don't care. And that is maybe the first time across the two games. I really enjoyed the first game a lot. I really enjoyed Recom. I think I'm definitely in the camp that Recom gets more hate than it deserves, even though it has a very steep learning curve that is acknowledged. The learning curve for the combat in Recom is tough.
Yeah.
You guys know I'm a bit of a masochist with that stuff. I like steep learning curves. I like kind of banging against a fight and like overcoming, you know, I'm stubborn with my games in that way. But I really do think, and I've said it a bunch and I stand on it, that that once you get the hang of the Recom fighting system, it's very satisfying. It's enjoyable, but only after you get the hang of it. The process of learning it is kind of miserable. It's really tough, and it's punishing. It punishes you. It kicks you when you're down, like, a lot in the beginning. And if you don't have a tolerance for that, or if you played the game when you were really young, I totally get why people go, "Ew, I hate that game. It's too hard. It's convoluted. The combat sucks."
Not for me, you know.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
Once you acclimate to that fight, to the card system, though, and you get those wins, God, it feels really good.
It feels
so good. So, like,
it's so nice.
I think that if it's probably worth revisiting if you didn't like it as a kid and you've blown it off this whole time, I think it might be worth revisiting if you're still playing the games and you love them and you've been gaming a long time now and you're
just need
older.
something to do, you know.
It's something that like, I think the juice is worth the squeeze in the end. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, yeah.
So
I think so.
So that's maybe my hot take about the game, but definitely probably my number one favorite Sora moment of the two games up until this point was Sora's decision to protect Naminé regardless of being manipulated. I think that's an excellent Sora-coded moment. It was goated, and and I love it.
All that's
and then of course Sora makes that decision, leans into being manipulated, and then is victorious in the face of, is it victorious from inside the manipulation, right? Like, he's strong enough to fight his way through the manipulation and win anyway. We defeat Axel, but Axel clearly is not dead. We defeat Larxene. Larxene could be gone forever, maybe. We defeat Marluxia, who could be gone forever, maybe. These are maybes because, you know, somebody like disappears into ash or whatever, and who knows if that's a permanent situation in a game like this. They could do whatever they want, really, with that kind of death. The same thing with Vexen. Vexen is defeated. It feels like that's permanent. That one feels the most permanent because even the organization talks about how killing him was shocking and kind of cruel. And so in the end, Sora is victorious. He defends even Repliku. He defends Naminé, and then in the end, he is put into a cocoon, into a chamber of some kind where his memories will be restored, and that's where the main game kind of ends. And then we experience the Riku side of the pillow, where Riku also, the real Riku, enters Castle Oblivion from the basement, which I think is a cool thematic kind of thing. So instead of working your way... In the main game, we're not working our way. We're working our way up, and then from the basement, we're going down.
No, so they're both working their way up. Riku is like working up to basically the ground level, where Sora is working his way up to the top.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So you're working your way up from the basement, so that Riku has the opportunity to to be manipulated in the same way, to be given these worlds, but you never once think to yourself, oh, he might run into Sora because he's in a different part of the castle.
Yeah.
And then we have Riku, who also kind of butts up against the organization, but he butts up against different members of the organization, being Lexius, who is, you know, a brick shit house. He's that huge, freaking massive,
huge monster man.
Monster of a character, which is cool. Has a very cool, like, visual aesthetic. And then Zexion, who is a Zexy guy. Okay, he's just a Zexy guy.
Yeah. With his emo hair.
Yeah, very anime coded. Hair over the one eye, kind of thing. Yeah. More soft spoken, more manipulative in his fighting style. His moveset is more about manipulation than like strength. So that's cool. They're kind of like two very different fighting style characters for the organization against Riku. Do we also fight Larxene? We do, right? We also fight Larxene and Axel on the Riku side, right?
No, we don't fight Larxene because Larxene is
Larxene's completed in the Sora side. Okay.
Yeah.
We just see them in the cutscenes. The cutscenes
other parts because like both of those like lines are kind of happening, like Sora's side and Riku's side are kind of happening concurrently. So when we go through Sora's side, we're seeing certain cutscenes, and then on Riku's side, we get to see like
we're getting a bit more
context. Some of those cutscenes. Yeah,
you're getting some extra context, which is cool. So we have the main antagonists being Lexius and Zexion, and Riku also goes through his memories of the worlds, albeit in a different order. And then Riku's mechanics are completely shuffled from Sora's, where Sora's is about deck building so that you build different decks for different situations, typically a boss deck, a mob fight deck, and then an experimental deck. At least that's how I looked at it. The 3 decks for Sora's side. On Riku's side, you are given a deck and you need to make the most of the deck you are given. Sometimes that deck has very obvious weaknesses for the situation that you're in. So a different challenge mechanically, which is really cool. They totally, again, I think this shows how much they cared about this game and that it wasn't a throwaway dev-wise, because there was no reason for them to build out 2 different combat systems for this game, particularly for the Riku side being a tack on after you technically finish the game. So that's like really cool that they went through all that effort to give Riku like his own mechanics. And Riku has his own set of sleights that are kind of supercharged by his like dark modes. So if you build up your dark meter, you get your dark mode, and then you mechanically, as you level up, you can extend your dark mode time, as well as your health and your power and stuff like that. Which I thought was really satisfying and cool. And then we have all the great Riku v Repliku stuff, which I was really excited to get to, because I do have memories of, particularly when we did this, because this was like early in establishing that they were going to throw this curveball at me, you know, like having the 2 characters. And so I very fondly remembered like kind of fielding that as a challenge. I was very excited about it. I looked at it as a as a kind of acting performance challenge, and I did my best to kind of make sure, like, obviously the challenge given to me was to have Repliku on his own be indistinguishable from Riku, but when faced with Riku, to establish that they were not quite the same. And so that's a very distinct challenge for an actor, and I remember we
did such a good job.
we had it was very carefully, like it was a challenge that was like very carefully facilitated by the producers, by the voice director, and by me as best I could. So we everyone was very particular about it. And so,
Yeah.
and I'm glad for it, you know. As an actor, like, for me anyway, I'm an actor who really loves the collaborative part of performance. Like, I don't ever look at my performance in a project, any project, as like it's mine and you can't tell me what to do.
Right.
There are actors that are like that.
My performance in a vacuum.
Yeah,
you know?
it's my performance and I will decide what's best for my character. And there are actors like that, and I'm not saying that's wrong. What I'm saying is that that's not how I like to work. I enjoy the collaborative process with the director, with the producers. And I've said on stream to you guys that I always consider my job to be to satisfy the director and the producers. It is my job.
Right.
I work for them, not for
You're an employee,
you guys,
you know?
not for the audience or whatever. That's kind of, you know, one step removed from where my job actually starts and ends.
Yep.
And so, you know, I was nervous about experiencing that part of it. I was worried about having Riku kind of feel flat across the two different characters. And I feel like in this game, you know, because obviously there's more of that to come, and I'm sure that I have varying degrees of success across the many years that I attempted to do this. But in Recom, I'm very happy with the way that Riku v Repliku kind of hashed out. It felt dynamic. There was a great. I'm super satisfied. I made that clip of when I kind of rewatched the cutscene of Repliku and I broke down his like the moments of that performance.
I love that part so much.
and that is. But I think better than any other content that I've made playing Kingdom Hearts. I think that really opens a window into the way I look at the voice lines, the moments across the dialogue, because when you're voice acting, all you got is your voice. I can't. Yeah. I've explained that I use physicality when I voice act because I'm an actor and I don't know how to. I can't hold still, right, as a person or an actor, and so. Yeah. But when you're acting for a camera, stillness is so important. You really want to act on the inside. You want people to see what you're thinking through your eyes. You don't want to like gesture too much or like overly. Right. You want to cut your physicality down. Even though as a person I'm very animated, I talk with my hands. You know what I mean? Like that's
there's subtlety to people's emotions at the same time. You know?
And that's really highlighted when you're acting for a camera. When you're acting, when you're voice acting, you don't get any of that. You don't get any of that opportunity to use your eyes, to use your face, right? So you really have to. You can only use your voice to get those little variations out. And so like, and that's why I was so happy with that moment in that game and why I wanted to kind of break it down so that you guys who don't think about this stuff maybe in the same way that I do as people who aren't actors, right? Can see kind of the way that I look at across a speech like that. And I try to pull out like, all of those different emotional beats, right, as it plays out, and I was super happy with it. I think it came out really great. Repliku was a dynamic character for his short-lived arc in this side of the story. He was evil and unrepentant, but he was also sympathetic and pathetic at times.
Yep.
And and then also very in the end. Landed in a relatable place where he was facing his end and trying to face it with some dignity, right? And so like and wondering before then if he even had dignity to begin with, being a fake, being a replica, like coming to terms with that. So like all of that felt like it was there enough for it to perhaps, you know, like well up a bit of emotion in the player. And that's the totally the point. And that's the stuff that I really hope for my work when I do it. I try to take it that seriously, you know what I mean, and to imbue it with those bits if I can, and if anyone kind of felt moved across that scene, then what I did was successful, you know what I mean? And that's kind of the that's the goal, and that's like the dream, you know what I mean, to have people. And I got tons of lovely messages on that clip and across, of course, from all of you guys here in the community all the time, where you guys tell me that what Riku means to you guys, and what some of these moments in the games mean to you guys, and that means a lot to me. It really does, because that's like the that's the joy that I've always found in acting since I was a kid, you know. A lot of people, I've also said this before, but a lot of people look at acting as like, and sometimes I would say this when I was younger, like, yeah, I get to play pretend, you know, for a living, you know. But that's not what it is. What acting is not about lying or pretending. Acting is about finding the truth in the story. So acting should be at its best about being truthful, even though what you're doing and saying is a show, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so but all that to say that I was you know, satisfied with the dynamic nature of Riku's like shorter part of the game. I felt like it packed a lot of punch for a kind of like
that's for sure
a post game like tack on, you know, and I really was proud of that. So I'm happy. I really do. I did enjoy my time with Recom a lot.
I'm so glad that I figured you would have liked it anyway. I'd kind of gauged, you know, your tastes a bit, and I was like, I think you're gonna have a good time. But also, the voice acting, I think in general, yours as well as everyone else's, like in Chain of Memories, is like so top notch. Chain of Memories is so dramatic, and it's so good for it. And I think especially like some of those scenes, it's like that game, even if people don't like to play it, are usually like, oh, but I love the story of Chain of Memories.
Yeah,
and
I've heard that a lot.
And like many of those scenes, especially, particularly the Riku scenes, stand out the most to people because you did such a bang up job, to be honest.
Thanks.
And I say that not even as just like, I'm like, wow, I'm talking to the voice actor right now. You did so great. I'm like, I always like, I went through the series at one point and I wasn't like a super fan, you know, I was experiencing it for the first time, and I still thought this then, that I was like, damn, that was really good. Holy shit.
It's fun because the strangeness of the circumstance of Riku's story, like being faced with himself and then having this existential struggle of self with another version of himself is so kind of in your face out there that like it means that even when you're young, if you experience that part of the story, it can sit with you and stand out as like cool and unique and it can, you know, I think the uniqueness of the situation lends itself to being more effective, given that we did a decent job with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's more memorable for how weird it is, you know? How unique it is in games and stuff. I mean, maybe for its time. And I don't want to lean on that too hard, because there's a million games out there that do a million cool, weird things. And I don't even know where the inspiration may have come from for this kind of story and stuff. You know, there's lots of other ways that it can, and I'm sure has been done. But also, and I want to also take a sec to stay, like, I'm so happy that I am happy with my own performances in these games, because the voice acting that I'm surrounded by is so good. It's so good. And like, and I am admittedly a bit self-conscious going in to record the games, because I know that I am like one of the garden variety actors that's there, and not like the voice actors that are there doing the work around me. And and like I said, voice acting is its own beast. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
It takes
Oh,
it's its own skill set. It has its own nuances that is totally different than the instincts you build as an actor on camera. And so like, I am happy to see that I've kind of like, that I adapted in ways that felt effective. And it's like, in this game, I think Quentin's voice acting really stands out to me as Axel. Quentin, who I just met for the first time, by the way, in Houston last summer. We were both at NostalgiaCon in Houston, and he was super sweet to me. I went and I took my my stuff early one day. I think it was early on Saturday, and I just literally was like, I'll be back in a few minutes. And I just kind of ran around looking for the other voice actors and just kind of like imposed on their booth and was like, hey, what's up? I'm David. I'm Riku, and
hello, I am David Gallagher. I am Riku.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry. I'm not cutting your line for an autograph. I am Riku. I just want to like give you dabs and say what up, like kind of a thing. Go introduce myself. And so like, but at the time, I didn't know his work from the game because I hadn't gotten there yet,
Right.
And and so I'm actually really looking forward to seeing him again at a con and just being like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, oh,
you did such a good
it's
job.
so good,
Yeah.
like it's so Axel's such a fun character to watch.
He's a very popular character.
And
too.
I totally get that because his and in particular, and I've said it when we were playing, but the way they animate his face is almost with like extra care compared to the other characters. He has so expressive with his eyes, and he's one of the few characters where I wonder to myself what he is thinking, even though I heard what he said. Like, I know what he said, but I'm not sure I know what he's thinking.
There's a lot going on in there.
And so like, and that has to do with the animations, but also, of course, the voice acting. There's this great mystery level to Axel that is intriguing and interesting and makes him fun to watch and to follow. And so like, I'm hyped to see Axel in more games because I know Axel repeats and comes back. And so like, so yeah, I mean, there's, but across the board, the voice acting felt really, like really dynamic and good in all of the games. And then, of course, famously, the Kingdom Hearts games use as many of the original Disney voice actors as they possibly can in these games. And so that, I think, is really the Midas touch of the charm of the games, is that it's not it's not like it could have easily felt like the kind of like straight to DVD like part 6 sequel project of such and such a Disney movie, but it doesn't. It really feels like it bolts right up against these Disney worlds and belongs there, and that's because they really embraced the Disney side of this equation. Really embraced bringing in their voice talent,
like, respectfully.
Yeah,
you know
and
what I mean?
that to me is like so excellent, and really elevates the entire franchise to like kind of where it deserves to be.
Yeah, it's truly like the most respectful and like true to the source material you'll typically find of any Disney property in any adaptation, because like it's so funny how often just in the wild I will just see like people just they're like, oh, I'm going to like use my bootleg whatever, it's Ariel from The Little Mermaid, always the Kingdom Hearts model every time without fail, because it's the best looking one. And it doesn't matter like where you go, it's like it's truly like they did such a good job at recreating the movies, paying attention to the details, and even going so far as to have the actual like caliber of voice actors that they do, that it's just the most like paying tribute to these movies we've all at least seen maybe once, if not just love, and is a big part of our pop culture in general. And just it's like, wow, we're like really in Atlantica right now with my friend Ariel. with
and
actual
that's-
Jodie Benson voicing Ariel.
Yeah, and that's I think that just gives it a polish, you know, and a legitimacy, and it just really elevates the whole thing. The whole franchise is elevated for it, and I'm so happy to see that Disney like committed that level to the games, you know. I think if that would have been, you know, partnering with Disney to get the franchises is one thing, you know, and licensing and all that stuff. It's a whole nother thing to get them to actually dedicate their own voice director team, like, and voice recording teams to it, and bring in their actors and all that stuff. That is where I think that's what really gives the franchise the opportunity to shine like it does.
Yeah. I see the voice actors bring such a prestige to KH, and I'm like, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah,
Totally.
There's pedigree in there, you know.
Yeah, and it shows, and it makes the difference. It really does. It gives it this untangible quality that is like that makes it. It's a polish. That's how I would put it. You know, it gives it a polish that you just couldn't get from finding the best voice actors who could do a close enough kind of casting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny, there are some characters, like some Disney characters later, who like aren't voiced by their original voice actors, but it's like genuinely you would not be able to tell. No, especially because Disney has such a quality control over that kind of thing anyway.
Yes.
So like in those few instances, I was like, I would not have been able to know that unless I had otherwise read. Beat of silence. Total silence.
I was gonna say, I think I lost you.
And rest. You lost me? You get
You came in there. Did you cut out or did you stop?
I paused for a second. I was just like, oh, you would not be able to tell otherwise unless I had read. And then like I just wasn't sure if you were like reading a comment or something. Anyway.
No, I was listening to you, and then it sounded like you cut out.
Oh no, I just stopped so abruptly, so a robot.
So how'd I do? Did I summarize the game well?
Honestly, you did a pretty good job. You did a pretty bang up job of like, you know, having to like recall and like when characters come in. There's like one note of like the reason that they're trying to control Sora is because they're like, oh, they can pretend it's under the guise of being like, we're doing it for the organization, but Marluxia and Larxene are planning a coup.
Right. Yeah, there's the inner conflict. Yeah.
Yes, they want that power for themselves. So
right.
They want to pretty much ensnare Sora into this position of like, he will fiercely do anything for this person he supposedly cares about the most, thus pretty much bringing him under the control. And then in the basement side of things, like these, you know, Zexion, Lexius, and even Vexen, they're like, what are those guys up there doing? You know, they're like, what are they up to up there? I think they're trying to do something sneaky. I think they're trying to do something against the organization. And then they're like, well, if you're going to get Sora, we're going to get Riku. And then they're kind of trying to, they make a replica. They're kind of trying to parse these things out.
That's the Zexion and Lexius.
Yes.
Yeah. They're plotting the plot against the plot. The counter plot.
And then Axel is busy playing both sides.
Right. Yeah.
And then he just kills Vexen anyway. And he's just like, well, in a really cool scene where he just blows him up.
Yeah, he Thanos'd him, right? He snapped. He did. He like snaps him and he melts. Like, yeah.
And it's cool.
It is cool. It's totally cool.
Sora's just like, you know, he's like, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's great. It's full of drama. I love Chain of Memories so much, and I'm so like, it's funny because it was like, okay, we're starting on the recollect of Chain of Memories in the recap. And you know, it kind of obviously veered into other things I was going to ask of like what you like about it, and then like I guess we could always go your favorite part, you know. We kind of got that covered in there.
Yeah. I mean, just for brevity, my favorite part would be on Sora's side. It's definitely the Sora coded moment of deciding to be Sora when
Sora
Sora is
of it
needed
all.
most.
Yeah.
And then on the Riku side, it's the Riku moment where Riku v Riku's really hard and the most.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
those are my favorite parts. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That, that makes sense.
Totally.
I do love that scene with Sora, and I love like the following scene too, where he's like, Riku to like Repliku. He's like, "You take care of Naminé for me," and he's like, "You don't mind?" He's like, "You're not worried?" And he's like, "Should I be?" And they're like, "Okay." Like it's really cute. I love that one. Riku's more than anyone has ever Riku'd.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He says it's Riku in time, and then he Riku's all over the place.
Yeah, those were the moments. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are just some strong moments anyway. Also, hi Barry. Also, my pal Kippen came in and said hi, and I didn't want to interrupt you, so I would just see and I'd be like, mental note to say hi to these people.
I see
But,
Barry. Barry's following on my side. Welcome, Barry. Thanks for the follow.
Hi Barry. She chain on my memories until I Riku. Holla, shut up.
Oh God. Thanks, Holla. Thanks for that.
We did skip the end of Riku's side. That's true. As far as the summary goes, like Riku's narrative conclusion, if you can recall for a moment.
What? Like
So after
post
he
Repliku's
defeats-
conclusion.
Yeah. And then after that.
Oh, and then Riku finds well, what comes to mind is Riku walking into the pod room. So Riku discovers the
Sora in the egg.
Sora in the and Naminé.
Yeah.
And then gives, I don't know, where does he go? What does he do? I can't, now I'm blanking.
Okay, so, no, that's okay. After you defeat, like, Repliku, more or less, and you get to, like, here's the Sora in the egg room, and he tells Naminé she smells, and then...
Oh, yeah. That's right. You can't, we totally skipped in the recap, the theme of scent.
Yeah, totally conveniently forgot the smelling people part of that game.
I love it. So like I love, like, I guarantee you when I hit that part when we were in the booth, I was like, oh yeah. That's like this now we're getting
Smells good.
Now we're getting weird. All right, let's do it. Like I like that kind of weird shit for a character. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely weird, and it makes it fun. You know what I mean? And the only way to pull that off is to lean in. You can't be shy about it when you're presented with a weird character moment like that.
Yeah, you just kind of gotta let it be what it is and just go with it. If there's anything that Kingdom Hearts is the best at, is just going full tilt into its own like scenario.
Yeah.
And and sometimes for better or for worse, mostly better. Sometimes you're like, and now we're smelling people, and then they just don't do that ever again.
Ever again.
Never happens again.
It is known but every time Riku walks in, that he could smell everybody. Everybody in that room, they have been smelt. And he knows who dealt.
He just got like really embarrassed about it. Like he was like, that's weird to say to people. I'm gonna not do that, And then he just stuffed that one away.
That's so funny. That is totally like an iconic weird part of this game that I left out of my it's unintentionally left out of my summary.
He learned to keep some thoughts to himself.
But I do love it though. I think it's weird, but when you're playing the game, it allows for some great laughs. It's funny, you know what I mean? And
it's harmless, you know what I mean? It's fun.
Yeah, I dig it. I didn't find it like awkward in a negative way. I found it awkward in a fun way. So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, and I think that's most of what happened. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, Kingdom Hearts, it's embarrassing," and it's like people who don't know how to have fun. So
Yeah,
often, he's like, that's the worst it ever gets. Is you're like, it's just funny, and then the rest of it is just really good. So
yeah.
I'm having a great time.
if you want to take your drama hyper seriously, then maybe
Yeah.
the whimsical Disney adventure game is not for you. But like,
Right.
but I don't know. I said, I like the weird eccentricities of the story and the characters. I think it's all part of its charm, and as I said when we played through the first game, I love the way that the game bolts up to the Disney franchises as an equal and not as like a
Yes.
hang on,
Yeah.
not as like an extra thing that shouldn't maybe be there, but as something that
Yeah.
deserves to be there. And if you're going to do that with the Disney films, it has to have some of that whimsy and some of that like to that childlike wonder to it. It has to have some innocence. You know what I mean? Like all of that stuff is there and it belongs there. I think it's
I think if you
well
shied
done.
away from it, it just wouldn't be as successful. Like,
No,
it
I
just
don't. It
wouldn't-
would be awkward if it took
Yeah.
itself more seriously than that. You know?
Like, I think it, like, especially as like one can kind of tell immediately, like playing Kingdom Hearts 1, how much you're like, oh, like regardless of how your feelings on like a Disney brand of like, their pantheon of things or whatever, you're like, wow, this game feels like magical and like there's so much wonder and like fun to be had in it, and like it really captures this feeling in a bottle because it really just takes the premise it is and embraces it wholesale.
Yeah.
It does not shy away from it, you know what I mean? And that makes it good.
That is part of its charm. That is an important, like, integral part of what makes it successful and charming.
Yeah.
And, and sure, like, you can
ads, by
watch
the way.
oh, that's right, we're in ads. Yeah, I mean, you could totally like look at the smell subtext and cringe or whatever.
Smelly
like
smell.
if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
that, but like why?
If you're no fun.
Yeah, like, it's. I think that if you're at that point, you're kind of looking at it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like, it deserves that kind of whimsy, that bit of silliness. That's part of it. That's what it's. That's the intended tone. And so if you're taking a more serious tone from it, it feels like a misstep in a way.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's
enjoy
like,
your
serious
games
is
however
not
you like,
even-
but.
It's not like taking it more seriously is not necessarily like sincerity either. Like it's completely sincere in what it is doing, because sometimes people will like conflate the two of being like, well, it's not serious, thus that means it's all goofy and doesn't matter and it's stupid, right? But it's like, no, it's very sincere and like emotionally earnest, and like that's its strength versus like something that's like super grounded and serious. You know
Totally,
what I mean?
yeah.
It's not like Arcane.
I see you guys in chat.
Totally
Queen,
different.
Queen, what did I ignore? Ku, I know we're in ads. We're just staying here right where we were.
Oh, ads. Also,
Um,
Graven keeps talking.
Yes. Well, we're not going to sit here in silence while there's ads, you guys. We're
I
still
think we
going to
should just
talk.
sit here in stony silence. and look straight into the camera.
We're just staying in this spot. We're not moving on to a new subject until everyone's back. But did I miss something?
I don't think you missed something. I think it was just
Diz.
that ads were playing, and then
Oh, I missed Diz.
Oh, yeah,
in
Diz.
the
Yeah.
in the recap. There you go. That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Diz. Diz. I think I have questions about Diz. We'll hold for
Okay.
a sec because we're about to be back from ads and we'll wait. But yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good place to go from here.
Yeah, I think
Disbelief. Yeah. I'm in
Disbelief.
disbelief.
Stare into the camera like that. Instant notification. Yeah, exactly. Just really, new phone. Who Diz?
New phone. Who Diz? Stupid. Oh no, that got me. Okay. Oh. I laughed at that too much. Okay. Sorry.
I mean, I thought it was funny, so that's
It
why
is
I read it
funny.
out loud.
It is funny. God, I love a cheap joke so much.
Well, it's
I
because
love
what
a
happens
cheap
when
joke.
You become a father.
I love a cheap joke. I love a dad joke. I love it.
Yep.
And it is my right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you earn that once you have children.
Yeah.
That is just like you inherit it, from the universe.
Yeah. I always Shauna often gives me shit for saying something stupid and then laughing at myself. And then
Right.
and I remind her all the time that I am not in the business of making other people laugh. I am just trying to make myself laugh. That is all I want to do.
I'm
I
just
want
here to have a good time.
I am trying to have fun, and if I can make myself laugh, I will. Okay, this is my right as dad.
When you check out of the hospital, they give you a card, actually. Silliness is important. I agree.
Yeah.
I laugh at my own jokes all the time, so I'm not one to judge here.
We're back from ads. What's up, everybody? We didn't move on from the end of Recom. So Diz is where we, as Queen reminded me, we forgot about Diz in our recap, and I think I want to know, who the hell is Diz? Because he comes out of nowhere, right? He's at the very end of the game, and then of course, with the way that his name is stylized,
Yeah.
then I would assume as a player that Diz is kind of a Disney representative figure somehow, representing the Disney multiverse, representing Walt Disney somehow, representing something about Disney, the broader picture of Disney. But then he has the belts on his face and the weird mask and he looks like a dark kind of foreboding figure, and I'm like, that maybe that's not right. What I thought I was gonna get from seeing the character's name is not the character I met. So
that's fair.
So what is going on there?
I saw 3 people at the same time say Diz nuts, and I started laughing.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Low-hanging fruit, chat. Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Are we sure low-hanging fruit is the one we want to use for that?
That's Diz nuts, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I should.
Hold on,
I need to.
face
I need
each
to.
Tomato for a second.
I need to be more careful which chat jokes I repeat. Right? Clip. Yeah,
right.
I agree. Of
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Thank you, chat. Thank you very much. You're the best. Mwah. Thank you.
Perfect. And scene. Great content farming today, boss.
Yes. Excellent. Thanks, chat.
We really did it. High five. Okay, so questions about Diz being I understand. That's really interesting, actually. I hadn't I totally see how you see Diz and you're the Disney part. And it's not even. It's
not even. It doesn't feel that way at all.
No.
As soon as you meet him, you go, "Oh, that must be wrong."
Yes, I have to be wrong about this.
but my impression was that he was going to somehow represent the Disney side of the universe.
Yeah.
But from the outside, because it's very meta, right? To be named for the corporation that all of these worlds fall under. So
yeah.
And it seems like he is named for Disney, but again, it doesn't seem to fly with the kind of character that I ended up meeting. So, but also I know almost nothing about the character, and I'm assuming we get more. This character gets fleshed out in 2, maybe in the next game.
Yeah,
That's what I'm assuming.
We will be finding out more about him, because this leads directly into KH2 more or less. And then when we get to 358, it covers sort of in between Chain of Memories and 2. It overlaps Chain of Memories just a little bit. So
358 That's the one. That's the fraction one, right? 358 over 2
yeah.
days.
That's, or people will call it days.
Days.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's the one that people go like, are you gonna play that one first? We are not. It's not happening.
So,
That is coming later.
So it goes.
But it is a prequel.
Release order goes Kingdom Hearts 1, Recom or Chain of Memories, and then
2.
2, and then Days.
Yes.
But Days is a prequel to 2, and it nestles between Recom and 2, like chronologically in the story.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Got it.
So yeah, it's a really nice like peek into kind of behind the scenes a bit after you go through Chain of Memories and 2, and then you're like, what were these guys up to? And then that's what 358 pretty much is going over a lot of it, and I like it a whole lot. So
Cool.
But
I love that the little games in the series, and I don't mean little like they're lesser games. I mean little like the handhelds and the extra games that are not numbered games, right?
Bridge games.
I love that they are so loved. I love that when I meet the community at cons or when we're hanging out in chat, all the time I see like people's favorite Kingdom Hearts games. A lot of people say 2 is always in that conversation, and I know 2 is kind of like
2 is kind of the poster.
That is the poster
to
child,
Kingdom Hearts,
exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, that's the poster child of like the tentpole games, but like but that I always see 2 and it's always 2 and one of these like handhelds.
Yeah,
and,
one of
and
those.
So many of them are like favorites in the community, and that's really cool.
Yeah, everybody's got, I don't even know which ones I could say are exactly my favorite, but like each game is kind of like equally as important as any of the others because they're all just like broader story entries that fill the world in, inform you about characters and things. And so like any single one weird like game could be somebody's like most favorite one ever. And they're all good games. And I know some people are going to be like, I don't know about Recoded. I think you're wrong.
Sure.
And we're not going to get into this.
One. This is
Not
the
this one, though.
I hate. Well, it's
Coded is great and fun. I love it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's not geared at you. I'm barking at the crowd. Recoded truthers rise. Anyway.
I'm looking forward to it. And like I said, a lot of people in the community that I met in like Houston when I was at the con and stuff, and since I've started streaming for sure, I've had a lot of messages and comments on my content, and people at the cons who were like, you know, like, oh, yeah, this game though, this one's not good, or this one, skip this one. So a lot of people told me to skip Recom entirely. And I just want to reiterate that while I can appreciate that not all the games are for everybody in the community, I don't want people to think, because like, and it comes from a good place. People say that to me because they were put off by the game, its mechanics, or its story is lackluster, or maybe for whatever reason, right? They don't like the game, and they don't want me to have a negative experience playing the game, because then they're afraid I'm going to stop playing them. Okay?
Yeah, and I understand that.
And so I get that, but to put that to rest, I have like committed, like at the bare minimum, I have committed to myself that I was going to kind of dedicate, if I was going to get on these platforms and make content and build a community and play games, you know, because I love games. Obviously, I love lots of other games too, but I was going to dedicate a portion of this effort to the Kingdom Hearts franchise and play it with the community so that I could better serve the franchise myself too, like so that I can get to know it better. I want to get to know it better, and I think that now there's been enough time that's passed where I can be maybe less awkward about watching and listening to my own work and stuff. That was always the reason why I never played the games when I was younger. I always just kind of said, well, I work on these games, so I'm not going to relax playing these games. It'll feel like work. I'll be sitting there kind of picking it apart and stuff. I don't want to do that. I just want to play the games and turn my brain off. You know what I mean? And so like, I think that I've decided when I decided I was going to get on these platforms and make content, I decided then that I was going to make playing through the franchise to get to know it better, like a cornerstone of of what I'm doing here. And so
Yeah.
don't worry about me. Like, maybe there will be one of the games that I don't like as much. Clearly one of them will be my least favorite, right? Like when you rank order things, something ends up at the bottom. But like, but that isn't gonna like put me off from playing the main games or you know, or enjoying the franchise as a whole. Like, I know how franchises work, you know what I mean? Like, it's you can't win them all also. Like, this is also like just part of life and part of working as a creative in any industry, really. Like, there's gonna be kind of highs and lows to that process, and so like I'm willing to play the games that maybe are less popular or are, you know, maybe harder to love, like Recom seems to be, and stuff like that, you know, and still like find what I like about it and appreciate it as best I can. So, you know, just so where everyone's like kind of clear on that, while I have a good chunk of the community here listening to me yap, you know. I'm very excited and looking forward to. A lot of people also ask me like, do you really like the games, or, you know, are you doing this for clicks or for money or whatever? And it's like, well, I've decided I want to make content, as like, clearly I'm doing this now at a full-time pace, and that involves making money doing this, as like, and treating it kind of like work and stuff like that. But I don't want anyone to kind of mistake that effort for me, like, not liking games or enjoying the games with the community, you know? And I try to be, that's why I remind you guys often that like the way you guys feel about Kingdom Hearts, that's how I feel in my heart about like Zelda. You know what I mean? Because when I was 5 years old, Zelda was my first favorite game, and I played the shit out of it and didn't even know what I was doing, but I loved every second of it. And so like, I grew up
a special place in there.
I grew up adoring that franchise and getting breathlessly hyped for the next game when it was announced, and you know, all that kind of stuff. And I still feel that when a new Zelda game comes out. So like, I totally get it. You know what I mean? And like, just because the Kingdom Hearts games isn't that for me doesn't mean that it's like that I'm not like enjoying them and coming to them from a good, honest place and like having fun playing them with you guys. I'm really enjoying the games. I think they're good. I think 1 and Recom, because that's what I've played, I think they're good games. And I'm gonna die on this hill about Recom. You guys are gonna hear this from me for a long time. I think Recom's a good mechanical game that has a serious bitch of a learning curve, you know? But once you fight your way through it, I really did find the card combat satisfying and rewarding. And so like, you know, like and I didn't know that about these games, so I'm gonna learn this stuff as I go with you guys in real time, you know? But I want you guys to know that like, I'm not trying to come at this cynically or like, you know, I'm humoring the series that I don't really like it and stuff like that. Like, I try to be like,
it's a long time to humor something.
Well, totally. There's a lot of games, you know. It'd be one hell of a slog if I wasn't enjoying the games for sure.
Absolutely.
But like, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do here is get to know the community that loves these games that I'm a part of, and to give you guys the chance to get to know me as like a person and an actor and a content creator and like have fun, you know what I mean? So like, I'm trying to be as transparent and like about that process as I can be, you know? And I don't want it to feel like cynical or disingenuous, you know what I mean?
I don't think it's ever felt that way. I mean, I think people are sometimes just afraid of like, or are used to, unfortunately, getting hurt. I think in the larger internet sphere, Kingdom Hearts is a really easy punching bag just because of like what it is. And it's strange because like, that's what I had come to know the series for a long time, until as an adult, I was like, time to just engage with it and form my own opinion. I'll just go through all of them and I'm just going to make my own opinion. And then I came out the other end going, everybody lied to me. This is really good.
This is awesome.
And I'm kind of pissed about it. Yeah. And so like, a lot of people can get really kind of, you know, like, I think they're, sometimes people approach it differently because people are scared you'll drop the series because you ran into some resistance with Chain of Memories, or they're scared that like you're just kind of putting on a show while you don't actually care about it, because a lot of people are just kind of used to being like, I like this thing, and people are going, oh, it's so stupid and what, it doesn't make sense and that's dumb, and it's just.
But that's why that's why I try to make the point that like I don't love the games like you guys do. For me, that's the Zelda franchise. That's what I grew up with. A lot of you guys, this was your first big franchise that you loved as a kid and stuff like that. And for me to relate to that, that's the Zelda games. And so, but that's okay. I don't have to be obsess over it, and it doesn't have to be my favorite game of all time or whatever. For me to like have fun and with the community, learn about the games as a player, to come in from the other side and like, and then to say like, hey, these games are great. You know what I mean? Like, because they are. Really good. I really think they are.
I like them a lot. It's something to like. I think
you can't inject nostalgia into a first playthrough. Yeah, that's really true, Franzi. Yeah, exactly. And so like, I'm not trying to like fake that with you guys. I'm trying to I'm playing the games, and you guys are just seeing my normal first reactions to it and the things that I remember about recording it. Again, when we record these games, maybe I spend a week, like 3 or 4 days in that week working on a game, and then I'm done. You know what I mean? So like, what do you guys remember about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of a week in June from like 2006? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do you remember about that? Nothing. You know what I mean? Like, and that's like kind of what it feels like having when I look back at the work. Now, that doesn't mean I don't remember nothing about it at all. Like, I remember some of the lines stand out, some of the moments, some of the challenges of the work stand out to me, and I remember them. But, a lot of that's all jumbled and stuff. That's why I'm calling it a blind playthrough. And I really am, like, learning the whole story for the first time, because they don't sit down and tell, like, there's no script. You know what I mean? Like, they don't send me a movie script and then I read Kingdom Hearts, the movie script, and then we go record the game. That's not how it works with a game. Maybe that's how it works with a game like Red Dead or The Last of Us or something, you know what I mean? Like at that level, but that's not how it works typically for recording game content. So like I show up, they go, hey, what's up? We have a coffee and I make a tea in the waiting room, and we have a chat, and then we get into the booth and I go, okay, well, they go, all right, here's the first cutscene. We watch it. They give me some context. We talk about it a little bit, and then we record them one line at a time, and that's it. So like, I just want to make sure that the experience, you guys understand that the experience of me playing the games with you guys is, I'm trying not to like turn it into hype or build it up or turn it into something it's not. I'm trying to just have fun, like learning the games as a player, as someone who loves playing games. Yeah, and get to know it,
I mean, see, I use my example of like, I came into the series as an adult. Like, I always knew about it, and I had friends who really liked it, but I didn't have a PS2. I didn't have any means to really play any of the games, but it always haunted the periphery of my life for a long time, until I was like, time to sit down with this. And I remember going through and being like, people lied to me. It's actually really good, and it's not that confusing if you're just paying attention to the game.
No, I don't think playing through it has been confusing. I may be speaking too soon, of course, because I've only played through these 2 games. You didn't even say
that. But like, it's not even that as much as just like, you're going through the games, and then like, I came out being like, that was good. I look forward to Kingdom Hearts 3 and whatever. And then it was like, its claws were like hovering around me. You know what I mean? And it was just like, just wait. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Kingdom Hearts was pretty cool. Do you want to listen to that song again? Maybe a little bit, And basically it just sunk in, and it, like, I don't get to be normal about it ever again. So I think sometimes when people are like, oh yeah, it's so important to me because it's so nostalgic. It was a part of my childhood. And of course that is true. But it's like, I think there's something about it that you're like, wow, it's a good game series. It got me when I was a whole like 27 years old. It was just like, guess what? This is your life now. And I was like, oh, all right, sure. And now here I am, and I have Chip and Dale from Kingdom Hearts sitting on my desk.
Chip and
All
Dale,
I'm
who
saying
I
is
never
that-
loved for any of their films or content or cartoons,
No.
and now
But now
Right on
they're
my
little
desk. Yeah.
engineers, and now I have them.
that's funny, yeah. And but
So
and,
that's
and
something where it's just like, just you wait.
and I think that's awesome that like the best kind of fandom are the ones that are kind of open for new people to come in and enjoy.
Oh yeah.
And I've had a really
New people are
positive
coming in
experience
all the time.
Yeah, and I've had a really positive experience stepping into the games with the community that's built up here, and with you and with other creators that love the games and stuff. Like, I've had such a cool, positive, fun experience over the past year, and I'm like very much looking forward to like bringing it home and kind of doing like playing through the rest of the games and stuff. It's made me like, at first when you guys were like, oh, are you gonna figure out a way to play this game or watch the cutscenes? And at first I was like, I don't know. I'm like, we'll see. Like, I'll probably just do what's easier.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, no, I want to play them. I want to play them.
Now I want to
because I've had such a great experience with the first two games that like I don't want to skip over a good experience like that and kind of you know, miss out on a step in this journey. You know what I mean? So like, I do intend to get my shit together and get some kind of hardware working so I could play through the games that aren't quite remastered and stuff like that. You know, I think that's
I'll
the best way to go.
Because
and I appreciate that, Niku.
yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you set up because it won't be too difficult. But like, I genuinely like, I just went through the series right all in one go with like what is in the collection and everything, and I watched 358 the movie, and I had a very different impression of 358. Like, I was not crazy about it when my only context was watching the movie. Much later, because, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm trapped at the bottom of the Kingdom Hearts Ocean. My leg is stuck under a rock. I'm never getting out, right? And I was like, okay, I need things to do. And so I was like, I'm just gonna find the copy of 358 I know we have in the house, because my partner had one from when they were a teen, right? And so I was like, cool, my turn now. So I finally sat down and played it, and I was like, this is so much better. Like, this is a good game. It's really nice, and it's so much more worth like playing it than only watching it. I think the movie itself has a lot of because it has scenes animated and voice acted that you do not get, you know, in the game, because it's more limited. It's on the DS, right? But like, so I think it's still worth looking at, but it's something where
well,
it's
and
like,
I need to watch the movie so I can go back to Recom and get the rest of my damn cards. Don't think I forgot about that. I'm going to. I am stubborn. I am going to complete Recom's card set, chat.
And I love that, because it's more for us to watch and just like eat, you know? But it's something that I think that will be best experienced, being like, and then we play the game, because it's definitely worth just engaging with that game for what it is, where it is, you know, what it gave to us. And then as a fun treat afterwards, being like, okay, now we can watch the movie with that context. And it makes it a way easier. It goes down a lot smoother, that's for sure. And it'll be like a fun, like, I think that's the order of operation that should be like, I'm personally thankful that you're like, we should just like go and engage with all of them, actually, because that's more fun. But
it's
also,
more fun,
you're just gonna get a better experience in general with like the story of the series, and be like, wow, this is sad.
And at the end of the day, I love games. I'm a gamer. This is the hobby I've had since I was a kid, that I've always spent my free time with. You know, the one hobby that has never left me is video games. And so like, I want to play it. That's how I'm going to know if I like it or not. Watching the movie is, I'm sure, a good way to get the cliff notes of the story if you're trying to get yourself to the next big game. But I'm not in a rush to get to the next big game. I want to play the different games. I'm also just curious.
Take our time with every little piece.
Yeah, and I'm also just curious about how the mechanics of each of these games are, you know, the little games are the opportunities to be experimental. I think Recom established that. And so like, I'm just super curious with how they're all mechanically different, you know, and in what new cool weird ways they decided to play with the game part of it. So like that's what that's what I'm looking forward to it, you know.
Yeah, there's stuff in 3582 with like how you equip things that a lot of people were like, I don't like this. It's so annoying. And I went through and I was like, that was really fun for me. I don't know. And I think you're probably also going to enjoy it. So like the signs are looking good, you know?
Yeah, good. I think Recom was for me, Recom was kind of the test. Because I know Kingdom Hearts 1 was the game I kind of knew the most about mechanically. Yeah. I did play it a little bit when it came out. I knew, you know, the broad strokes of that it was a live action adventure game and stuff set with it. I knew I had the most knowledge of what to expect from that as a game. But going into Recom, especially with a lot of people telling me that they didn't like it or that it was too hard or that, you know, they were worried about me playing proud mode when I started it. They were that I was going to bounce off it, all that kind of stuff. And then me coming out of Recom going, actually, I really like it. That established, that's what established for me that I do want to put in the extra effort to kind of engage with the smaller games, you know?
Yes. Yeah, no, there are so many things where I'm like, I'm excited for you to see things moving forward, whether it's just like, this is like a fun thing they included, but like, that was one of the things that really like also pulled me through, because it's like, I love video games. I love engaging with mechanics and like having fun with like a well-designed game. And Kingdom Hearts has that in spades, as well as a really well-told, sincere story with a cast of characters you grow to love very much. And I was like, wow, the 1-2 punch of I am never leaving. And so it's I'm very excited for like just mechanically, like Kingdom Hearts, especially now that we're past, 1 in Chain of Memories. Kingdom Hearts has a lot of like super bosses and things that are like really memorable and notable and really fun. And I think that you're going to have a good time throwing yourself at the wall, because I sure did.
Yeah.
So
I'm
looking forward to that. Yeah. There's a lot where you're gonna be like, and it's going to turn into like, you get to there and then it's going to be another like 5 hours of you just like fighting this one guy. You know what I mean? And I can't wait.
I'm here for it. I'm ready for
it has it all. Kingdom Hearts has it all.
For the 4-hour boss fight. All right. Chat knows I'm not scared. So we'll do it.
Oh yeah.
I will get it done.
Yeah. But it is true. The liking Chain of Memories and being like, not just like, oh, it was okay. You're like, it's good actually. It's hard, but it's good. Is like, you're gonna have a great time the whole time. I don't think there's any one thing that's really gonna throw you for a loop and be like, I don't know, guys.
Good.
You know,
I'm glad to hear it, because and you know, this is like, it's for me, like, I feel like anything less would be like, I don't know why I would bother like shortcutting my way through the series. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like
well, that's how often people get like this. It gets that reputation of like being really confusing, is that like people will skip entire like chapter entries basically when they're like, oh, I don't want to play that game, or I didn't get to play this or whatever, or like, oh, so many people are like, don't play Coded, it's just a rehash. It's not. It's something where it's just like people will just skip chapters, get to a point and be like, I don't know what's going on. You're like, well yeah, that's what happens, you know?
Yeah. And I think I don't know that the story's too, and again, I might be speaking too early on it, but like but I don't know that it's too complicated necessarily. I just think it suffers from the same thing that a lot of anime suffers from, where like, because of the philosophy of the way the story is told, and it's because they're very loose with the definitions of some things, like heart and light,
like some,
and
like
darkness.
a metaphorical
and
thing.
It's all very metaphorical.
Very
it's all very it all kind of is kind of wishy-washy and elusive on purpose, intentionally. So that you can maybe dig out your own meaning from it in a way, and it can mean slightly different things to everybody. I mean, that's an intentional choice in the writing style, and I think that you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's hard to follow, but it definitely does mean that it's hard to turn around and explain it to someone who hasn't experienced it, you know. And anime, it's like that all the time when you're someone who loves anime and you're trying to get someone who doesn't watch anime to watch one, and they're like, well, what's it about? And you're like, shit. You know, and then you have to kind of like recap it, and you're like, it's not going to sound cool when I put it like this, but
right, yeah,
you know what I mean?
When you remove things from that like built context, like this is true for like any story. If you go like, okay, and you start at like the base premise, and then you jump about 30 chapters in, and you're like, who the hell is that talking? What is this weird element of some MacGuffin we're trying to get? I don't know what is this, you know? And like that's kind of true of anything, but especially when you're like, wow, we can span over the course of 20 some odd years of like multiple game titles, and you jump from KH1 to like Birth by Sleep, and you're like, where is Sora? You know, and you're like, what is happening? Who is this guy? Like a lot of this stuff is gonna get strange, and like, you know, when you have to be the frog getting boiled. You have to just lock in to the slow boil of the added context of being like, I know this because it's built on a thing I already know, instead of going, and then wait, some big, larger concept of something that hasn't really been, you're like, this is really important, I promise. But like, all you know is like this really basic thing. And so like the connection there's nothing, you know, you're just like, what are you talking about? What is happening?
Yeah.
What is going on? Naruto's ninjas. What do you mean there's dinosaurs and aliens involved now? Not joking, by the way. Not kidding. Dinosaurs have showed up, aliens and chakra and all. It's wild. And you're like, I mean, when you're going through it, you're kind of like, okay, yeah, we got here, I guess. But like,
you got to be strapped in at that point to
gotta
understand the ride you're on. Yeah, you can't just like hear about it on a whim and think that, oh yeah, I get that. No, it's not how it's happening.
Listen, we don't bring up the dinosaur and the aliens. Sorry, we're talking about the dinosaurs, but it is really
we don't talk
funny,
about
okay?
the dinosaurs.
What do you mean there are dinos now? Look, there are, okay? And I say this as somebody who's like on the outside, but I see it and I go, I'm sure that's makes sense to somebody. I don't know.
It makes sense
Just
to
leave
someone.
it alone. But yeah, anyway, it's something where like Kingdom Hearts is I will say it definitely gets more complex because it builds upon itself as it goes.
Yeah.
But it's something where like if you're just start to finish, you're on the ride, just like I'm reading things one at a time. You're like,
all the beats are there.
You know?
As long as it's a well-told story, then I don't think following it is challenging. But again, that doesn't mean that it's that it's easy to summarize in its totality. And I think that's
for sure
what people confuse with it being a bad story or a story that's hard to love or whatever. And it's not necessarily the case when you're being led expertly through a well-told story. It doesn't, and so far I think the games have been well told. Their characters have been interesting. The themes have been interesting and dynamic. There's been there's a lot of like inter-character struggle with the themes, which is a great way to deal with themes when you're writing a story that, you know, you don't want all your characters to be on the same page. You want them to have different opinions about the theme and then approach it differently so that you can get different perspectives and sides, and Kingdom Hearts does all of that. So far I think the stories are well told, and I haven't found it to be like confusing, even though I do see how the philosophy can be a little fast and loose.
A little lost.
And so, but again, I, as a creative in this space, I understand that that's done intentionally so that there's room for interpretation and things like that. You want to leave that room for people so that they can get their own thing out of it.
Yeah, and that's something that even like Nomura has very explicitly said that he's like, I want to leave room for people to like chew on something. And that like he complained that like as a kid, I'd like read a series or something and then they would answer too many questions. And it was just like, and this sucks and I don't want this. So like there are some things where it's like, this is supposed to be like, oh, what could it have been?
You're supposed to have an
read
opinion
this,
about this that is different from your friend's opinion, so that you have something to talk about. You have something to discuss. You have something to debate. That is not the mark of a bad story, but a good one. And so like you want to be able to, you want the story to have something to say, but you don't want the story to tell you how to feel about it. You want to have room to.
You don't want Persona 5 sad music kicking in right now. We're sad now. Oh no.
Persona 5 sad music telling you exactly how to feel. Oh shit, chat, we're upset about this conversation all of a sudden. The sad music has started.
Hold on.
Oh god, I hear the beach music.
Yeah.
Oh god.
No.
We're going to the beach. No. No, god, no. That's funny.
Oh, the sad violence started.
Yeah, you don't want to be led by the nose through the story. You want to have the room to interpret and stuff, and that is a perfectly valid and excellent way to tell a good story. You know.
Yeah.
And it's clear from how dynamic the Kingdom Hearts community is that there's plenty of room to argue about stuff in the games, and I like that. I'm happily wading into that so that I can join the fray and form opinions about it and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot to be said for like the fact that like Kingdom Hearts is also just kind of like a mystery in the way like I feel like it's so funny sometimes to compare Kingdom Hearts to like a telenovela where you're just like, oh, there's like drama, there's like interpersonal character drama, and then also there are like mystery, like twists coming in, you know. And so there's a lot of stuff too that like some people are like, I'm confused, I don't know what this is supposed to be, and I'm like, nobody does. It's the mystery part. We're gonna learn. Don't worry.
When we were playing, I did it a lot on Recom, but I was like previously on Kingdom Hearts. You know, like, well, it's the different parts of the story. You know, it's like we get back into the drama cutscenes. You know,
everyone, shut up! My favorite telenovela.
Exactly.
And when you just kind of lean into it, you're like, I'm just gonna let it just what's happening? Oh, he's so upset. Oh my god. Oh, what's that? You know, just ride the ride. You know what I mean? Strap in. Let it take you where it needs to go. Yeah, sometimes people forget Kingdom Hearts isn't a finished story, which is also true. But I was like, I'm gonna bring up the questions really quick just to prepare it, and I open it up, and some of there's some like check boxes to be like, and we answered this, yada yada, and somebody's been checking them off already, as I'm like, we did talk about that. Rosie, are you checking off questions while we were talking about it? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it all the same.
That's a little inside baseball there. It's behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how the sausage is made.
Yeah, exactly. Because obviously we've talked around a few things, and even so, like my little leading of like, okay, recollecting the story, what you liked about it, your favorite part. I do have a question of simply, who is your favorite new character that was introduced?
My favorite.
I have a feeling, but.
My favorite new character. So that would be nominate organization characters, Diz.
I think Repliku counts.
Repliku counts?
I mean, he's new
Repliku
for the game.
does
He's
count.
his own
If
person,
Repliku counts, oof, that makes it hard. It wasn't hard until you said that.
You could just say Repliku asterisk and then aside from him,
and then Axel. I think Axel of the organization. As much as I love Larxene, I think Axel's my favorite organization character because Axel has some more like layers to the character. And again, because I don't know what Axel is thinking or planning at any given time, I don't I can't pin Axel down as good or bad or like the motivations. I find that more interesting. Whereas Larxene is kind of pinned down. You kind of know who Larxene is right away.
Yeah,
Larxene's a really
up to.
fun character, and I like I said, I like a villain who has fun and is enjoying themselves. But it is less dynamic from the perspective of like, what is this character gonna do next, right?
Yeah,
you
Axel
kind of
has
know.
like a depth to him that
Yeah.
you're like, what are you up to?
And
What are your true motivations? Larxene's very on the sleeve.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We know what
Larxene's
she's
more
up
on
to.
the sleeve. Some Lexius and Zexion are. I feel like the other organization characters were not fleshed out in the same way, and so I think from the organization, it's Axel who I think is the clear kind of like most interesting character. I'm excited to see more from Axel. But Repliku, selfishly is definitely like one of my favorite additions to the story because and especially given that coming out of the other side of the game, I'm really like happy with the way that it shook out. I think that it's all the things that I've already said, but like I'm very pleased with the way that the Riku v Repliku kind of dynamic ended up, and I'm happy with Repliku's arc and like conclusion that felt kind of where he ended in a kind of in a sympathetic way, and so yeah, I mean I think those would be the answers, if I could leave it there, as opposed to like if I had to pick someone, then
I mean, I think it's a sufficiently answered, question
Yeah.
of just like, Repliku for obvious reasons, but like otherwise new additions is like, what's that Axel guy?
I think Naminé
Love
was
that guy.
a decent character. Naminé did kind of fill the damsel in distress position for most of it, and didn't get as much like development beyond the idea that they were not only so Naminé was a damsel in distress, but also had powerful magic.
Yeah.
But also was riddled with the guilt of her own power. Like her power, when used against her will, made her feel responsible and guilty. And so there was definitely some depth and some layers to Naminé, and I think Naminé was well done. But Naminé in particular was definitely a character that was mechanic driven. And what I mean by that is that like Naminé was like a tool by which they can set up the crux of the game, which was that
like, and I guess that's narratively like what they're doing to her anyway, is that they're like, hey, you have to make yourself the princess to be saved. So Sora cares so much that he won't do anything else, so like, because even like Larxene, like, because I know this because I was like also like refreshing a little bit as I was scrubbing through your VODs to find some screenshots, and Larxene is really playing up the like, oh, she needs to be saved, and she's like, but I'm a bad guy, so you have to go through me, and it's really like this very like hammered in like. There's even imagery of like a little Naminé doll in like a bird cage. Like there's stuff like that where it's like she's very much like trapped to this.
Yeah. So that
in a
would
way
be
that you're like
the dynamic that keeps Naminé, I think, from becoming a more of a standout character for me is that Naminé serves more of a specific narrative purpose as a tool.
Yeah.
And as opposed to whereas a character like I said, like Axel, who also serves a purpose in the story, and decisions Axel makes are critical to the way the story progresses. Like when he kills Vexen and things like that, he kind of trips up the organization from the inside. But I still am left wondering about his motivations and his next move. Yeah. And like what happens now? Why is he doing this? Like I don't have those answers. And so I'm left thinking about him more. And so that's kind of the difference for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, yeah, there's very much like an open door where with like Naminé, it's like, yeah, there is like now she's like, well, I gotta fix Sora. He's in the egg. I gotta fix him. You know what I mean? And so you're like, I'm sure we'll see her again, but like there's no like secret like motivation made. You know, it's just kind of like, I think she's a very interesting character. This is not me trying to convince you. I just like talking about her.
No,
I
sure.
think she's a really interesting character in the way that like, I love that there's this part of her that like still holds out hope that Sora might pick her over like getting his memories back, where she like gives him the option. She's like, well, you know, you can get your memories back and I could put you back how you were, but you won't remember this castle, you won't remember me, yada yada, you know. And so she's like, you have to choose. And so he's just like, put me back how I was. And you can see her and she's just like, oh, of course anyone would choose that. Yeah, yep, okay. And it's just like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, it's something where you're like, yeah, it makes sense. And she knows that that's how it should be, but like, there's a part of her that wants, because she's so lonely, she's so just like, here I am and I'm forced into doing all of this. And like, yes, they were forcing me to use my powers, but part of me really, really wanted to have like a friend and like have somebody care about
and
me,
have someone save me, which is why I think that Sora moment hit so hard.
Yeah,
because it was clear that Naminé was forced into the position to be saved as a trap, right? It was Naminé was the bait of this trap that was set, and then Sora willingly stepped into the trap to save her. And that made Naminé happy. That's what that was in a way what Naminé wanted. You know, and even though she had the full context of the manipulation, right? So like, I do think Naminé was a cool character. I still feel very vindicated about the Kyrie in a wig theory. I think that still has legs, and I think
you should definitely hold on to that.
I'm willing to bet that I'm onto something. Okay, but yeah, it's someone in chat had said like a character that's used by the story instead of a character that influences the story or something. I'm paraphrasing. Someone said in chat, I caught it. And that is kind of a great way to kind of summarize Naminé as opposed to a character like Axel who influences the story and we're not exactly sure why or to what end. You know? Yeah.
Like, even the fact that he gives Naminé the out to be like, nobody's around to stop you if you were to leave and do something, you know? And she's just like, and she like runs off, you know? And he just is like, okay. And you're like, what are you doing? What is the goal here? Like, everything is like just getting totally upended, you know, both sides of like, we're gonna stop the usurpers, and then like he's like, let them crash and burn, you know. You're like, what are you doing? It's so fascinating. What's going on behind those eyes? It's just interesting. Like, I think the character just writing in general is just so like, ooh, so yummy.
Yeah, it is. It's a great, I enjoyed Recom's bit of story. I liked the, you know, Castle Oblivion Naminé kind of like setup just to lay out a, you know, it's also a convenient, I forget what the narrative term is. It is where it's a convenience setup so that they could then go in and reuse assets and revisit these world zones and build a new story using the content that they had available to them and stuff. But given that that's what it is, you know, from a dev perspective, I think they did a great job kind of fleshing out a different story with some new characters and you know, leading us into the next game. So I like it very much. I think Recom gets a bad rep for sure.
I agree. I feel like there was something I was gonna say. I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. We need to finish. We'll finish discussing just a little bit the end of Riku's story, right? So you met Diz. We hung out with our dad, Mickey Mouse. Very exciting.
Yes, our goth
and
drip.
Then,
we put on the goth drip.
with the cool goth drip, and
Yes.
Riku was like, you
and
know,
then
he's
Riku
like, I'm
chooses
the road to dawn.
The road to dawn, right? That's
Yes,
what everyone. That's
which
what
is-
you guys were dying for me to remember, right?
Yeah,
I see you,
yeah.
chat. The road to dawn. One
is
of
very-
one of Riku's
is
iconic
Yeah.
lines.
Yep. Oh boy.
I feel
Boy,
like,
howdy is it.
and so I feel like, well, I is it that thematically the choosing the road to dawn, that this is a theme that now like embodies Riku's journey into 2, right? Into the next stuff.
Yes.
Into the
it's
next game.
definitely his like overarching like theme of like him being like, I had fallen to darkness, and it's not necessarily like I'm just trying to be good, and it's all because his whole story the whole time was like, you know, he's like, no, I don't want anything to do with the darkness. It's bad. And they're like, no.
Embracing the dark and the light, walking the twilight line, the road to dawn. So that's, I think it's kind of, it served narratively as like a nice kind of like cherry on top for the Riku like kind of redemption that we had in the game. But I feel like I need to play through the rest of Riku's path, you know, for me to go back to this line and go, yes, iconic. You know what I mean? Like, because I still don't. I feel like I'm missing some of the context that has made this line as prevalent in the fandom as it is. And again, it's not that I don't think it's good or anything, but I don't. The weight of it hasn't hit me yet.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's very much like, because he's just essentially like starting on that path, you know. And I think the significance of it right now is that this is the choice that he's making, where, you know, Namine had offered, she's like, I can lock the darkness away from you, for you, you know, you'll forget all of these things that like kind of made you fall to darkness, but like it'll be sealed away tight. And he's like, no, I need to deal with this myself. And so then he goes and he fights Ansem, who is still kind of lurking inside of him.
Right.
Just constantly threatening to be like, I'm taking your body back, you know.
I'm still here.
I'm still,
don't you
forget,
just,
you know.
Don't you go through that
like,
door. Okay, go through the door. You're listening to me now. Haha.
A bagel.
I tell you what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in charge
annoying.
here. Yeah. A bagel. No, 2 bagels. But he's, you know, hanging around, and Riku's just like, I'm going to just simply face him on my own. And Mickey's like, I want to be with you. I've never seen anybody take like this path, right? Where it's usually very kind of binary of being like, well, dark is bad,
good and
light
bad.
is good.
Yeah.
And so he's like,
Mickey's
want
like,
to see
I'll
where
wear
this
the
goes.
goth drip. Let's go.
Yeah,
You know?
I want to try
So
something new, you know.
I love
so
it. I love that. I love, and I loved this when we were making the games too, but and I know that Riku and Mickey as like a little like kind of side duo is like something that continues in the series, and I loved it. I loved it when we were voicing it and stuff. I was always like, yeah, me and Mickey, you know?
Dude,
you
me
know?
and Mickey.
Me and Mickey are like, we're like bros.
We're
you
like,
know
we're
what I mean?
like this,
I love
you know?
that shit. I love it. It's so,
No,
it is.
it's great.
It is very satisfying. And it feels like a privileged position, you know, to be like close friends with the mouse, you know?
Yeah, with the mouse, King Mickey.
Yeah.
You're on a first name basis with King Mickey.
Yeah. I
Call
love
me
it.
Mickey.
I love it, and I am going to lean into and meme the shit out of my my bromance with Mickey as much as I can as I play through these games. I love it. It's super
very
funny.
sweet. Their friendship
It's
is
sweet
genuinely
and funny,
like,
but
very
it's
nice.
but it's
Yeah.
genuinely fun for me to like that I feel the there's a layer of like honor to it. Like I am very honored to have the like right hand to the mouse kind of position, you know?
Yeah. It really is. I mean, you were saying this even in your stream where you were just like, wow, it's really cool to be like, this is like the wayward character who made so many mistakes, and like he's the one who gets to hang out with like Mickey Mouse, you know, the flagship character of flagship characters.
Yeah.
And like this
one
is
of
his
the
best fun,
flagship
you know?
characters of the world.
Of
Like,
all time.
of
yeah.
the entire world.
Mickey
you know?
Mouse, yeah.
Like it is not
No
lost on
buts
me
about
how
it.
it is not lost on me how cool it is. It is totally
Mhm.
cool. And I don't mistake me joking around and laughing about it that I don't think it's cool. It's fucking cool. Okay?
No, it is.
It's
That's
totally
the thing where
cool.
it's like, this is so, it looks so funny on the outside, and you're like, you don't understand, this is the best shit ever. Like,
Yeah.
it's cool as hell.
It is cool as hell, and I'm totally into it, and it's definitely something I look forward to going into the next games, like, you know, but like Mickey and Ricky, like just like with the
Mickey,
matching outfits, and like we're out here walking the line. I'm super into it.
I
super
am
into
excited. In Kingdom Hearts 3, which is not, it's just Mickey and Riku have like matchy outfits, and it's really cute. They really get to just like have their like your matching like Disneyland outfit, you know, you all have the same shirt or whatever, and it's like they got their outfits on, guys. They're ready.
Yeah.
That's his dad.
Yeah. It's so good, and definitely like maybe my favorite piece of the setup for the next game, you know? Like that I walk off into the sunset with the mouse, you know?
Yeah.
Me and the
or
mouse.
I guess dawn.
That's
You're
right.
going
Yeah,
into the sunrise.
Into
Yeah.
the sunrise. Yes, you know what I mean.
Into the sun.
I'm walking the road, damn it, and we're going.
Yeah.
It's me and the mouse, and I love it.
It's me and the mouse. It's gonna be so cool. Yeah, that's probably one of the, because like that's really where it like that all starts, and it's just funny thinking about it when you're like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 and everything with Riku, and then like the rest of the series is like Mickey and Riku BFFs.
Yeah, I love it so
forever.
much. It's so cool. It's so cool, and definitely is. I will wear it forever as a badge of honor on for my career for sure.
Yeah. Your best friend Mickey Mouse. It is funny because like all of the rest of like anytime when they release something, like I have like a cloth banner on my wall right here. It's not great. I love having merch that's kind of ugly, and so this kind of fits into that category. It's kind of like a tapestry shape, you know, and as many things are, it is Sora, Riku, Mickey Mouse. Forever these three, always, and it's just like there's Riku on top, and then there's Mickey, and then there's Sora, and then even right over here I have Mickey, Riku, and here's my Mickey.
I am
Mickey,
the
Riku,
glue,
and Sora.
okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
I am the middle part of the Sora Mickey sandwich, okay? It's me. I am in the middle.
Has two hands, okay? He can hold hands with Sora and Mickey.
I have two best friends, and you can't make me choose. Okay.
And somehow, yeah, I have two best friends, Mickey and Sora. I don't know about Kairi, I guess.
No, I have two best friends.
I got two hands, two best friends. One is a mouse, and the other one is Sora.
Yeah. This,
you know,
and I am perfect. That is my happy place, right there, right in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm squeezing in the middle in all the pictures.
Yeah.
You know.
I do have this. Speaking of, as people are writing into the chat, Miku.
Miku.
I have this drawing I drew forever ago.
It's
that
Riku
was
Mouse.
This exact. Yeah,
Ricky Mouse.
Hold on, I have to find this picture I drew forever ago. That was literally this exact joke. Let me find it. Hold on, it's older. I gotta go digging. I need you to buy time for me. Where is my Sormiku picture I drew? Oh, I can smell it. It's so close. The people, yeah, bring out the Sormiku. I'm finding it in my file. Because it's the same joke and everything. It's that he has two hands. He can hold their hands. There it is. Okay, hold on.
Are we switching to our other
we're gonna I have to put my screen share on. Hold on a second. Let me turn that on first. Okay, that's off. Good. And then yes, we switch over so you can see my picture of Sormiku.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, he's a little off center. We're just gonna and just gonna leave that there.
Oh yeah.
Fair. So I drew this like this must have been like 2018 or something like that. That I drew this stupid stupid picture with spoiler lines that mean nothing to you right now. But it's just like there you go. This is Sormiku with like the bad font and everything. Really old Niku art.
And what does it say? I can't read the script quite.
Or not 2018, 2019. Maybe?
It says me and the king and Riku.
Oh, and Riku. We can take on anything. Sora literally says this at one point.
And then what's the other ones?
Mickey says, gosh, I hope I could be part of the team someday. And then Riku says, you will. Trust me. And it's like the team they're talking about is Sora and Riku. It's like, yeah, wow, you guys sure are close. I hope I can be part of the team one day. And you're like, you will.
This is the tat, chat. This is the big. This is the back tat right here.
Where are you gonna get it? Yeah, on the back.
Right,
okay, cool.
Just across the shoulders.
Somewhere, yeah.
I'm gonna get the gangster letters. It's gonna say Soriki Mouse right across the shoulders.
Yeah. Fantastic. Here it is in all its glory, Sormiku. I'm glad that this is where talking about Chain of Memories has led us.
Gonna do the Tupac belly letters. It's Soriki.
There you go.
Mouse.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
You could also, if you want to get real saucy with it, you could get just the font of Sormiku and like just like a weird little tramp stamp if you want to get crazy.
A tramp stamp that somehow makes like Mickey ears with the weird tribal design.
See, you're so ready for this. Yeah. Great idea.
Oh, we're cooking now. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible.
I can't wait.
I can't wait to see the total. Nobody's gonna draw pictures of this and put it up in the Discord for sure.
Absolutely not.
No one's gonna do that.
That would be weird if they did.
Yeah, it would be weird.
Who would
and
do that?
And nobody would think it was funny and
Twitch
post
follower
it constantly. That's not gonna happen.
So you want to do the other art now too? I could. Let's see. Let me remember. You can see now, you'll be able to see my notes that has, you can see your face is in the screenshots that I took because I was just like, I'm just using your bot. I don't care. Just scrubbing through. Let's see. I have, oh shoot. Hold on. I didn't open it up in prep. I have some pictures. Since we're already looking, we may as well. I have some pictures collected that were like concept art and other things.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. So we can see like actual like concept art for, here's Axel and his concept art. I love looking at Nomura's art because his like lines and shape, like it's just so clear in a way that it was like he's very decisive when he's drawing. If you ever watch him draw live, it's very just like wham, bam, bam. It's like comes with practice, obviously, but it's just cool to see and like the chakrams and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, the frisbees.
Yeah, this is
they're
like
frisbees.
Yeah, the frisbees. Yeah, they are
frisbees of death.
I need you to remember forever that you are calling them frisbees because that's gonna pay off later. Okay,
Okay.
I promise you. I really need you to remember the frisbees thing. Okay, so lock that one away.
Got it. Danger frisbees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just remember that part. Everybody else being like, "Oh."
It is
Love that.
ultimate and final
Yeah.
frisbee.
Put a pin in that one. Yeah. Let's see here. So there's a little bit of a difference, obviously, between just a little bit of a difference between Game Boy Advance Chain of Memories and Rechain of Memories, right? Which came out after, like, Rechain coming out after Kingdom Hearts 2 and everything. So they really had like their handle on like their tools and everything. And,
Yeah.
and that's why I think some of the facial animation is like so good because they really knew what they were doing at that point.
Right.
So it's really nice. But like seeing some of the concept art, especially for like
Because some of the
basically the Game
facial
Boy.
animations in 1 are a little cursed.
Just
But-
a little
but,
bit. Like anytime
But
I think of like
iconically
Clayton,
so, right? Like
Yeah.
Sora's like big cheesy like weird smile and stuff. Like there are those
Yeah, they
moments
kinda-
that stand
that
out.
one is at least that one's endearing because at least they're
Yes.
like,
No,
what a
iconic.
weird face you just made. You know,
Iconic
yeah.
for sure, but definitely a little cursed, you know?
Go a real lot. Like there's stuff where like I think, especially when they have to work with like
Is that the 100 Acre
characters
Wood?
with like, it is.
Woo!
And this is, see, it's drawn at like this angle because it's very much like this is how you had to traverse. Like it was the way
right.
they like
in
adapt.
the recom like layers to the rooms.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like that, but
That's interesting. So then they were planning, at least at some point conceptually, of having the 100 Acre Woods be a door that
Oh, yeah.
that functioned like the other places. Even though
Yeah,
in the
there's
end
ways-
it kind of still didn't.
Yeah, at that point too, it's like, oh, okay, you have
It's cool
you
to
know,
see
all
that
of these
they
assets.
they thought about it though. They definitely like, you know, tried to flesh it out and see if it would work or not.
Oh yeah, it's super cute. A little rough, but for the time was extremely impressive. Riku's KH1 faces have been memed so much. Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's something where like it was 2002, and it was so early on the PS2. You know
Yeah.
that like it's crazy. It even looks like it does because most of it looks really good, and then there's
It
other
does
stuff
look
where
good
you're
for
like,
its time. Like, and it has
Yeah.
aged well. That
Yeah,
is
it has
not
aged
something
very
you say
gracefully.
like casually about particularly PlayStation games from the PS1 and early
Yeah.
PS2 era. Those
And
a
a
lot
game
of
from
those games have
2002.
aged like
Oh,
already
they
sour
look
milk.
bad.
Like
absolutely.
they've aged horrendously in some cases. You know, and Kingdom Hearts 1 would have been the one to suffer from that like era in that way, and
Yeah.
I don't think it has at all.
No, it's something that's like I remember when one of the things that finally made me go play Kingdom Hearts for the like to finally go like, all right, I'm gonna like go through it myself, right? Was actually I was watching people like do speed runs. They were doing a boss rush for Kingdom Hearts 2. And one of the things that really caught my eye was I was like, I haven't looked at this game in a really long time. And I was like, it looks like really good. Like it's very stylized in a way that it is clearly aged really well. That like you
Yeah.
can put out a product that looks like it did then now and be like, wow, what great stylistic direction. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
something that like if you style like the Wind Waker still looks great because
Yeah.
it's made to look a certain way
I say
and then
all the
like
time,
it just still looks that way.
This is one of the beautiful things about Nintendo in particular, in hindsight, is
Yeah.
that their choice to not fight the realistic graphics battle, like years later, has made their products age much more gracefully, and their dedication to like to art direction instead of just like, oh, this we can do this particle effect now and we're gonna put it everywhere or whatever. Like, oh, here's the latest tech, we have to put it into the game. Like, has really served Nintendo in the long run, because back when I was younger, always like I always had a Nintendo and I always loved Nintendo because like it was my first game console when I was very little. But
Right.
but Nintendo was always, and still is, I guess in a way, but was always made fun of as like the kids' video game toy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Look,
so,
I
like,
got made fun of in middle school because I liked Nintendo things.
Yeah, and
so-
I always kind of
That was
died on
there.
that hill too, and so like,
Yeah.
but like, Kingdom Hearts has that, and a couple of, so I saw someone bring up like, I think it was Jax and Daxter or something, and like there's a couple of
Ratchet and
franchises
Clank, yeah.
from PlayStation that that did lean more into art direction than the realism
Yeah, like
kind
like
of
a
trap.
distinct like stylization.
And so
Yeah.
like that, and that in the long term, all of those games have aged much more gracefully,
Yeah.
because of that decision. And Kingdom Hearts, it gets the win for that for sure.
Yeah, big time. And like that was genuinely like part of what I was like, I know it's like an HD remaster, so I'm sure they touched something up. And then I went to go play the games and I was like, oh no, it's literally just like an up-resing of textures for like something being bigger. Otherwise, it's like this is all like stylistic decisions from the get-go. You know what I mean? And you're just like, dang, that looks good. It's really, and it like holds up so well in the way that like there's just such a strong sense of artistic direction that like is another level of polish, I think, on top of like everything else, where it's just like it really kind of has it all. It looks good, it plays good, it has good characters, it has great music, it's kind of got all of the things that you need. Strong art style will always age better than realistic graphics. And I don't even want to necessarily poo-poo realistic graphics, because people doing that are pushing those boundaries that are, say, needed to hit even higher highs.
And that effort,
that's all just,
that effort is what drives the advancing graphics in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, it's important that is there. And obviously in the modern generation, it has gotten to the point that we've, you play a game like, like I've said, like the Last of Us games, or like Red Dead, or, those games that kind of set the gold standard.
Like mind-boggling,
and it's incredible. It is unfathomably stunning what they are able to do with that art style now, and it's because of this long lineage of dead games that have not aged well that we are here today, right?
Yeah.
So like
the pile of corpses we had to climb on to get
those
here.
games stand on a pile of corpses that have sacrificed for the games that look beautiful today. And there's lots of those old games that haven't aged well that I still love, of course, but it is one of the benefits of a strong art direction that sense of artistic style will just translate across time better. So and Kingdom Hearts falls into that category, I think, and has that beautiful kind of strong art direction that knows what it is and what it needs to look like. And so those games still look good today, are still very playable even in their original form.
Yeah. Absolutely.
There are some old games, you go back and play them and I can't even see. Like, you look at the graphics and I'm like, I don't see anything. Like, I feel blind.
Yeah.
I don't, like, you can't even like pick the character out of the background almost sometimes. It's so pixelated and strange.
Yeah.
And so like, or blocky or whatever, right? From different generations. And so like, it's nice to play through the first game and feel like it really has aged gracefully. It's one of its many strengths.
Absolutely. I do want to read this comment that I thought was just really a good summation of just like, a cutting edge might get dull, but it does its job of moving things forward.
Yes, totally.
I'm like, dang, that's good.
Yeah, totally and exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
You need the cutting edge to cut your way forward, right? It's that is the whole point at the time. And so and I think the industry demonstrates that easily with how incredible some of the realism is now in video games. And the only way to get here was for, like I said, that for that mountain of corpses of development,
all the bodies.
Yeah.
Yep.
And but then there are there are Super Nintendo pixel art games you can go back to right now, and they're just as charming as they ever were. You know what I mean? So there's there's a lot to that. It says a lot that so many indie games, for example, that are made today are just straight up pixel art, and that art style is still valid.
I mean, people replicate it as best they can because it's so become its own kind of genre. You know what I mean? So
I love that.
Yeah, and it's cool, and I like it. And we'll look at some of the pixel art for this as well, just because it's like it's worth just like let's just look at Chain of Memories a little bit.
Yeah, I've only seen like little pictures of examples of the pixel art. And by the way, in the spirit of playing through all the games and making the effort to play the games that are maybe more difficult to play for streaming and stuff, I also do want to at some point go back and play COM in its pixel art form, because I love pixel art, and I'm very curious to see, now that I am familiar with the combat loop and stuff, I'm very curious to see how that translates from like back to the original design, and how if it feels different and stuff. I do want to experience that as well.
It's what's going to be useful is if you, for 358, we're going to get you like a good old wait, hold on. Suddenly I'm having a mind blank. The 3DS still has the backwards compatibility of the Game Boy, right? Or is it just the DS? Either way, it's going to work because you only need to get one thing, and then you can use both. You can Game Boy Advance game, and you can DS game.
I saw somebody had suggested...
No, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's just a regular DS is going to handle both of those things for you.
Okay. I saw somebody suggest that there are third-party like handhelds that will do it as well.
Probably.
And so I thought maybe that would be an easy solution as well. But as opposed to
look into it.
getting the modded Nintendo and stuff. But
Game Boy Player on the GameCube
we'll figure that out. We have some time. I'm assuming it'll take us a while to play through 2 and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to do in 2, and it'll be fun. We got time.
And I'm in no rush, so we're gonna play through. We're gonna do
topical.
We'll treat 2 like we treated the rest of them. I'm gonna go for like content completion. I want to see all the fights, the super bosses, the secrets. I want to be engaged with all of that. So we'll splash around in 2 for a while,
Yeah. I have this, I did not realize this was in here. This little drawing of Sora getting hit is really cute. It's something I'm just like, I didn't notice it before. Dude, the plants. These dang plants and how they don't move. Annoying. Yeah, the Castle Oblivion art is really cool. Like, it's just also, when you look here, you're like, this is a whole illustration somebody had to draw. Somebody being usually Nomura. Because he's out here doing all of the 2D art assets as well as like directing and having this whole story anyway. And so it's really cool to see his hand in all like.
I love how the Hollow Bastion castle feels like a nightmare take on a Disney castle. I love that.
Yeah,
like a steampunk nightmare of a Disney castle. And I think it's so cool. I love how it kind of nestles in as an original castle, but, like with that flair.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Hollow Bastion, iconic. That's why it's the stage in Smash Brothers. Like, that's why they were like, what are we bringing in to Smash Brothers for the Kingdom Hearts stage? Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. And did they bring in the theme as well, the music?
Oh yeah,
hell
absolutely.
Yeah. That's dope.
It's really cool. It's really fun.
I never played Sora, and I've said it a bunch, but I do have Smash. I got it when it first came out. I played it for like maybe a month or 2, and then I had moved on to other stuff, and I never went back to Smash because by the time I had felt like I wanted to go back to it, I had missed a ton of additional content, and I had also converted my entire Switch library to digital. And for convenience,
right?
And I only have Smash on cart, so I never like I was like, I'll rebuy it at some point, and I never did. So I never played with Sora in Smash and saw the Kingdom Hearts edition. I saw it when it was announced, and I knew about it. It's very cool, but at some point I do want to check it out. I know you guys would be into that too. We'll maybe. I'm sure it'll. If I were to re-download Smash, would I just get all the characters and stuff, or would I have to just unlock everything?
You have to buy the DLC.
No, yeah, but then would it just unlock everything, or would I have to like play through forever to unlock it? Because Sora's dead last, right?
So the DLC you just acquire. You don't have to unlock them. You just by buying them, you just have them. Okay. So you don't have to unlock them. I'm just like, I don't remember because it's been so long since I got it. I think you unlock some of it. So like I think you unlock some of the other base characters by just doing stuff like that, as has been the case in every Smash game, right?
Yeah.
But as far as DLC characters go, like when you buy it, you just get it.
Okay,
so if you
cool.
just bought Sora, he would just immediately be available, as well as everything else.
Yeah, I'd be down to do that at some point. I'm curious. It'll definitely push me to do it too if they end up doing a like Switch 2 edition for Smash, which I've heard rumors that they might. I don't know if they're working on a whole new entry or if they're gonna treat Smash on Switch 2 like they treated Mario Kart on Switch 1, where they just bring the old
where they
one
just
up
kind of brought it forward and then
and completely like bathe it in new content forever. Smash is the kind of game that would work for, but it might already have too much content. I don't know if like maybe they. I
don't know. Yeah, there's something where I'm like, maybe if they like spiffed it up a little bit.
Is there a such thing as too many fighters in a game? Smash is gonna find out. Yeah.
In the game where they have Minecraft Steve next to Sora next to Sonic.
Yeah.
You know, when is
I
enough?
think Sora, it's
enough?
funny because Sora came last. I do remember it was like maybe the very last character.
He was the very last character.
But felt like he belonged.
Character.
Felt like he belonged much better, I feel, than characters like Steve and I mean, Sonic kind of fits in there. Sonic's had his place with Nintendo for a long time since the death of Sega.
Sonic and Mario have been
Sega consoles, that is, like, but but
next to Sans Mii Fighter.
But some of those, some of the characters, like Steve in particular, I just don't feel like belongs. There's I don't know. I'd have to look at the whole roster to see, but Sora feels like. It feels like Smash is a good land for Sora.
That's one that feels like that would have been like meant to be. And like he was probably the hardest one to get in because of it's not just, and I talk to this company and go, hey, can we have Minecraft Steve in our game? And Mojang's like, cool. And Microsoft's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But it's like, oh, okay. We need to not only talk to Square Enix, we need to talk to Disney to get this to work. And there's like so much that, as well as like its association with everybody else that's like associated with Smash, and like the it's so much. It's like such a headache in how they got him in there, and that's part of why like
it took so long.
And like as it was revealed, when like they revealed him and Sakurai talks about it, and he's just like, yeah, I didn't want to say it then. They had a character poll a long while back. They had it for Smash 4. It was on the Wii U and the 3DS and everything. And they were like, we're doing a character poll for like what kind of DLC character. And we got Cloud. That was a really big deal. We got Bayonetta and other things. But like this was stuff that was like realistically achievable. And during Sora's direct, where he's talking about everything, he was like, we had to keep it a secret the whole time because nobody could be normal about it. But globally, far and away, Sora was 100% the most requested character in the world.
That's so cool.
He is the boy beloved by the whole planet.
That's so cool.
And it's really, really sweet.
And feels like a victory lap. It feels like a satisfying victory lap.
It was like there was like hardly any other character more appropriate than I think like Sora Kingdom Hearts being the finale character for Smash Brothers, which is basically a love letter to the industry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it definitely made me cry. I cried. It was so much where it was just like, that's my boy.
The boy of all time.
The whole world has to look at him. Yeah. The boy of all time. God's favorite boy, you know?
That's awesome.
it's a really good time, and there's a lot of like Smash is always good about like really paying homage to the games that these characters are from.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of really cool stuff that they did for Sora that they didn't do for anybody else. And the amount of like his outfits, like a lot of his like different like alt colors are just
like his Halloween Town
different
drip and stuff.
No, we don't have a Halloween Town one. We do have one from another world you don't know yet, so don't look. But
I'm not
otherwise, they have like all of his all of his outfits from the different games, like entirely, not just recolors, just fully his whole other outfit. So it's like he's got KH1, he's got KH2, he's got Dream Drop Distance, he's got like KH3, like full different outfits. And it's really cool.
That's awesome.
We need Halloween Town Zora and Smash. Would have been sick as hell, but I really like what they put in at the end anyway, so. The other clothes you don't know about, because there's a lot of stuff that are nods to KH2, and so it's like, you'll see later.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there soon enough.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, Smash aside.
This is the bicycle horn.
This is the honk guy. This is what I am. I'm one of these. If everybody has a little chat, little heartless Sona, that I'm this guy.
This is you?
And my headphones are green. Yeah.
Okay.
I honk my little horn. You know, I'm missing a bike horn, which is really sad. I've wanted to have one, but I just keep not getting it. So
It makes the stupid bike horn noise too.
Yeah. It's great. So this is me. And I like to see this little drawing of Sora down in the corner looking at them.
and I said this on stream, and I think my impression is that this is a take on one of the little creatures in Alice in Wonderland, right? Because isn't there like a platypus with a hornbill or something like that from Alice in Wonderland? Or am I having a serious Mandela effect moment?
No, people are very quickly going, yes, they're yes. The honk swans.
The honk
goose
swans.
Thing.
Yeah, I think, because as soon as I see it, I'm instantly reminded of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
But the image is not clear. Like, I can't say, oh yeah, it was this creature from Alice in Wonderland. But it's familiar enough that I seem to remember that in Alice in Wonderland, there was like a horn platypus duck thing or something. And like, that was what this reminds me of.
Legally distinct Alice in Wonderland creature.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Alice in Wonderland is in the game.
But isn't that also the world where they introduced this mob?
I don't remember how quickly he shows up, because I know the plants show up in Wonderland. So
yes, says Flo.
Is this where they show up? Yeah, it is.
Flo says yes, and I agree.
I agree with Flo.
I agree.
Well.
Move on. No one say anything.
Okay. Yep. Here's a sketching of Halloween Town, which I think is really cute. And yeah, the horn wasn't in KH1. Neither was the flower. And then there's like one other that we'll like get to that I always liked the design. I thought it was really cute. But I do love just seeing these little like condensed little like designs for the worlds.
Yeah, they remind me of like if you were doing a what's the
like a diorama?
Like a diorama. Yeah, it's like
I reached into your brain and I pulled it out.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, because I was not going to grab it. But also like a stage play. Like if you were going to design Halloween Town for the stage, you know?
Yeah. Or like a dollhouse. That's not a bad
which
example.
Essentially is a giant diorama, right? That's how you do stage plays.
Yes.
But yes, totally. That it feels like kind of distilled, not just condensed, but distilled to its like primal imagery, right?
Yes. You really gotta, that's stuff that like you have to take some of the bigger things and then make them bigger, because you have to sell for the back. You really have to, when you say distilled is a good example, I think, of just like, we're really emphasizing this thing so everybody could read it from wherever they are in the room.
Yep. And also just related to that, in the same way that voice acting for games is different than acting for the screen, acting for the stage is also distinctly different. Yes, there it is, the horn ducks.
Did somebody put it
in mod chat. Thank you, Trick.
Oh shit! I want to go look.
Yeah,
Hold on.
in mod chat, Trick pulled up a picture of the horn duck. This is exactly what was in my brain that I couldn't quite like focus on.
Yeah,
you know?
I just watched it not that long ago too, and I couldn't like pull it. I was like, I know there's something. You're speaking the truth, but I can't. Pull the image up.
Maybe
in my mind.
maybe you can
things.
drag that image into the thing, and we could show chat. Could you do that?
Yeah, let me. I think I could just open this.
There they are.
Yep.
The horn ducks.
These guys.
This was, as soon as I saw the mob in the game, my brain went straight to this and was like, you know this creature. This
You've
creature.
seen this
yes,
man before.
This creature is known to you from Alice in
The
Wonderland.
honkers.
But it's a great, it's also a great example of the way that the Disney franchises are like used as like proper inspiration so that the world kind of feels fit into it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they're very much like inspired from, and like, but I think that's part of like, it's so cohesive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's very like made so that these things can fit together.
Yes.
let's go honking with mama. Yeah, let's do that. Horn honkman, my beloved.
But stage
Disney
acting is also has that distinctive style that where, like you said, you perform for the back row. You have to project.
Very much.
There's a different approach to the performance because it is live and because you want the people who are not close up and who can't see, maybe like who can't look into your eyes and tell what you're feeling, you have to project all of those things to the back. And so that's like, that's a known kind of...
looks crazy.
Yeah.
Because you have to make that visible.
Yeah.
When you're up close, you're like, oh man. And you're like, doesn't matter. It's for all those people back there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why front row in the theater is not the best seat in the house. You want to be back a little
No,
bit.
it's not. You want to be just a little back.
A little back, yeah.
Get a little distance.
A little back so that you get some of the projection, but you're not like, it's not projecting right over you and it looks ridiculous. Yeah.
Yep. Lark scene.
Chris Sora's in the house.
Here
What up,
she
Chris
is.
Sora? There's Larkseen, and Larkseen's throwing blades of death.
A little dagger, yeah.
Nice.
Yes. I just love looking at like this kind of like clean sketch where I'm just like, dang, boom, 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 straight lines, so clean, looks so good, great shapes, even like the shoulder here and how it like kind of curves and is like very like kind of pointed and big. And me, I just look at, I'm like, for drawing, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, is it because the well, I'm very taken by his portraits. His portraits style is so like it is, I'm trying not to say something corny, but like it is good, but it's simple. Yeah. Like the portrait is simple, but it's still clear. It still has a it still pops, even though it's very like feels very simple.
Well, I think it's part of it pops because it's simple. Like having it so it's not too muddied with detail. All of the shapes are very clean. The lines are very like distinctive, so you know exactly what you're looking at without having to look too hard. It's also like the man is a character designer and was doing like monster designs and character designs before he started directing his own game, right? Which was Kingdom Hearts. So that was really, and
what
then he
game franchises did he design for? Do you know?
Final Fantasy, largely. That's like a lot of where he started.
Sure.
There are other games
that
he's done character designs for, like The World Ends With You. And he's done other stuff too, where he's designed characters.
The World
for, like,
Ends With You is one of those
done.
games that the community keeps telling me to play.
Yes.
Right?
That I was on stream going, I really need you to play it.
Yeah.
And it's not very long, and it's a great experience.
Cool.
So I think that's definitely one that we should add to the roster.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Through.
I'm also excited to like to make my way around the other game, like particularly the Final Fantasy series and stuff that I know the community loves. And it's clear that Kingdom Hearts shares a lot of that DNA, and so it's the crossover makes sense. But I also really like the idea that my door to Final Fantasy is not going to be that I grew up with the series, you know, because I'm old enough to have grown up with the series, but that I'm coming in from the Kingdom Hearts side. I think that's also like really cool, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people start there because they're just like, oh, even if they're just drawn in only because they're like, oh, I like Disney stuff. And they're like, what's all this other stuff about? And then they kind of go from there to Final Fantasy is a pretty common thread. I also wanted to say that Nomura specifically is the man who designed Cloud. So he is the guy... Cloud. He did all the character designs for Final Fantasy 7. And 8,
which are the most iconic
10,
of the series, right?
And yeah. Like he includes a lot of and he designed some characters and things for 9. I don't think he designed all of them, but I know he designed, or at least he did VV. Whatever. He does a lot of character work, and he started as like a monster designer. Like he did a bunch of creatures and stuff, and you can really see that come through when you look at Ansem when he turns into a boat. And he's like that big boat creature, and there's like Nomura art of him having drawn this big thing.
Yes,
and you're just like, this is like you're in your element of drawing weird creatures.
The evil you were referring to the evil billionaire yacht of darkness. Correct?
Yes, that one is. That's the one I'm. Yep.
The super. It's a super yacht
or boat. Yeah, super yacht.
I don't want to diminish how expensive it is. It is the
of course
billionaire super yacht,
but.
The evil billionaire super yacht of darkness. That's its official designation in my head.
Yeah. But yeah, the guy's really good at designing characters, and I think that very much shows in Kingdom Hearts, where, again, you have a whole cast of people who wear the same outfit, and you're like, they are all very distinctly different. Even, like, the body shape and how the cloak sits on them, if you look at them compared to each other, they all, like, you can
distinguish them.
Yeah, without seeing their faces, you can be like, I know who that is. And it's
that's
really,
the mark
really
of
cool.
a character designer for sure. Like just their posture, in their gait, or in their like in their shoulders. Like
sometimes
you can tell
just
the
have
difference.
Like it's just like, I can think of one where it's always funny because I see one of them and I'm like, this guy has shoulder pads, and I know exactly who he is every time I see him. So you'll see him later. He's a lot of fun, but it is just funny that like you can just kind of look at someone and be like, oh yeah, I know who that is. I know who that is actually.
That's
so
cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when
that's
I
the
see stuff
mark
like
of
this,
of a character designer for sure. Yeah.
So good. Yeah.
Where you're right from the
100%.
silhouette, you know. Yeah.
Yep. Giant shoulder pads guy, my beloved. Everyone else knows. Mentioned shoulder pads, instant recognition. It's so funny. But it's true. It's true. Anyway, love Lark scene, but I just love Nomura's art. It's so good and strong. Go to the next picture. All right, we got Lexaeus and his very angular, muscly jaw. It's like not letting me move it over. Hold on, I have very dire music that just came on right now. Not fitting the vibe. Get out of here.
Lexaeus has a cool design. I didn't quite get to appreciate it because I kicked the shit out of him so quickly.
Yeah.
I whooped his ass, and I'm not ashamed to say
time.
it. But his design though is like impressive. He is he is a brick shit house. He is a freaking unit of a guy for sure.
Yep. And like I think it's funny because like every aspect of his design like evokes that. You know, he's huge.
Yes.
His weapon he holds is both like giant but also like blunt. It is really just like a big slab of
wide. It has everything about him just has that wide stance.
Yep. Someday he will get his revenge. Yeah, and he slaps Riku into the ceiling like a fly. I always like that scene a lot. Like, there's something about it that's so viscerally, like, he just flies up and just wham, hits the ceiling and just falls flat on his face.
Weird
You're like,
skinny
oh my God.
calves, though. It's not too weird,
skinny,
Oreo. If you go to the gym,
You skip
that's
leg
what
day.
you see, okay? It's called skipping leg day, all right? Everyone does it.
Yep.
Don't be ashamed. No, nobody cares, all right? You throw your pants on and you can't tell, all right? You work on.
Yep.
everyone's working on the guns for when the sun's out, you know? That's what matters.
Yeah. Absolutely. Here, I'm gonna leave for just a moment. I have to go to the bathroom. So
Yeah, sure. We'll take a minute.
We'll just take a quick minute, and I'm gonna leave this picture of Luxeus just up for
Okay.
everybody to enjoy.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll just do that. Hold on. Let me leave that going. Usually I go to a BRB screen, and I'm like, I'm just gonna leave it up because
Do you want a BRB screen? I'll take a minute because I think Lily just got home from school, so I can pop out
Okay.
too for a minute.
Yeah.
We'll do a BRB.
Yeah, I think that's-
Everyone can get mad at us for not leaving our chairs up.
Yeah. That
Okay.
sounds good. Okay.
All right.
We'll do that real quick, okay?
Yep. A couple minutes,
Okay.
chat. We'll be right back.
Okay, where is... We're here, play ads. Okay, and there we go.
What's up, chat? I'm back. Is that Kamorku? In the house? What's up, Kamorku?
What happened?
How are you feeling? I'm feeling great. I'm feeling pretty good.
Me,
I love hanging out with you guys and with Niku and talking about the games. It's been good. And time flies when we're sitting here having a nice long yap about everything, you know?
I'm unstoppable.
Picante's in the house. What up, Picante? NPC is here.
I am Noctis, Prince of Lucis and King of Fishing.
Nana's in the house. What's up, Nana? Blue Mike is here. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mike? Jules Goth Montgomery Hedgehog. Gothberry Jules in the house. What's up, Jules? Montgomery Hedgehog. How's it going, chat? Are we doing okay? Are we recapping Recom appropriately?
Hi, I'm back.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, Brenda.
What's up?
Up, hold up, unpause. I go over here. There we go. I've returned officially. Hello, everybody.
Chateau de Logi in the house. Man. Shoto. I gotta read that like 3 times before I'm confident enough to say it. Still
You're
not
braver
confident.
than I. Huh. I heard a loud noise upstairs. My partner and Canary are exercising up above me, and I think somebody just dropped a weight on the floor. So I got startled.
That's what happens.
That's what happens, you know, in the pursuit of health. Get rid of Sormiku is still there. Here it is. Still here, by the way. I forgot.
Are we gonna rewatch cutscenes? I don't think so, Sefu. I mean, unless Niku wanted to like specifically go through something, but we have a bunch of the concept art.
Pieces, but yeah, we're just kind of glancing through for the moment because we just kind of had it collected. Did anyone see Niku's list? Have we even made through the first couple of... We have largely made it through there. I was going to go through some of the questions, but we just, we're just talking about stuff.
We're just having
I think we're doing a pretty good, like, sometimes we're talking, like, we already talk about something that I had planned in the list, you know what I mean? And we just kind of hit it anyway, so... The list is merely a suggestion and a guide.
A guide, just a guide.
Yeah, yep. Here's Marluxia looking much less pink in the concept art, but...
yes.
Give me like a halfway. There we go. Marluxia. For the longest
has that real 80s shag.
Yeah, has that kind of J-rock glam hair a little bit going on, you know?
It is definitely the glam band shag. I love it.
This is Marluxia's natural hair color. This is a guy who over the winter he didn't go outside at all, you know, and now he's going back out and his hair it lightens and it gets all pink and you know.
That's right. Yeah.
He's just been stuck inside. That's all. I, for the longest time, thought it was pronounced Marluxia, because, like, I had only seen it written for a long time.
Yeah.
Well,
I made that same mistake, I think, in the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable, like, you look at it and you're like, I'm sounding it out, and I guess it's Marluxia. It is not. And I'm like, Marluxia's kind of easier to say anyway, so. Oh, Marluxia. I think Marluxia is cool, but is in this game, you're like, I guess he is being a bad guy. And there's stuff to read into, especially because there's further context later in the series for stuff that makes things really interesting. But as far as he serves in this one game, you're like, he sure is he's being the bad guy.
Yeah.
And he's got a cool pedal scythe thing going on, like really cool design, but
Marluxia doesn't really make the cut for like favorite character, not because he is particularly bad or anything, but because he is just kind of the leader of the bad guys and nothing else. And so that it makes him feel flatter than some of the other characters, you know, just he's trying to get the Keyblade or get the power, whatever, you know, he's backstabbing the organization, but like we don't really know why he doesn't. He also is like, he doesn't seem to have any second thoughts or like struggles with his reasoning or decision making. So there's just there's nothing really dynamic to the way that his like arc of decisions is presented, and so it just comes across as kind of flat. He's more of a narrative tool, right? He's the heel. Yeah. So he's just it's interesting because that is just where he's left at in this game. And then what's fun is that later, as the series goes on, you get to learn like more stuff like about a lot of these characters that get introduced, that you're like, what's going on with that person? And then suddenly you're finding out and you're like, oh my God. Well, then you can get some context to that informs some of it and gives it some more life. That's good.
Yeah. It's really interesting. He's one that I remember feeling I was like, but like later there's some stuff that I can't even like say yet because I just want it to be a fun surprise. So I'm like, even though it's not like, it doesn't really have any narrative bearing, I'm just like, there's a thing to do with him that's like really fun that I liked. That's all I can say.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. He suffers because not only do you see much of him, but also everyone else around him in the small cast is a little more entertaining. I guess that's true. He's around a lot of strong characters.
Well, he spends all of his narrative time with Axel, Larxene, and Vexen, who, for better or worse, is also much more dynamic of a character. And so you just he comes across as the kind of least interesting one and really just serves as like the guy in charge. That being said, his visual design's pretty awesome. I liked his kind of pink theme. Cool. He has the cool pedal effects. He has that really awesome pink scythe. Like, he's got a really cool design.
His very like
otherwise
flower like reaper type thing going on.
Yes,
you know? It's really neat.
And the flower petals. I mean, the petals fall from a flower that has died, and the reaper scythe, and it's all it does have there is really cool visual layers to his design. I just am not sure that that they had the time to bother with like, you know, giving that kind of depth to his story, to his function in the story, you know.
Someone did bring up that his boss fight music is really good, and I have to agree. It's called Lord of the Castle, and it's a good song.
Nice.
That's all.
It doesn't stand out in my head, but I'm sure I would agree. I don't remember thinking that it didn't slap, you know.
Yeah, it's something that like when I went back and like had listened to it, I was like, yeah, actually this is really good. I just went to put it to play quietly in the back. There's also a lot of like, when you do get to play Melody of Memory, it kind of definitely forces you to like listen to songs you may not have otherwise listened to again, to be like,
we get the entire music game, and then it's gonna greatest hits the shit out of the series, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Hell
I mean
yeah.
that and then some. It's
I
really
like
just,
that. No,
remember
that's
all of
perfect
these
because
songs?
then you really
Yeah.
get to like go, oh yeah, and like dig into the songs and
Yeah,
appreciate them.
yeah.
I like that. That's good.
Yep.
I'm all right. All right. I didn't really think about that too hard, but there you go. That's something to look
Yeah.
forward to.
You will forcefully have to spend time with more of the soundtrack later.
Yes,
It's part
I am-
of the game.
I am going to completely crush the Hollow Bastion number watch.
Oh yeah.
I'm
That
gonna
one's really
nail
fun,
that one.
actually. That one has a lot of interesting playing around the rhythm a bit that
Yeah.
I forgot when I played it again for fun the other day, and I just like stumbled all over it. I was like, oh right, this part that's weird. Oh okay.
yeah.
It's really fun. It's really cool. I'm excited for you to see it, but I'm excited for you to see like every part. So it only goes so far. I love Monstro, by the way. Monstro is one of my favorite worlds in the first game,
Mm-hmm.
partially because of I love the music that plays there. I just think the way they decided to interpret the inside of a whale is really interesting. But also I love everything that happens there. I love Riku's little like, why don't you come catch me about it? Because
Yeah.
like I don't care. I
The-
don't
the
care or anything. But like,
Pinocchio-
why don't you hang out with me?
Yeah. The subtext.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you
I-
catch me? And then I'll tell you what I know.
I
And you're like,
definitely,
"Oh,
and I
okay."
said it when we played it, but for me,
Yeah.
it struck me as the influence of the Jabu Jabu dungeon from Ocarina of Time
Yeah, for
was
sure.
clear to me,
Yes.
and felt nostalgic and how they tied that to the imagery of Geppetto and the boat, from Pinocchio the film, and so they I didn't dislike it. It was an interesting like concept for sure, and definitely was fine. I could see where it's considered a confusing zone.
Yes,
but
for
of
sure.
course, design wise, back then, because the zones were so much smaller, making them more confusing to navigate was a way to pad out playtime and make it
Absolutely,
harder
yeah.
for you to get to know your way around, so that you spend more time. All of that effort is partially intentional to keep you playing the game for a more padded runtime, because it is a significantly smaller play space than what we're used to these days, So
Yeah.
Games don't have to be so intentionally obtuse with their designs now, because we just have so much more space to play in a game typically.
Yep.
But like I thought it was cool. I didn't dislike it at all, and it definitely has that the Riku using Pinocchio as like a
Yeah.
a handkerchief to come get me,
Yeah.
is funny, and then also the cage fight was kind of cool too, for a mob
Yeah, the
design, like
parasite
the
cage.
boss design, the
Yeah.
parasite cage.
Yeah. It's a fun time. It's like something where it definitely grew on me. I was just like, it's so strange. I can see why this is really confusing for people. But then I was like, I kind of love it though. So Monstro is just like a favorite, and I have, where is he? I was gifted a little Monstro like plush from a friend because I just like Monstro, and they're like, you like Monstro? Here you go. I just have this. So
Oh,
he's
that's
a
cool.
weird. He's kind of ugly, but he's I like that. So
Yeah.
he's kind of weird. Perfect.
Yeah, it looks more like a fish.
Yeah. There's something about the mouth
It's a
too that I'm like,
fish.
Monstro little fish guy.
It's cute.
Oh yeah, here's the other guy. Oh my god. What are you called? Somebody said it even earlier, and I was like, yes, of course, that guy that I know the name of, but I'm Tornado Step. There we go. I was like, there's Tornado something in there. I think this guy just has such a cute design. He's just simple. He's just got two little ear arms.
Yes.
He jumps around. He spins around.
He's got a scarf on that's too long, and he spins.
Yep. Yeah, but they're also his hands. It's just fun. Fun designs.
It
great
is a
creature
cute little
designs.
design for sure, and all of the
Yeah.
Heartless designs so far have been like kind of cute and memorable.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of them are good. Oh, look how cute. I hadn't looked at all of these. Exactly. This is such a cute little... love the signs and the shapes. The Twilight, not the Twilight Town, the Traverse Town. This is not the first time I've done that.
I'm sure it won't be the last. I'm also gonna fall into that trap. I'm sure, as there are multiple, as the world expands in the series.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's not anything too crazy. I think it's just the like T name. It's just Traverse Town and Twilight Town.
Yeah.
And so I'll just say the wrong one sometimes.
And it's all done to be intentionally kind of thematically tight like that.
Yeah. There's a lot of tying in. But this one is super cute. I like it's again just like it's like a diorama. It's just like, shrunk down and it looks real cute.
The distillation, of a larger town space.
It's your favorite. He's here. It's Vexen. It's Canary's boyfriend, Vexen.
See, in the game, they gave him the Gaston chin. He has that massive chin in the game.
He does.
And in
his
the
chin's still kind of strong here, but it's not
nearly.
Not nearly.
Not nearly. It's finished proportion.
Right, yeah. And they made him so tall. Like, he is so tall. It's crazy.
Well, tall people can be evil too,
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't want to leave them out of it. But, like, you look at Axel and you're like, this guy is, like, long and kind of lanky and slinking around. And, like, it feels befitting of his nature that, like, you're like, what is he up to? What is he doing? And then you're like, and here's the scientist. He is a giant. And I'm like, sure. Sure he is. Yeah, that's fine.
Is his weapon like a shield?
Yes,
okay.
It is a shield. It's a big, like, his whole thing is ice, and he has a big shield made of ice.
Like an icicle themed kind of shield.
Yeah. It's very, like, hard and cutting and, cold, calculating, if you will.
Sure.
So he has his big ice shield, and he'll, like, hold it up like that, so... I read chat for 2 seconds, and then I lose track. Oh, cute. See, I'm having fun looking at these. This is, for me, I'm like, oh, wow. I haven't really looked at this. But you can see very much the little isometric, like we have to put it in a square little, because we're working with, like, the pixels on the screen. We're putting it at an angle and just plotting it out.
Yeah, no, it's the concept art's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I think that's the last of that one. That's the concept art. What else did I have? I have, oh, of course, hold on. We have some official art we have to look at. This is the art. This is the art that was like the Game Boy like cover art. This is like art you see a lot around.
Yeah,
are
for
just
sure.
The two of them. It's literally what's on my shirt right now. This art.
But the one on your shirt it's in the dial, right? It's in the circle. Yeah, I've seen that version of it more.
Yeah. This is just like with them and the cards and everything. You can see there's Mickey down there. Who's this mysterious figure in the hood?
mysterious,
wow. Donald
mysterious
Goofy,
mouse.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, this I love the lighting in this. I love how like warm Sora is and how cool Riku is and also looks. But the art is sick.
It is.
This is also another little promotional with like the stairs of like we're heading up Castle Oblivion and Naminé is up there.
I don't know that I've seen that one.
This is not one you always see around, but it is cool. Come on, go away, everything. There we go. Chain of Memories had amazing artwork. I agree. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. And I like this one. And like this imagery with like the white steps gets used a lot. To like reference Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
Is like this like visual is used quite a bit, and it's cool. Very excited for you to move forward and see some of it. But now here's the art that was at the end of the game where you could list everybody, and I was so proud.
I did it.
You did it. It was so cool. Yippee. And Vexen really looking some type of way with the eyes over there. I don't know. It's crazy looking.
Vexen seems to have the most like variation in his like different like design, like in the artwork, in the game, in the concepts. He has like
He
kind of isn't quite as nailed down as much as the other characters feel.
Yeah, well, definitely, like, again, most of the characters, like, we do get to know more about, so, like, some of this stuff, you'll be like, yeah, okay, that's Vexen, you know, but I think it's something where, like, you see the concept art, and it's a lot, most of it's calm. Like, even Larxene is very, like, she is just there, you know what I mean? Because you're just getting a character design out. And then past that, you're like, oh, this very much sells the attitude, like, she's, like, leaning, and she's kind of, like, you know.
The sass, yeah.
You can, like, get character out of it. So there, I'm like, okay, now we have Vexen, and he's got his crazy eyes.
Yeah, he is the.
That's what we know about good old Vexen.
He's mad.
He's crazy. He's mad. I do love this picture of Riku. He looks so good. But I just like Riku. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a pretty big fan of that.
I like him too.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool.
He's pretty cool.
So I like to see. I like to see him with Mickey Mouse. Don't forget, he is right here.
Of course, there is
Absolutely,
Riku,
100%.
the meat of the sandwich that is
Sor Miku. Yeah,
Sor Ricky Mouse.
There you go. Oh yeah. So there is a Kingdom Hearts manga, actually. It only goes up to a certain point before the mangaka at the time was like, I'm gonna take a break. And so there's like a chunk of the series that does not have a manga at all. And then they came back for Kingdom Hearts 3 and started doing some manga again. But the art that they do is really cute. I actually have all of it right
That's
here.
really cool. I like that. Are they still easy to find, or are they out of print, or what?
I think you can still find them. It just kind of depends. But I do
That'd
have
be something
it right here.
I'd be interested. Are there a ton of them? How many are there?
They basically went. This is like thick. This is like an omnibus collection of like Chain of Memories specifically. They go up through pretty much to Days. And the Days manga is really good for sure. The manga is definitely a little sillier. He gets to have fun with it for sure. But
is it like are they because are they just, is there one per game, or is it like serialized, like numbered?
There's definitely multiple volumes per game.
Okay. And that's just
Yeah,
a compilation one that you have.
And then this one, yes, this guy is a big one that is all of Chain of Memories, the manga.
That's cool.
Which was like a few volumes for sure.
That is cool. I'll look into finding those, because if they're still findable, I would add
I mean,
them
I
to
can even help you find them. They're definitely around, because I know some things got reprinted. Like I said, they did start doing Kingdom Hearts 3 for the manga, so some things got like there was just like, hey, remember that there's a manga? Wow, here's new stuff. So now I have all of it, but I did not always. Here's Riku and here's Ansem. Very cool. Manga. Ooh. The art's really nice, though. I love Shiro Amano's work. It's very pleasant to look at. That's for sure. Nice. I have like an art book, too. So there is a whole manga that I'm not going to bother putting away. But this is some of the art. Here's another one that's some of the art from like one of the other volumes. This is volume 2. So it's like, here's the Riku side. And there's Naminé.
That's awesome. See, like that's awesome. I want to find. I would definitely find that and have a little set.
I think
it's cool.
I think we can find it. We can give it a look around. And then this art. This is like one of my favorites. So this is the box art for Chain of Memories. Like this is just the cover of the game. Is this art? Love it to pieces. It looks sick as hell. This art is iconic, and I have this goofy Kingdom Hearts hat I have this hat where the bill is this art. So, let's see.
Oh, there it is. That's cool. On the underside.
There we go. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'll just gently, gingerly.
So you will just wear it
wear
as
this
a crown.
here. Yeah. Best I can. Hidden Suriku. But anyway, I love this art. Very recently, I saw somebody had tweeted about it. There was the 20th anniversary, and they had this big gallery, basically, of a bunch of stuff. So they had like art and things Nomura had drawn. They had like scripts and other stuff, like things that you could go look just from the production of the games. And one of them, like in a case, was basically the line art of this picture, where like he always draws more or less in pencil on paper and then scans it, and then finishes like coloring and other stuff like on the computer. But like you get to see these like paper with like the crisp pencil lines, and this art like somebody had taken a picture of and put it online to be like, oh, I missed the event, you know. And it was like, yeah, the event that like none of us got to go to because it was like a lottery in Japan to be able to go. And anyway, this like one piece of paper, he drew both of these on like the same, because like, you could just draw one on one and one on the other, like composite them together, but it was just like one whole picture. Oh, perfect.
That's awesome. I really like the cover art from the first game is always like the iconic like image in my mind of with the heart moon.
Yeah. Here it is.
And that's really cool. Yeah.
It's just really neat.
And he drew them facing
the art
each other, but then
and he did.
But then they right.
Back to back in the final version.
That's something that the fandom Big Suriku would be like, well, in the original, they're actually looking at each other into each other's eyes.
Look, I think the fact that it
that's
exists
why...
at all, it's crazy because
You know?
this does get used in a way that is hilarious. In the way that you're like,
Okay.
I don't know what you.
They're
what
lying
else
to
you
you,
guys
and
are
that's
trying to
why
tell
on the
me.
cover art they reverse their position. They're back to back.
Yeah.
It's all a scam.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's what
Did I
need
get
to
it
be
right,
doing.
chat? Is that it?
You have no idea.
Did I nail it or what? Come on.
Look, you have no idea the amount of no work you have to do to be like, damn, okay. Can you tell them about any of the theories? I am, and I'm probably going to transition to that here pretty shortly.
I know.
Because
I
we're
know.
burning daylight.
All right, you don't even got to tell me. All right, I know the argument. I got the cliff notes already ready to go. I know what to say.
You're prepared.
Awesome.
You're ready.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love to see his art. It's really, really good. Don't look at that too hard. Okay. Oh, right. Those guys. Okay. There you go. Anyway, love that art. It is great. Love to see it. Let me.
It is really cool
up.
to see all the concept art and like and the like the original drawings and stuff. It is. It underscores just like that strong, what we were talking about, that strong art direction, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aww.
It very much translates. So here's
Look how great that
Riku's
pixel
happy
art
sprite.
is.
Isn't it cute? It's so nice. Like when you like, what was it like? Trying to find the art, like just being like, oh, here, like chain of memories, pixel art, and the first thing that comes up is like this image of Riku because everybody loves it.
Well, you don't see like happy Riku it's not often how he's depicted, right?
Yeah.
So it is
exactly.
It is nice.
It's in there, but we don't get to see it all the time, so it's very limiting. Like a lot of these are like sprite sheets, so they're kind of small, but it's something where it's like even just at a glance to see kind of the different work that goes into like just the expressions and stuff. But I did have like a video set aside that was like, oh, here's like, you know, just gameplay basically of like just the game moving at all.
These are how the pixel arts are devved, right? You put all the sprites out, like each frame of
basically
every
on one big
sprite
sheet,
on a big thing, and then the game files pick it from there, and
yep,
that's how
more
you
or
like
less,
load in the files. Yeah.
Yeah, they do like. Well, oh, down here it's so cute. Can't get any bigger unless I opened it all, downloaded it all the way. You're just gonna have to deal with it being small. It's like the sprites of them like making their little pinky promise. It's very cute. Oh, Nominee. Oh, Nominee. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Oh, let me get closer. I can't. Repliku. He looks good. I promise he looks good. Take my word for it. But we do have Riku, and we can look at him standing around, swinging his sword.
I mean, all of this is easily findable using the internets, right? So you guys can look up the sprite art. It is cool though how many frames there are. It's a ton.
Oh yeah, the animations are really nice. We're going to here. I'm gonna leave this really quick, and then I think where did I have this? GBA, how it looked. Show me the video. We're pulling it up real quick. We don't really need to hear it so much as look at it, just to see it be neat, you know. All right, figure yourself out. Dude, classic Game Boy. Ooh, it's all chaptered out. That's really nice. Give me anywhere. Let's see. Oh, exciting Agrava. Dude, sprites for everybody.
I'm curious to see how the like world traversal works and stuff. It's all isometric.
Yes. Let me pop somewhere that's not. There we go. A little something. Dude, smack the door. And so much of it is like, you're like, this is the same. This is the same game.
Yeah.
Because it is the same game.
It's
but,
recognizable,
you know.
for sure.
Give me... Jumping around. Cutscenes. Dude, there's a lot of... the screen. Take me to... Everybody just gets to sit here as we're like... As I am going, now hold on, everybody. Let's look at the sprites. Hold on a second. Show me every time. It's like a long play, but I want to see you running around in the world just a tiny bit. A lot of it is just like isometric little tiered running around.
Yeah, the card selection seems to be the same.
Yep. And you can't hear it because I don't have the sound turned on, but Sora's voice is his KH1 voice. So, because they just used like what they already had, right? Was his... There we go. Good old Hollow Bastion. It's cute. It's cute. It's neat. It's cool to see. Here, I'm taking default view. There we go. That sits better in the frame. Dude, I know Cloud is super crazy in this game. Like, in this version, more so than he is in, like, Rechain of Memories. But, anyway, when you see things in movement, it's... You have your summons. You have most of it is like the same, like functionally. But Riku doesn't have duels. That was something that was added for Rechain of Memories. So that's one difference I'm aware of. But it's
Colton. Thanks so much for the resub, by the way. 3 months. Nana, thank you for the gift from almost a half hour ago. Appreciate that, Nana.
From almost a half hour ago.
Thank you, guys. Improv with the Prime sub from a while back.
This is your time. This is the time to do this.
I just thought I'd just like check real quick, you know.
Yeah.
Because
This is we're doing our due diligence and just looking at the game at all. There's a lot more the screen like freaking out than I realized.
it's cool that the pirate ship like sways like that, like
yeah, it's really neat.
That's a really cool design.
Dude, Hook. Riku's hair moves a lot. Good stance.
Flame, thanks for the resub. 5 months.
Pulled off the music in the original Chain of Memories so well.
Feels like longer.
Yeah, it is very much. They do a good job, I think. I have, like I said, I'd have to go like redo my sharing my screen to turn it on, and then you would be hearing W. So unfortunately, I can't really do that too much. But like, you know, otherwise, it's just cool to see it like in motion.
No, I'm definitely planning on like revisiting it, and I want to play it in this version just to even if only just to see how if it feels different, you know, because.
Yeah.
And I'm just fascinated by how the combat system, how such a tough combat system like this was designed for a game that looked like this, and then was completely re-implemented for a like a more modern take. It's interesting.
Ooh. Okay, that's fine.
The animations look good.
You know, the animations do look really good. Oh, there's some of that classic little. It wants to load for a moment, then we'll. Whoa, what's happening? What's happening here? Who's this guy? Whoa, hold on.
This scene.
Yes, the scene. This little sprite. It's very cute.
It is a good sprite. It's got all the sass.
Yep. It's got all the sass. Peeking. Okay.
And it's the same dialogue. It's all
mostly. Yeah. There are some changes between the like there are some lines that aren't necessarily included. There are other things that's like, oh, I forgot to get a screenshot. There's this one that like I really, really like that is like Mickey talking to Riku, and you know he's just like, oh, they can't, you know, they'll never get you, not in a million years. And then Riku responding with that cute happy sprite, and he's like, not in a billion years. And it's just like, oh, that's really fun. And that didn't make it into the game, but like I always think about that one. Mostly changed for lip flaps since the cutscenes were all pre-rendered. Yeah, that also would make sense, that you might have to tweak otherwise a similar script just so it fits, because you have to actually say it out loud now.
That was definitely a part of the process that I am very familiar with. We had to do that all
I
the
would
time.
think so. I would think so.
And sometimes we would be sitting there for a hot minute, and they're like, maybe you could, maybe like this, maybe like that. Sometimes
right.
I would come up with the solution. Like I'd be like, well, what if I did this, or maybe if I said it like this, which is why sometimes the delivery is a little weird. You know what I mean? But that
you're kind of forced into having to, you know.
Yeah, that's us trying to do our best through translation, delivery, you know, respecting the original, like the tone of the original and stuff. There's all of that stuff is considered when we end up wherever we end up, especially when the stuff is pre-rendered and they're not going to change the mouth. That really dictates the moments that you can, you know, sometimes they're like, okay, so when he opens his mouth at this part, you got to say all of this, like this, all of this part of the line has to fit into this mouth flap. And you're like, okay, you know, and like,
yeah.
and that's usually when, and in those scenarios, I always go to them, I go, okay, let me just let me do 3. And the tactic is, because sometimes when you're trying to do something that is awkward to time, it's better to like try it, go, oh shit, try it again, like right away, so that I can instantly correct the little nuances of the timing that are off. Because when we try it, then we stop, then everyone talks, then they come back to me and they say, hey, do this and that. And then we go back in. Well, a couple of minutes have passed since I just did it. So the little like,
right,
the instinctual like timing differences aren't right there for me to adjust.
Yeah. They're not like immediately, because you're like, you were just fiddling with it, you know?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
now you're like, oh, boy.
So you say, okay, let me go in, because sometimes they're like, I don't know, so there are times where they're like, I don't know, we got to figure it out. And I'm like, okay, let me just go in and do 3 so that I can mess with it really quick. Let me just kind of quick and messy get in there and see if I can find something that works.
Like,
and then if that, sometimes I do that and they're like, nailed it. And then sometimes we're like, okay, this one kind of works. Let's start there and now mess with it further.
Work off this one
exactly.
and then tweak that part. And
so that process, and I love that process. That is so fun for me. Because
it's fascinating to hear about.
It's collaborative and but it's also, it feels very creative, because I have to you kind of got to go in and take stabs at it. You know what I mean? It feels you get happy accidents that way. Sometimes maybe you get awkward accidents that way too. And so there are different moments in the different games where people go, what's going on with this? I just responded to someone posted on TikTok, like one of my lines from Kingdom Hearts 1, and they're like, Riku sounds British in this. Like, what's the deal with that? And I like commented and was like, I don't know, man. I was like, I probably was.
What line even? I'm so curious.
It was it was the alternate in Monstro. So if you go to Monstro, but later, it was that moment that they were like pointing out. And I had said in the comment, I was just like, oh, sometimes we're just trying to, like, some parts of the line feel a little rushed because I'm trying to fit it, and so that, and then there are other times where maybe I fit it and I'm going like, all right, that felt a little awkward, and they're like, we got it, and I'm like, okay, well, let me just,
are you sure?
Maybe let me just try again, and they're like, okay, sure, but we got it though, like they're happy with this one, and I'm like, okay, but. All right,
right.
And sometimes
what can you do?
and there are times where that's where it's left. You know what I mean? Like that also happens because again, it's a collaborative process, and my job is for them to be satisfied so we can move on. And like, but like I said, in the same way that sometimes maybe it comes out and you're like, I guess it works, and all right, we're gonna move on, and maybe you're feeling like it's less than ideal. But then there are other times where you're like, oh my God, I can't believe how well that worked, because we were just sitting there for 10 minutes going like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out how to fit the dialogue into the spot, So like, it's a very dynamic, on the fly kind of process that I find really satisfying and fun, like a little puzzle,
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just kind of like a puzzle to be solved at a certain point,
Yeah.
Especially like particularly with like lip flaps more than anything, though, like, most of the series is like they retool it, but even then you still have to work within the means of like when they're moving, how they're doing stuff.
But in the bigger games, like when we record the bigger games, they go, oh, hey, they're gonna redo the mouth flap. Don't worry about the mouth flap. But that doesn't mean that I can go.
Just do anything you want.
I'm still constrained by the time it took for the Japanese voice to say that line, right? I still have set like walls that I have to fall within for each piece of the dialogue, Yeah. And so, so even when the mouth flap restraint is removed, that you're still trying to creatively solve the dialogue within boundaries, and
you're still like working within something. Yeah.
And
it's
they're
interesting.
beats it also, because the beats in Japanese, I think it's quite obvious, right? Everyone kind of intuitively knows that the beats of that language are nothing like the beats of English. And so even if the translation takes about the same time to say, and even if they're changing the mouth flaps, like the diction is different. Like in Japanese, maybe the emotional weight or the emotional anger or something comes in at the beginning, but then in the translation, it's at the end. You know what I mean? And that
it's just so much of it is like flipped, even very specifically between like English and Japanese. Is that like just the sentence structure is like reversed in a weird way. So sometimes there's something,
and that's
where, like,
very noticeable when you're trying to solve this particular issue and hit the emotional beats to match the animation, the facial expressions, and the, you know what I mean, the posturing of the character. You have to kind of you have to massage it, right? Like you have to kind of get it just right. And it's sometimes it, you know, again, sometimes it comes out, it's a little awkward, but it works. And then
it gets the job done,
and they're like, good. You know what I mean? And then other times they're like, wow, that really works. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, and so both of those, you end up in both of those places at different times, and they're both acceptable depending on how much time we have, how much work we have for the day, you know, like the tolerance, like how important the scene is or that moment also makes a difference for how much they really focus on it and stuff. So,
which makes sense.
Yeah. So all that stuff in the greater context of, you know, we only have so many hours in a day. They pay me by the session. We're trying to get as much done in that session as possible, that kind of stuff, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. It is just, I just love, like, even on a personal level, I think voice acting is really interesting, and I've always just been like, you know, I just like to know about it. So like, this just just neat to hear about, like, just the process and everything that has to go into it. But I love that. I love knowing about that. I love the idea of like having to be in there and you're like, everybody just being like, how are we gonna say this? So like, how are we gonna fit this in? Maybe if I say like this, and then we stress it here, and then we
and all of that is worked out in real time. That's literally what we do. And I'm in the booth, and they're across the glass, and you know they have the switch, right? So they can open up communication where I can hear everyone in the other room. Or sometimes it's just the microphone so that the director can lean in and just tell me something and I can't hear the context of what's going on. And then there's times where their mic goes off so they can talk, and then they come back to me with something, right? And so
not
those
nerve-wracking at all.
Those are the moments where I'm sitting there and I'm like,
just like,
oof.
Okay.
You know, but I'm always in real time. I'm doing my own thing, right? I'm sitting there going, all right, I don't think this part worked well. They're probably going to ask me to do this. Or maybe if I try to, you know, I'm still sitting there trying to do my work to solve it. You know, so it's, but that collaborative effort is one of my favorite parts of the process, you know?
Yeah. It's just,
and sometimes, like I said,
neat.
Sometimes I think I just nailed it. And then they come back on the mic and they're like, actually, we want you to try it again. We want you to do this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Shit, I thought that one was awesome. And then other times I'm like, oof, man, that felt rough. And then they're like, nailed it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'd like to do another one,
okay.
you know?
Yeah.
And they're always cool about letting me iterate if I feel like I need to. But it is important also to note that I can iterate it. I can do it as many more times as I'd like. They are free to choose whichever take they like best, and it's not up to me. So, you know, so at the end of the day, it's their call of like what version of the different efforts I made goes into the game, you know, and I have to be cool with that. That's part of it, you know?
Yeah, that's the, like, you know, you can do what you can, but like at the end of the day, you're still like an employee, and like you don't get to be like, okay, well, but this
at
one,
the end of the
though,
day,
like,
they are
want.
directing me, and so it's their call. If at the end of the day, maybe I like this better, but they like that better, then they go with their stuff, you know, and that's how it goes, you know, that's part of it.
Yep. That's just part of the process.
And also,
Here,
that's
let me-
not to couch any like awkward Riku moments as like not my fault, haha. Right? Like that's not what I'm doing. To be clear, I'm just
that's just how the process is.
it
At the
is-
end of the day,
It is just like an inherent part of the process that like I'm not making these decisions in a vacuum by myself. Like where it really is collaborative, and at the end of the day, I'm not the one with the final say over which one kind of is chosen and used, you know?
Yeah. Yep. It's just kind of, that's something too. It's just like, just the stressing of being like, look, I'm not trying to, it's not an excuse. It's just like the reality of the
It's just, that's just
situation.
how it works.
Other people have decision-making power. I can only do what I can do.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it can be great. It can be like, sometimes you never know. That's just how any project is, really. But
I always am perfectly happy with feeling responsible for what ends up in the game from my character. You know what I mean? Like it is my voice, and that's why I always kind of couch our discussions about my performance with the thing I can say with most confidence is that I was doing my very best at the time. And that I can guarantee everybody that I did my best at the time, and for all sorts of whatever reasons, some things come out really great, some things maybe come out less than ideal. You know, that's part of, you kind of have to be okay with that as an actor when you are performing, and you know, and it's not too different on the screen either, right? Like when you're performing for TV or for movies. You know, again, there's a director, there's producers, it's their call. My job is to make them happy. There are also times in that situation when I was working on the show or when I was doing films where I was like, hey, I'd really like to try that again. I'm not too happy with it. And typically that is respected and you're given more shots. It's not always, but like, you know, that's part of what the nature of the job, you know? So, you know, but at the end of the day, like, you know, the performance does have to come from me, and I am responsible for the way it turns out at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah, of course. Like, that's not like as if you have like no part, you know, it's just at the end of the day, how many times can we say it, you know? It's just the reality of how it goes.
I just like to give you guys that kind of context and nuance for the process, but I don't want anyone to misinterpret it as like a sidestepping of responsibility for the performances that are less than, or for the, you know what I mean? Like that's not that's not the intent of giving, of like,
I promise, I swear,
of playing inside baseball with you guys, you know?
Yeah. Yep. We love to hear about it. It's true. I think most people are just going, wow, that's neat. And then, you know.
I'm preempting bad faith comments, I guess. But like, you know what I mean? Like, that's all.
That's being on the internet, baby.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, but I understand. It's just like, please don't read into this. I'm just saying. It's just how it goes. Let's see. I'm going to swerve us into, let's see. I'm going to look over some of these questions. And then I think, hold on. I think if we switch back to just our faces, because we don't need to like see text, people can't read.
Not.
So
nobody needs
if we swap
to read.
over here, nobody needs to read, especially not you or anything who definitely reads on his own time. I don't need to tell you that. And I definitely don't have a comment here from Queen requested to tell you, in quotes, Graven, learn to read your HUD.
Listen, all right? I am gamer. I'm a professional gamer now. Okay?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
Professional. I don't need
right?
To read the
you
HUD,
get paid.
Okay? I go by feel, okay? That's how the pros do it. I go right here. This is what I read.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I
yeah,
know.
I believe that for sure.
In my heart, what the game wants from me. Vibes only.
It's all instinct.
It's all instinct. Yeah.
Easy.
I go by feel. My favorite streamer. I go by feel.
I go by feel. God.
Yeah.
Okay. let me peek through some of these. I got some good highlights. I have some good repeated questions.
I unintentionally self-owned. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to. There is something. I think Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, I think you've gotten a lot better at it because, like, I think there's a lot of information usually on the screen for Kingdom Hearts that, like, you know, you haven't been playing these games or games like them that much.
Yeah, I mean,
and,
to
like,
be fair,
you got better at it.
That's just me being a lazy gamer, and often when I play games, I don't, you know, I'm just sitting there going, I know how to play games and I know what I'm doing until I get stuck long enough to go, maybe I should look
until you're hitting Axel with fire spells for like 5 minutes.
What is the game trying to tell me right now? Oh,
maybe I assumed incorrectly.
Yeah. I'm just playing games. All right, we're having fun. Sometimes I'm not that great at it. It's part of the fun. We are wildly aware. Yeah.
I do think Kingdom Hearts 2 will probably kick you more into gear into like just reading your HUD, because there's like a lot of fun interactive stuff that happens in like the menu that you're gonna have to contend with, because if you don't, you're gonna miss out on cool stuff the game is doing. So
I'm learning, and the games are, you know, we're building up to it, right? And so I've learned a couple of hard lessons, and now I'm ready.
Absolutely. Let me see. I'm looking.
Hits Larxene with lightning, hits Axel. I didn't know that they were Pokemon, okay? No one told me that they were Pokemon, actually.
Like, your cover, and you're just like, I don't know why they aren't dying. I'll just keep at it and not look at no intake of information, only kill, no take.
Yeah, that's just me, like panic fighting. Okay, relax. All right, we all do it.
Tell him, Niku. Yeah, I'll get you. I'm here to get you. Okay, let's see. Some of this stuff we kind of discussed already, even if they're a little more specific. Because, like, a lot of people have questions about, like, if you have various memories about recording for Chain of Memories. And I know that, like, some of that memory was a little, you know, because you were like, yeah, definitely, I did that in KH2, and I had to be like, you did not do that in Kingdom Hearts 2.
No, but we recorded 2 first, and then we recorded this, right? And I remember, and you were the one who clarified that for me, because I certainly don't remember the order of things that specifically, but that's probably why I'm assuming too that they were done near, like, around the same time, maybe at the same time, definitely at a similar, like, close in. So that probably is.
I'd be very curious how.
I wonder if there's even a way if I could really figure out when my sessions were exactly. I don't even know how I would go about figuring that out. I have no idea. Because I definitely don't have it written down anywhere, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine.
But yeah, I mean, so, for me, the specific, like I said, the only thing I really remember, the thing I remember most specifically is the Riku v Riku stuff. You know, just like working through that was something that was very memorable and challenging and satisfying, you know. So we've talked a bunch about it, so I would end up just repeating a lot of that stuff, but but other than that, I mean, like I said, most of the games, not the first game and not the last game, but almost everything else in between was done at this one studio that's in Burbank, this really beautiful little recording studio. It's my favorite recording studio I've ever worked at. Really cozy, really lovely people that run it. And I've specifically not mentioned the name of the studio for because I don't want to
and that's
call that out, right? for that reason. I don't know if it's known or not where we record it, so I don't want to mess with that. But but just like because all of my memories of a lot of these games are in the same booth, in the same place, run by the same people, it makes it harder to kind of pick them out and remember them in order and stuff, you know?
Yeah. I don't know why your video and this, I think it's just Twitch. I don't think it's you. Your video quality dropped to like 240p. Like, it's crazy looking.
On my side?
I'm trying to on my side, your camera is like super fuzzy and like you are being censored. There is a censor filter.
The next time we do
happening.
this, I want to get on with you the day before so I can help rebuild your setup so that I don't look so bad.
Oh, thank you. That's such a great idea. I'll happily accept the help. Thank you so much.
So
I don't know what the hell's going on here. Everything else looks fine, but like your video feed is just like.
It's the original calm Graven. Yeah, that's right. It's my pixel.
There we go. Yeah, it's your pixel portrait. Yeah. That's so nice. I'm gonna give it a minute and see if it just fixes, because sometimes that just happens. It's just Twitch, but like, if not, I'll just.
No, that's all it is, you guys. It is the internet throwing files back and forth. Not
at
well.
high speeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I do have a question that was specified that was like, you know, and some of this is like, even if a lot of these questions are similar, like, oh, you fixed, hooray. You just like popped right back into place. That's wonderful. Anyway, I have a question that was from Tennille a while ago that I was like, this is a good question. I'm going to save it in the talk for later. That was just, as much as you can recall, what's it like experiencing the story versus what the voice directors told you? Because we know you get, you know, summations and context as best you can, but like, I guess now it's like, what does, like, if you can even remember how they had to describe something, and now like experiencing the game, I guess.
The story is never everything's done with like with brevity. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So
I would. That's what I would imagine.
So I'm only
you got so much time in the day.
They don't sit me down when I get there and tell me like the whole story. You know, so playing the game and experiencing the entire game, I just get everyone else's part of the story, and so my story in context makes sense in the broader context of the game. But when we record, I don't need any of that. I just need the context of I only need to know what Riku knows when he says things. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
So I'm only ever told, like, we watch the cutscene first. We'll watch it in whatever state it's in. So if I'm like recording in the middle, then some characters will be in Japanese still, some will be in English. If I'm recording towards the end, and in some cases it changes throughout the day, right? Because not all characters are in all cutscenes at all times. So, you know, depending on all the different actors, maybe the early game is kind of more finished with different characters, and so that stuff's more in English, but then the later game, it gets more and more in Japanese as we go, you know, that kind of stuff. So, we watch it as they have it in the state that it's in, with the Japanese Riku, and then they tell me what's going on. If it's all in if there's whatever Japanese parts I don't understand, like I have like the subtitles, and we kind of talk about the context. And then if there's any context that relates directly to that scene that we're about to work on, they give it to me then. So they go, okay. Mickey is saying this because earlier in the game, like, this happened, and, you know, this happened with Mickey, and so now that's why, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm just kind of, it's as simple as that, really. They just kind of give me the whatever immediate context is relevant to what I have to say, so that I have the proper knowledge set, as much knowledge as Riku has in a given scene, so anything that Riku is not there for is really not that important to tell me, because I don't have to consider
not relevant.
Yeah, it's not relevant to me, like, you know, doing Riku's performance. So so a lot of the broader context of the game's story is just completely new to me. It's left out entirely. You know, and that's why things like the card combat and stuff, like, I remember them telling me at some point that the combat system was experimental and like kind of like, you know, I remember them saying that it was like this kind of weird new combat system for the game, but not like, I didn't get to try it. They didn't show me someone playing it. You know what I mean? I just go, okay, cool. The game has like a cool, like new experimental combat thing in it. That sounds cool. And then we get into cutscenes, right? And I spend almost all of my time in the sessions just reviewing cutscenes, talking about direct context, and then we start working on one line at a time. And sometimes for broader speeches, and you can tell when you see, like, sometimes there's those, maybe it feels like artificial pacing where there's like gaps in the speeches, and a lot of that is just because that's how they kind of break it down. They like chunk out the speeches into parts so that we can fit it. You know what I mean? And we could fit smaller parts. Sometimes they give me a speech and they're like, just go for it. See how far you can get, you know? And there have been times where I've done large speeches were one performance, or, you know, and they were like, oh man, you did it. Like, that's awesome. And they, you know, they're excited about it. But in context, that's mostly because they're expecting that large speech to take longer, right? Because we're going to break it up into parts and do it over the course of an hour or something. And instead I just nailed it. You know what I mean? And then we get to move on. So like, you know, that's kind of all there really is to say about it. I don't remember specific context that is given to me or left out having played the game, other than they just don't really bother telling me the stuff that's not relevant to what we're about to record. So you know, that's kind of the strategy, you know, of going through it. If there's something that Riku knows, I need to know it so that I can couch
so
it properly.
Play the character. Which makes sense. That's the whole reason you're there, you know, is to play this guy. So you have to know what he knows.
I have to know what he knows.
That's about it.
But,
you know,
but like, you know, in Recom, Riku doesn't know anything about what's happening to Sora, and so I don't need to know. Yeah. You know what I mean?
So you don't know what Sora's been up to.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's not necessary spending the time telling me about it, other than to say, you know, they were like, oh, when you complete the game as Sora, you unlock the game as Riku, and then you play the game as Riku. And I remember being very excited about that, because not only was I for the first time voicing a playable character in a game, which was another kind of distinct notch on my belt, so to speak, of like voice acting in video games, which I was always excited about. But I was like a secret character in a way. And so that also felt very cool and special, you know? To me as a gamer, like, oh man, you have to unlock like all this extra content that I get to do, and it felt cooler, you know?
Yeah, well, it is the cool side of the pillow.
It's the cool side of the pillow, for sure.
It's the cool side of the pillow. For sure. It's so cool. Which I'm not saying as a joke. I just think it's so cool.
You can now play as Luigi. That's right. Yeah, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Tinavi. I am the Luigi of Kingdom Hearts, for sure.
Congratulations.
That is, yeah.
So the deuteragonist is the Luigi.
Absolutely.
Which is really funny because Riku's Japanese voice actor is the voice of Mario in the Japanese dub of the Mario movie.
Yes, I had heard this. Yeah. And the voice of a million other amazing things. He is one of the most distinguished voice actors in Japan, and I am very honored for my part to interpret his work into English in this way is it feels special. And it's part of what makes it feel special is that I know that the Japanese voice actor has such an incredible body of work, has worked on tons of like anime projects that I love and films, and has such a cool dynamic voice across the industry over there. So it's something I'm very proud of as well. to be a part of
it's,
that in some way.
It's interesting too because like I remember
I see
correctly,
ads, Queen. I see them. We got ads in 2 minutes. They're not up yet.
Gotcha. That his I believe Riku was also like one of his first voice acting roles that he also started when he was young. And so Riku's like his special little guy, but like he happens to also be best friends with the guy who plays Sora. So they just are like
That's
best
awesome.
pals. It's really cute. Yeah.
That is perfect. That is amazing.
It really just works out that way. Like they have really goofy podcasts where they're like, we're talking about Gundam, and then they don't talk about Gundam at all. So it's pretty funny. But
they have a power hour.
They have a power hour. They
Hell
do.
yeah.
And it's just like this. They don't talk about that thing they're supposed to.
That's amazing.
So, one day we can have a 4-way ADHD off in 2 different languages. That'll be exciting. As if I have any role in this whatsoever. I'm just like, I'm here too. Let's see. I had some. Let's see. I'm putting this out there because I have to time frame this out. So we're not just talking about. So we have questions, and then I have some story parallels with the Disney worlds that I wanted to explain, and then I have 2 very big, important, interlocked theories that everyone and their grandma needs you to know about so bad that people tell me they're like, I sure hope he gets to learn about this. And I'm like, I know, you guys, I know. So I think we're going through some questions, and I want to, go through some more of those. But with the, looming, like, the sleeping world theory, yeah, that one's happening now for some reason. No, I'll finally get to tell you about more in depth about the necklace theory, which I know you know of already.
Okay.
And we very briefly kind of talked about it. I was like, we'll talk later with this, but we have that one, and then we have. As many people are excited about I don't like calling it a theory, but people refer to it as the Aitsu theory.
Okay, I've heard
and I don't
that.
call it a theory. Yeah, I figured you probably would have. It's not so much of a theory in that
we can't get into it. We're in ads.
No, okay, no,
Just so you
but
know.
I will just.
We got to dance
It's just
for
a
2
fact
minutes.
of the script. That's all. That was the only thing I had to say. It's just a fact of the script, and there's a lot to be gleaned from it. So.
Okay.
And they're kind of interlocked. There's a lot to like go into there.
Okay.
But we've been having fun talking about stuff and looking at things and whatever. And then I went, oh boy, a lot of time has passed. Oops.
Yeah, well, of course. That's all right.
Hey, you gave me the green light. You were like, we can however long you want. And I was like, be careful. Be careful.
That's right. I did say that, and I meant it.
You
It's
did
okay.
say that. Fantastic.
It's all
Localization making people miss things. It's on you, Graven, says Pseudo. Yeah, okay. While they're kind of in ads, I need you to, vamp a little bit on camera while I look at the questions, okay? I need you to look directly into the camera and look into people's souls really quick, locking them in place for 2 minutes. To me, you look like you're really looking like just above the camera. Don't do that.
It's uncomfy.
You're scaring me.
Stop that. All right.
Saving the
sorry,
most
Chad.
anticipated talking points for last. Yeah, I figure like there's a lot of stuff where people just have like basic questions to get through.
That's
and
all right.
sometimes
It's called
they
the big
kinda-
finish. You gotta
Yeah,
save something real
exactly.
good for the end.
It's called
you
a
know?
finale, you guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
That's what all the pros do.
Yeah, which we are, obviously. Duh. Because like some of these we kind of just talked about a little bit, and so I have to like judgment call if I'm like, is there enough difference here to talk about it, or is it? Well, this is okay. Are we still in ads?
Yeah, for another minute and 20.
Boo. Forget your
know.
ad revenue.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
My-
Let me see. What do I got to pull up? I can buy time. Look at these. Look at these guys. Tsum Tsums is what they're called. They're little. They're
Oh.
little like. They're like little kind of bean baggy almost. Like little.
They're
very-
hacky sacks.
Kinda, yeah. You want to kick them around? So they're like Tsum Tsums are like it's like a Disney thing where they were making these of like imagine a little guy shaped like a bean, but it's Mickey Mouse, right? There's also like a phone game of like Tsum Tsums where it's just kind of like a Connect for kind of you're dragging around making chains and stuff under like a time limit. It's fun, it's cute, but anyway, it's like a Disney thing, and so it was cool that they were like, guess what? We acknowledge your existence. What if we made Kingdom Hearts? And so we got Kingdom Hearts ones.
There's you know what I saw too at when I went to Hot Topic and I bought the rest of all I got like the little advent calendar and all that stuff during the holiday.
Yeah.
They had a shit, what are they called? The lounge fly bags, those little backpacks.
Yeah.
They had
Those,
had like a King Mickey one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did they?
I think it was a King Mickey one, but it was a Kingdom Hearts one. For sure.
Yeah, they do have those.
And I was like,
very much so.
I was like, damn, that's kind of tight. You know, like I'd never seen,
Yeah.
and I know that you guys are always like starved for official like Disney merch, you know?
Yeah.
That is Kingdom Hearts or whatever, and that one, when I saw, I was just like, ooh, and then I was like, all right, well, we don't collect those because they're really collectibles that pretend to be bags, you know. But
yeah,
I
have like one that I've used.
but I remember I saw it in there and I was just like, ooh, that's cool. Like I hadn't seen something that was so like trendy and kind of like official like that, you know?
Yeah. There is a Kingdom Hearts lounge fly they made this last year that was like more expensive, but it's basically the bag with the ears and everything, but it is that Kingdom Hearts 1 box art, that like really good one with the moon and the everything.
Oh.
Yeah, and they just like made the bag with it, and like it was this nice, the stitching on like the ears was like this nice golden, and you could see like the clouds in the ears and stuff, and I was like, oh, it looks so cool. At the time I was like, I don't have the money to spend on this. I don't need this. It's okay.
I know.
I think
this
Pseudo
bag
got
that
it.
I will hang on the wall and never use. Yeah.
But it looks tight. It looks cool because I love that art. I was just like, oh, I can't.
This bag that is slightly larger than a DOP kit.
Yeah. This bag that is too small on my back, you know. I don't need it. I don't need it.
You could use it as your convention bag. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Aw.
Oh, it was linked in my chat. So you can click it and see it if you want.
I was right. There it is. It's in the in the mod chat. The King Mickey.
Yes. Let me. Oh, this one. Okay, here. I'm putting the image just so you can see it really quick, because everybody knows. I'm putting this in mod chat. This is the one that I'm talking about.
Ooh.
And it has like a Kingdom Key like zipper.
That's dope.
Yeah. See, Pseudo has it. So. And it looks so good.
That is cool.
Yeah. And that's one that they did more recently. So it was just like, oh, are we getting cool stuff again? And then, you know, well, we'll see.
The King Mickey one
that
is
one's
just
cool.
like, you know, it's some colors and a nice picture of Mickey, and it's a simple one. But that one is like,
yeah.
This one's got the extras on it.
Yeah, this one was like designed. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's cool.
That's cool.
It's cool. How are those ads?
We're done. We're good.
How about those dolphins?
Yeah.
The Formism Riku figure, the Now hold on. This one? You mean this guy? Right here? This really cool figure?
But that's not a figure. That's a statue, right? That's not posable.
Well, yes, it's a statue. It is not posable, no. Figure is a catch-all term, but statue, yes, very much so.
Okay.
Hi, Zero.
I am offended. I distinguish figures as posable. Okay, I grew up with action figures. Okay, they need to be ready for action.
Listen, I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry for offending your sensibilities. You know?
All right.
I'm sorry.
I feel better.
Okay. All right. You feel better?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Personally, more of a statue person. I also, because whenever I pose figures, I set them like once, and then I'm like, good pose, puts them to where I look at it, and then I don't change it.
Yeah.
Which is why two of my giant figures are locked together, holding each other, and I'm like, I'm not taking them apart. So you just give them the best pose, and then you leave it. Yeah, basically.
It's true. I also love the like we have a couple of choice little statues and stuff. I got Shauna for what was it? It was Shauna's birthday, or maybe it was for our anniversary. It was over the summer. I got Shauna the Free Ren and Fern like big statue that they made. And then we have one I had last year. I got Shauna this Yor and Anya from Spy Family, of them sitting down.
Nice.
Because Spy Family is like our little, like, that was like our theme for a while, you know. It was like the mom, the dad, and the little girl, you know.
Yeah.
And so I had I think I got that for Shauna on Mother's Day, like over like 24. But yeah, we have like a couple of little like choice figures that we love, or statues rather.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? Excuse me. Hold on. What did you just
Not
call them?
posable. Yeah.
Now hold up. Pump the brakes. Excuse me.
I know. I offend myself.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. What was the question I picked out? Hold on. I had it and then I lost it. Sit there for just another moment. Oh, here's one that was like, more than one person asked this. What did you think about Sora's voice change? Were you aware about it for Chain of Memories specifically beforehand?
I knew that it, like, I had heard through the community and stuff, like the jokes about like Sora's puberty and stuff, you know, and so like I did know about it, but I wasn't like ready for it. You know what I mean? Like it hits pretty hard, especially
I remember
coming out of Kingdom Hearts 1 and going right into Recom, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's definitely, I will say, like the experience of having done Kingdom Hearts 1, and then if back in the day you had played Chain of Memories on the Game Boy, it's still like KH1, and then without going crazy into it, the way things are introduced in Kingdom Hearts 2, the voice change makes a lot of sense. You're like, actually, this is really applicable and this is kind of fun. But because, you know, Chain of Memories was voiced, like this Re-Chain of Memories was voiced after KH2, at this point, it had been like quite a few years between KH1 and now Chain of Memories. So it's like an even bigger jump between one to Chain.
The jump feels stark and
it's a little
and silly,
really,
and so it's some. I mean, it's funny. I don't think it's a big deal or anything. I know most of the community doesn't either.
No,
but,
it's very silly.
Is
but
definitely
most of the
like,
series, he sounds like that. So,
but what I will say to Haley's credit, like, his voice has an abrupt and noticeable change.
Yeah.
But but Sora is still very much present in the character. Like Sora, like
sure.
the Sora character sensibility is not lost at all. And that's
Yeah.
what matters truly, you know? So like, it, I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's funny to laugh about, you know, and like joke about.
It is, because it's
but-
like inevitable, like
Yeah.
wild little change.
Yeah,
But-
it's in fun. It's fun to laugh about and stuff and joke. But Haley does such an excellent job with the character that and I that's and I think that's actually maybe even the best example of it, because the voice changes so drastically, but the character's intact, you know?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's something where, like, I think, like, he does a great job, like, the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
there's not really a game where you're like, wow, that sounds, you know, I think he just is good at it, you know?
No, he's a
So
wonderful actor.
it's-
He always has
Yeah.
been. And so,
Yeah, for sure.
you know, and that, you know, it's a good example of it. It's an easy to point to example, because, like I said, the very sound of his voice is so distinctly different, has changed so drastically, but the characterization of Sora is completely untouched and perfectly intact, and Sora feels consistent, and that shows that he's a great actor, you know?
Yeah. I agree. I have another question where this is more than one person had asked. Were you given specific voice direction on how to make Riku and Repliku sound different, or was that mostly you going, I'll lean this way with this one, and you know?
No, I was not
Riku the
given
other way.
specific direction for that. I had a lot of
Nice.
freedom I had a lot of freedom in the performance there, in the distinction. That is to say, it was made clear to me that a distinction was important. It needed to be distinct.
Yes.
I was not told how to do that. I don't think anyone quite knew how to do
Figure it
it
out.
either. Like, we
Yeah.
all kind of figured it out together. That's also not to take full credit for it. Again, the process is very collaborative.
Yeah, of
And
course.
so we, you know, the voice director, myself, the producers, we kind of stepped through that together and figured it out and got to something that we were happy with. And I think in the end, it came out really good in this case. And so, So yeah, I mean, I remember when they presented it to me, they kind of presented it to me like, sorry, you know what I mean? Like, this is gonna be, all right. Are you ready? Are you ready for this one? And we're like, and I'm like, yeah, like, what are you guys? Why do you guys look nervous? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and
What's
then
wrong?
and then we kind of like got into this part of the game, and I remember instantly going, ooh, okay, cool. You know what I mean? Like, for
Yeah,
me, it was
yeah.
like challenge accepted, you know? And
Yeah.
and so I was happy to lean into it and find a spot for them. But it was also, it was made clear that they didn't want me, what I was told not to do was to do a
Yeah.
voice for Repliku. Like, it had to be Riku.
That makes sense.
So I can't
Yes.
I can't do something specific with my voice to distinguish them. I
Yeah,
had
you
to
can't just be like, and this is my replica.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like
exactly.
you still had to sound like Riku, but you still had to sound like a different Riku.
Exactly. It had to be
Yeah.
two different people with different motivations who have the same voice. And so like there's different tones and attitudes that I applied to them, which I think comes across consistently and works.
I think so.
And that was the way that I solved it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna, like, you know, Repliku is, his anger is more spiteful. And so I'm gonna have this kind of, this nastier undertone to it. And then, you know, Riku's anger is more maybe self-deprecating. It's more, you know, like, and so like like I leaned on those kind of differences to try to differentiate them across scenes where they talk to each other. It's a bit easier when there's only one in a scene, and then that could just, you can just kind of be Riku and do the scene, but anyway, that's how that went. It was presented to me as like okay, are you ready? Like, here's a big curveball. We're not quite sure how we're going to do this. And then we kind of figured it out together, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think I think that's definitely the more interesting version of the events, of just being like, okay, we're going to have to figure this out a little bit. And you were like, hell yeah, okay.
Yeah. I was totally down. I remember being excited about it. I was excited to do it. I thought it was a cool challenge. I like, you know, I like being challenged, you know? So like I was into it, and I think to their relief, I was like happy to kind of like shop it, you know what I mean? And find something that kind of worked.
Yeah, I think I really liked in stream, because like after you were seeing the scenes and you were really like, oh, I did it. Oh, thank God it came out great, you know?
Yeah.
But like when you were talking about the differences between like, you know, when Riku's like angry, there's like a sadness, and like Repliku has like this righteous anger in there, in a way that I was like, this is very like true and informative of their characters, in a way that like, obviously you're the guy who had to play them, so that there's some level of, you would know more than the average Joe, sort of, you know, but like it was just like something, as somebody who's looked at the material for way too long, I was like, it's true, and it shows in everything. And I feel like the fact that like you can pick up on it, as well as just explain your own performance of it, being like, yeah, I did, and I kind of remember doing that in like this angle, and it really came across. That's great. And I'm just like, yes, yes.
Yeah, it's I mean, hindsight's 2020, and so like watching it back, it's easier to kind of say, oh, this character's more like this and this character's more like that. But the language that I use to describe the performances is kind of had to be built up. Those decisions had to be made in real time, and it was decisions like that, like, okay, I'm gonna lean into the spite of, you know, for Repliku, and I'm gonna lean into the more kind of self-deprecating sadness for regular Riku.
Yeah.
These are gonna be the kind of crutch points that will distinguish them. You know, and so so all that means is that I have to be careful not to cross over at any point.
Yeah.
You know, across those lines.
Yeah, like,
those were
those
were the lines in the sand. You know, and so as long as I kept them each on their side, on their distinctive side of that, then you end up with, you know, two sides of the same coin. You know, which is what you're going for.
For sure. Absolutely, and it came across great. As you saw, as now you can see with your own eyes.
It did.
We weren't just blowing smoke, you know. It was like, it's really good, and you're like, we'll see, guys.
And
we're
the
like,
stuff,
no, it is really good.
And the stuff that I like, and the stuff that I inevitably won't like, I'll let you guys know, you know. And it's all in good fun, and it's and you know, that's.
You'll tell us when we get there.
That's how it'll be. Yeah, in real time, I will be honest with you guys about how things strike me. You know, I'm so removed from a lot of it that it feels very. I feel like I do get to put fresh eyes on it at this point, which is unique for an actor going back to their own work. Like, you know, it's you usually have to wait like long periods of time to revisit your work to kind of appreciate it. And that happens with a lot of my regular work too. Like, I've told you guys the story of like the premiere for Super 8. When I did Super 8, I was like, at the premiere, I felt like I couldn't, like, I wanted to just shrink into my seat and like die. I was just so like overwhelmed with the admittedly self-imposed like pressure of like having to be in a film of that size and to have to be funny and like, you know, that kind of stuff. But then a few years later, I watched Super 8 again and sighed complete relief, because I was able to be removed enough from the performance and the pressure and the stress of it to then revisit it and go, oh, actually these specific moments work. And that's a relief, you know, that makes you feel good about it again. And so like, and that's how it goes for a lot of your work in this industry as an actor. Lots of actors are very self-conscious about that kind of stuff. It's common, and
Yeah.
I'm not immune to it, you know?
Yeah. Of course. I mean, I think anybody who creates something can be very self-conscious of the things that
Yeah,
they make,
totally.
whether it's art, music, acting, you know, anything. It's just making something. And I think it's, you know, at least my own personal thing is just like, oh, with like my old stuff, I try not to look at it and be like, "Ugh," you know, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, I had to get here somehow. These
Right.
are just the steps, and I can see the good things in it. You
And
know?
the good
it's
good things and the bad things are both
Yeah.
equally informative of the ability
Yes.
that you arrive at, you know? Like you need to
Yep.
make those mistakes somewhere, and you need to learn from the process, and that's inherently messy when you make art. And so like that's you know, and it takes a long time for you to come back around to have that kind of perspective for it, where you're like, yeah, you know, maybe this wasn't that great, but you know, hey, I did my best at the time. And so like, that's kind of that's where I found myself later in my career and in life. When I look at my work, I go, hey, you know, I did my best. I know for sure I did my best. And so like, sometimes it's you know, not so great, but sometimes it is pretty great. And then you have to embrace that variation in that, you know, over your journey, you know?
Yeah. I think it's just a part of doing stuff and making things. And it's just important to not be hard on yourself when you see things that you're like, maybe I wouldn't do that now. Maybe, you know, it doesn't really do anything if you're like making yourself feel bad about it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's not very constructive.
It's not constructive. Totally. Yeah. And you know, it's heightened when you're, you know, in an example like the one I gave for the Super 8 premiere, obviously like at the movie premiere, that's like all of that is concentrated, you know, that you just finished the movie a few months ago. It has not released to the wider public. You have that pressure still there at its peak. All the press is there. Steven Spielberg is there. You know what I mean? You're just like,
Spielberg
you
is
know?
there.
So like, you know, you just have like that kind of, it is impossible, I would say, in that moment to kind of be objective with yourself. And so,
for sure.
And time kind of heals all with that sort of stuff. So
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even Tina was here, just like, it's hard to look objectively at your own art while you are still like in it.
Yeah.
And I think like with time, then you are less in it. You can look at, you're like, oh yeah, I did that some time ago. And it like makes the distance makes it easier, you know? But it's a little different when you're like, you are literally at the movie premiere. Steven Spielberg is there, you know? That's all pretty, I think you're in it, you know?
Yeah. It only heightens and makes all that self-inflicted pressure worse, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, it's and it's the same like when I watch like stuff when I watch we're doing the rewatch on our podcast for Seventh Heaven. We're watching the first season. I was 11 years old. Not all of my work in that first season is incredible by my standards today, but I was 11 and I was doing the best I could at the time.
Years old.
So like, you know, like I give myself that kind of grace, and I can. And then it means that when I do something that does impress me, it feels extra special, you know?
Yeah. Feels like what a fun treat, you know?
Yeah, when I
Nice
manage
surprise.
to impress myself, even at that age, I go, hey, wow, you know, like I did good. I did know what I was doing. Check that out, you know?
Yeah. Dude, check this shit out. look at me go. Look, I did it.
You know, I mean, and it goes back, like, you know, I did my first film, like, when I was 8 years old. I did, you know, a film that Look Who's Talking Now with John Travolta and stuff. And so, like, you know, when I watch that, I cringe. And, you know, but I was 8. You know what I mean? Like, I was so little. I was Lily's age. I was Lily's age
flew
now.
To Vancouver for, right?
You know? And so that, all of that, you have to give yourself space to to learn and grow and figure out the art and stuff, you know.
It's true. Yes, I can't agree more. You cannot be cringe at 8. Also true. You're 8 years old.
Yeah.
Or you can't not be cringe at 8. But even then, you're 8 years old. Cut yourself some slack.
Yeah, totally.
Everybody's weird when they're 8, you know?
Totally. But for a long time, through my teens and, you know, stuff like that, I was extra hard on myself. And this is, of course, over the course of time where I'm recording Kingdom Hearts mostly. You know, I was 16 when we did the first game, and I was 19 or something when we did the second game. And so, like, I was, you know, I was, you know, 16 to 20 years old. That's when you're like the most hard on yourself about things. And so that all informs why I never really took the time to like play through the games and spend time with them. I was just kind of like, I don't want to do that to myself, you know?
You were still too close.
It's awesome now to be able to play them and not have that kind of extra layer of pressure, you know?
Yeah, and even enjoy them, which is like great. I think everyone's been so happy to see, like, not only is like, wow, it's Riku's voice actor playing Kingdom Hearts, but like you're having a good time and being like, wow, this is good.
That's true. Yeah, Trick also said not everyone's awkward years are played out for all to see.
That's and that very is true. You were in front of a camera for a long time.
Wildly true for me. You know, I started Seventh Heaven when I was 11, and I did 22 episodes a year of that show until I was 21 years old. So from 11 to 21, if you could bracket the most awkward time of your life, that's probably the bracket.
Put it,
that probably nails it
in front of a camera.
You know what I mean? and I was in front of a camera at minimum 9 months out of the year, from 11 to 21. So much, every single awful phase and haircut and attitude adjustment that I went through over that phase is there and will never go away.
Yep.
And that's part of, you know, being a kid actor particularly, but like, that's just something that, you know, and I guess kind of to button this, you know, to put a pin in it, you know, like, my very first kiss ever is on television. It's on camera. They even use the take.
Wow.
So like that, if you could imagine, right? Like thinking back to like your very first kiss, the first kiss you ever had as a kid. My shit was at primetime television. So like, you know, like that, and that's just, you know, like par for the course, you know, and being a kid actor and stuff. So like, you know, that's you do growing up out of an industry like that from the age that I was and stuff, becoming an adult actor and then looking back on it all, you kind of just have to be able to kind of loosen up and have perspective about it and be like, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say I did the best I could at the time, because that is the one thing I could be sure of. That was always what I focused on, you know.
I mean, I think that's just probably one of the healthier takes to have on that kind of thing anyway.
Yeah.
So I think you're doing a swell job of you know, handling that. Not everybody can, and even just a not on camera sense, you know, people just dealing with their own art and like the growth with that, whatever the art may be. But God, I can't fucking imagine. I cannot imagine.
You just made all your fans with social anxiety nauseous. Well, well, I'm sorry about that, but also, you know,
think about the people next time.
That's a lot of the stuff that I've had to feel and go through, and you know, it's, trust me, no one knows better than me, you know. It's like,
really,
I feel that in a serious way, you know. So you know, it was it's been a journey, you know. I've had like a long and crazy and successful and lucky career as an actor, and I get to do these cool things, like, you know, I got to be in this video game series, and so, like, you know, I just try to be appreciative of it all, and also, like, not be too hard on myself now in hindsight, you know?
Yeah. Oop, hold on. Hair in my mouth. That was just suddenly like too stuck and I couldn't find it, and it was yum. Anyway, yeah, cat hair probably.
Emergency. Yeah, sorry.
Hold, everybody stop. I'm good. It's fine. I blame baby cat. Well, who else is shedding? Who else is busy lying on the floor next to the space heater toasting? Anyway, to wrap this back around even a little bit, to, let's see. Let me get another question in here, and then we can
we'll go to the theories.
Yeah, we can talk more about it, because like a lot of the things that I wanted to go over without, like, there are, you know, story things in the worlds that are like relevant and important, even tie into it, like all of it's all just tied together in a way that's just like, it's hard not to talk about each thing. So I'm just gonna have to organically feel out how to explain these things to you.
Okay.
Because I don't know what order I should even do that in. Let me see. I think there was one other question that I liked. Let me double check really quick. I feel like we kind of talked about that a little bit. I guess because this one kind of wraps a few different ones in, where it's just like, and this is just like game opinion. How did you perceive Sora's character in Chain of Memories compared to Kingdom Hearts 1, and do you think he's developed, and where do you think he's going?
I feel like in Chain, Sora's like, we're doubling down on who Sora is. I don't think that there's a big change. Like, Sora's goal set.
We do see him get really angry, like for real angry for the first time.
Yes, but the way, but in context though, it's Sora getting angry in defense of his friends, and that's a very Sora kind of coded thing to do.
Yeah.
So like, I don't feel like maybe it's unique and it hasn't happened before, but I don't feel like it's out of step with who he is.
Yeah.
So I feel like, you know, maybe it's representative of the stakes of Recom feeling raised. Like, so the first game, the way where, you know, I mean, obviously in the first game, the world has been destroyed or whatever, and there's, you know, there's the worlds are disappearing. It feels like stakes are high, I guess, but
yes, yeah.
But there is a childlike wonder and kind of like everything's gonna be okay kind of, you know, can-do attitude from Sora in the first game. In the second game, the goal set has kind of like come into focus. It's narrowed down to like, we're looking for Riku, I'm protecting my friends. It's a more personal, it's a smaller in scope story and goal set for Sora that kind of reinforces who we already knew he was. And so it'll be interesting to see in 2 if 2 broadens the scope back out, if Sora feels different. But like I said, even with Haley's change in his voice, Sora feels incredibly consistent to me as a character, and so I appreciate that. I don't think Sora. It's also like, it's often said as an act, and among actors this is common, and I'm even guilty of feeling this way, that I much rather would play supporting characters than lead characters, because often lead characters, well, no, separate from the pressure, just as a developed character perspective, lead characters often have to be less characterized because they have to represent the broadest swath of people that have to relate to them. They have to have the highest of goals. They're held to the highest like moral standard, right? As the hero, that sort of thing. The hero is in a way the most boring character because they're the good guy who does the good thing. You know what I mean? And so among actors, you often hear them say like, "Oh, I'm a character actor" as a badge of honor. It's the thing that I often say. Or I like to play villains, or I like to play, I like to play supporting roles because their motivations don't have to be so cut and dry. They're not so clean cut as characters. They can make mistakes more freely because the weight of the audience is not riding on their back, right? So, and that's why I'll often say like, oh, if I could pick a character to play in Kingdom Hearts, I still would pick Riku, because Riku is the character that has the struggle, that fails, that makes mistakes, that makes bad choices, that has to come around in the end, but maybe you think he might not get there. All of that nuance is more interesting and fun to play than a character who has the right goals from the beginning, who knows who he is and where he's going and what the right thing to do is, and then he does it. You know what I mean? I don't think that Sora is an uninteresting character by any stretch. I think Sora is still like really interesting and cool, but is definitely has the kind of hero trope around him where he is. What I think makes Sora interesting is that he leans, like, he kind of like over leans into the hero trope. Like, he is so dedicated to doing the right thing that he'll do the right thing even if it's a lie. Like that Sora moment. You know what I mean? And so that is part of his charm, is that he's so defiantly good. Even when he doesn't have to be, or even when the premise is flawed, he still is dedicated to doing the right thing. And that's kind of what makes him a fun character, at least so far.
Yeah, I think there's especially as you move forward through the series, like he has his own like subtleties and like character moments that are something that if you're paying attention at all, you're like, oh, there's something going on under here a little bit, right? That like that you could miss if you're not paying attention. Not even like you really got to read between the lines. It's stuff where it's like, oh, here's a character beat where he reacts weirdly to something or whatever, and like there's more in there in a way that's really interesting as a character that I'm excited for you to see. And I think Chain of Memories is where, like, because it's like, it's literally the first game they got to do after the first game. You know what I mean? So they were like, okay, we can like take a step in a direction at all. And like, he is angry, but it's also like, I don't know, it's anger that's not just like, and I'm gonna save you. It's like anger, I'm lashing out at those around me kind of anger. And you're like, whoa, pump the brakes, little buddy.
As he loses his memory, there are moments where he lashes out at like Goofy and Donald and stuff like that.
For all I care.
That is the kind of that is a bit out of step with that characterization of him. It's true.
It's something where it's like, it's interesting. It's not like it's out of character, because you will see as more things unfold, right? Where you're like, oh, there's just a regular guy in there that has problems. But it's like, this is like the first like step in a direction where you're like, oh, sure, I thought the guy who was being so sweet, and he still is, but he's also so angry, and it's something that's kind of obviously touched on here. Contextually, it makes sense that he's really angry, right? But like, there's a whole series worth of going through his character to see that it's very interesting. But I guess that's for you to look forward to. I
feel like we still have a lot to build out towards with Sora, and I think 2 is probably the stage that where Sora will take his major like will take a defining turn somehow, you know, like two is where that sage is set, you know?
Yeah. Yep. It's going to be cool. Yeah, I'm excited for you to see things. KH2 is going to be so sick. Okay, let's see. With that, I think...
Hit me. I want to get into I'm curious about these.
Yeah. That's why I was going to be like, I think I'm going to leave that for the questions. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that alone for now. I'm going to skim over. So let's see here. Might leave some of these worlds with, well, maybe I'll start there. Okay. So I'm just gonna circle around these a little bit as we're talking about it, and then like I might pull some stuff up so we can look at it. But like basically Chain of Memories is an incredibly dense game. For some reason, this is probably going to be one of the longer we have to talk about the game streams, I feel like, than some of the others, because there's just a lot going on in Chain of Memories, in a way that, like, as a first pass through, you know, you're going to be like, yeah, this seems kind of cool. This seems fine. I'm picking up on, you know, things that are implied, I guess. But like when you have more obviously series knowledge and you kind of look at it and you're like, there's a lot in here. And it makes it very, very neat. Chain of Memories, beloved. I love Chain of Memories for both just, I like its story, I like its gameplay, and I like how much it has for me to chew on like a dog. So, it's also a game a lot of people don't get. Yes, that is true. It is something where people just go, huh, all right, and then they keep moving, and you're like, but there's so much here. But I will start very plainly with the fact that the Disney worlds within the game of Chain of Memories are all pretty, like, they're like textually, like on Sora's side, because Riku's are like empty, right? For Sora, like it's story-wise anyway, for Sora, a lot of the story that's happening in these worlds are all direct reflections of his heart, and they make that pretty clear from like the get-go in Traverse Town, right? Sora is coming in and he's talking to, you know, the Traverse Town gang. Leon's there, Aerith, Yuffie, you know, Sid's hanging around, and like he's talking to them and they're like, why do I know your name? And he's like, I know you guys. What do you mean you don't know me? And like there's all of this weird, they're like, we've never met you, but like I know you. And they're kind of going through this like odd, like they're setting the stage basically to be like, hey, the way that these worlds manifest, they are taken from your memories. Your heart is the one that's more or less crafting these storylines in these worlds.
My heart, Riku's or Sora's? As the
protagonist? Sora's. So like, because Sora's, all of his everything that happens in the Disney worlds for him, they all have like stories, right? And they all have really clear like story parallels, especially if you already know what's happening in Chain of Memories, where a lot of it is like they deviate from like the movie script. Like sometimes they'll use it as like a loose scaffolding, and then they'll like deviate from that to like have some real clear like message. Like it's always like the last end where they'll be like, all right, and now we're going to reflect on memories and how that can affect us as people, you know, right as you're like watching Sora in between worlds go like, what's happening? So the very first world you go into is Traverse Town, and you kind of have this back and forth as they're going, what's going on here? And the characters more or less come to the conclusion that they're like, huh, we know things, like, as people sort of like, we know things we're not supposed to know. This is something crafted from your memories, and it's informing what we do, is like the conclusion that they come to about this. Like literally, if that's true, then this town is just a figment of your mind, and so are we. And they talk about like, you came here to find someone special to you, which is also, he came to find Riku. That's the whole point of the of why he showed up here, right? They're like, we're looking for Riku and King Mickey, you know, we need to find those guys. I have a feeling something's telling me that it's here. And so they pretty much set like first world. They're like, these worlds are created from your heart and your memories. You are affecting this. These are affecting the whatever's happening inside.
Which is why they're fragmented, and they're and why they're presented. It gives story context to why they're all repeat worlds and why they're fragmented in structure. Yeah.
Yes, it's something, it's very much like, oh, we're pulling these from your memories, right? But they're not like exact rehashes of like even what he did in Kingdom Hearts 1. These are all little like story through lines that are like direct commentary on like what's happening in the game.
Yeah.
And it's like very, when you already know that you're like, and Sora is coming to the castle. Naminé is messing with his memories and replacing things, and a lot of suddenly the world stories are like, and then, you know, I couldn't remember this thing, but then I thought I did, and like I made it up, you know, and stuff like that. And you're like, oh yeah, sure, okay. And it's really super interesting when you actually know, every world is a projection directly from Sora's heart. Deep Jungle detached from Chain of Memories forever. Nice going, Naminé. No more. You don't get to remember Deep Jungle. Tarzan is not here.
Naminé looked through the Deep Jungle memories and went,
yeah, it was like, we don't need this. Woo! And tossed that one out. But like, for example, one of my favorite things is, especially if you're playing the worlds in order, sometimes they're like really pointed. And so when you go through Wonderland, particularly, they start to present, they're like, the Cheshire Cat is like, try too hard to remember and your memory might lie to you. And he kind of, you know, speaks more poetic, other stuff very similar to it. But like, eventually when the Queen of Hearts finds them, Alice is like, oh, of course you told us to do this thing, remember? And like, it's just lying to her, basically. It's like, don't you remember when you asked us to do this thing?
Yeah,
and
she plants it. It plants the memory, and it
plants
works,
it in, and so like it was like, oh, the Queen would never admit she forgot, so instead she remembered something that didn't happen, and she ended up fooling herself. Is like the line. I have the screenshot, and what happens immediately after that scene happens, like you finish that world and you walk out, and then that is the first time that like Sora starts to like the Naminé memory starts showing up. Like, that's when he starts going, he's just like, oh yeah, he's like, who was that other girl? Like, it's like immediate, right? Where he's getting this like supplanted, suggested like memory planted into him. And a lot of the worlds are like this. It's super interesting that they're all very much just reflections on like, this is under this premise. It's like, it is Sora's heart. And a lot of it is, aren't you trying to find Riku, buddy? What about Riku? We're looking for Riku. And then the other ones are like, and your memories, something bad is happening. And that's like the Disney World stories over and over are like various like variations of this. And it's really interesting, especially when considering the greater context of the things that I will be explaining, like Aitsu and the necklace theory, especially. But it's like all kind of a part of it. As you know, it's like the Disney worlds are trying to warn him about what's happening to him, but it is all pretty like direct in that, like, when you know what's happening at all, you're like, oh, okay, like in Olympus, Cloud is fighting to get his memories back. Like, he just doesn't have his memories anymore. And Sora's like, well, sometimes the tiniest thing can make you remember you forgot years ago. If it's an important memory, there's no way it can ever be gone forever. And they like start setting the stage of being like, there was this memory you had, little baby, and it was so important you didn't remember until you started forgetting everything else, right? This special memory with Naminé.
Yeah, each world kind of sets a new seed to build on the Naminé narrative.
Yeah, very much so. I'm looking through my little list. I'm kind of jumping around a little bit. There's also one that is very, very, I think is very interesting, is the fact that like when you go to Halloween Town, the whole thing that happens in Halloween Town is that there is this element of like true memories. When you unlock your true memories that are locked deep within your heart, things that you can't recall now, you know, but they're your real memories. And I think what is it? Dr. Finkelstein like makes a potion or something that is that like it's supposed to like unlock your true memories. Oogie Boogie gets his hands on it and then he like eats it. And then he starts to freak out. He's like scared. And they're like, whoa, my God. They're like, he was like terrified of like essentially what his true memories were. And he like, you know, everything falls apart. You like fight him, you win or whatever and stuff. And they're like, wow, that was crazy and really scary. Like he basically like had a breakdown after he like unlocked his true memories.
Unlocked his own memories, yeah.
Yeah. And then like shortly after that, you have like, oh hey, like Sora finally like remembers Naminé's name, right? And after he gets her name, he immediately like we get a gear shift into him being super angry. Like that's when he's like he suddenly is like really protective, and it's like after like because he talks to Larxene and she's really like baiting it out of him, like she's really just playing with her food, right? And it's like she's really just trying to like poke and prod to get him to remember. It was like, oh, what's your name? Oh, you don't even remember her name. And he finally like kind of gets it out and he's like, oh, Naminé. And then after that he's just like, I'll kill you. He gets like really, really mad. And from then on, he's like very kind of like grumpy and aggressive. In a way, again, it's just super interesting, but like also makes sense. He's like, I need to protect Naminé. This person I just remembered is so important to me. And then a lot of these other worlds very much reflect, like, he thinks he's talking to Riku the whole time as he's, like, interacting with Repliku, right? He thinks it's Riku the whole time until the end when he finds out it's not the case, right? And so there's a lot of these where, like, he's coming in and he's had this kind of, you know, he's getting messed with. He's like, yeah, I definitely have to go save Naminé, who I've totally known this whole time. While he came to find Riku, that was his original goal. And then as he's like finding Repliku, and Repliku's like, I don't even want to see you. I don't want to see you. Naminé doesn't want to see you. Don't talk to me. And a lot of these worlds are very quickly like about like, oh boy, Hollow Bastion is a really, really strong one. Because it's a whole original narrative about Belle and Beast, as like Beast is like, Belle, I came here to save you. And she's like, don't talk to me. Don't save you. I didn't ask to be saved. And she's like trying desperately to like push him away. And he's just like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because he has a really good line too that I really like, where he was just like, before you, like, I was very selfish and mean and all of this stuff, but like knowing you changed me as a person. But so like, I know you don't want me to like to save her and everything, but he was like, consider this my final selfish act, which I'm just like, that's a great line. That's a wonderful line. But like, he's trying to like save her, and she's desperately trying to like push him away, because in this little drama play on the stage, you know, Maleficent is like, that's what she wants. Like she wants like Belle's like shining heart, like full of love for Beast. It's very, again, the telenovela is, you know, but like she's like, yeah, I want that. And Belle is like, I won't give that to you. So I'm going to try and hurt Beast,
going to push him away. Yeah, I remember that sequence for sure.
Yeah, and so like this is all happening, and remember, once again, this is all Sora's heart is like making these little plays basically happen.
Yeah, but and it's all a reflection of the broader story of the Naminé's manipulation on Sora directly.
Yeah, and the thing is, this happens very like that doesn't like happen with Naminé per se, as far as like I'm going to save you, and she's like, no, don't save me, didn't happen. As much as he came, it's like he's having these he's running into Repliku, and he's like, I came all of this way to save you. And he's like, I didn't ask for you to save me. You know, he's like, I don't want to see you. I don't want anything to do with you. And he's like chasing after Riku, and he's like, I won't let you push me away, is like another line that he has, because he's just kind of doggedly pursuing him to be like, let's just save Naminé together. I came here to find you. And he's just like, no, don't talk to me. And it's after you have these scenes where like Repliku is really like trying to, he's like, don't leave me alone. You always worm your way into my heart, he yells.
That's right.
Stuff like that. And then
line.
Sora's heart is like, but I came here to save you. And she's like, no, don't save, like, I don't want you to save me. I didn't ask for you to save me, you know. And the whole time it's because she cared about him. And it's this very like, they have like exact lines, like they're very much like lines with these scenes with Repliku and lines with these scenes with Belle are
That's
like
cool.
one-to-one situations.
I didn't notice at the time that the Belle and Beast interaction is basically a retreading of Sora Repliku. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And all of that feeds into the manipulation from the top down from Naminé.
Oh, for sure.
And how they're trying to like kind of lead Sora to feel a certain way so that they can manipulate him and take the Keyblade from him or control him or whatever they plan on doing with him in the end, right? But it is cool. I love the like, you know, like I said, the philosophy of the game is often vague and squishy, right? So that it can be interpreted, but it is fun to see how all the pieces are there for a good interpretation, and you know, and a coherent like narrative. You know, it's all there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to dig into with Chain of Memories, especially. Also, it being brought up that like in the Japanese version, the lines are exactly the same. Like it is an exact like echo of like their argument that they had. Where like, you know, sometimes there's just things get a little changed when you bring it over into English or whatever. But I feel like somebody said something.
Well, we're in ads now too, just so you know.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I'm here to tell you that because things are kind of out of order because you went to 100 Acre Wood the second you saw it.
I did.
And you did. And like, I can't blame you.
did, and
you
I'm
know?
not sorry. Okay?
And I'm not going to make you feel bad for it, okay? I would have done the same thing.
Impossible.
But otherwise...
Impossible to feel bad about.
Yeah. I agree. You're so valid.
I feel no shame for my love of the 100 Acre Woods. None. All right? I love it. For me, it is the peak Disney World nostalgia. I don't even know why. I think I just love that, like, because I did love that movie as a kid.
Yeah.
But like in my house, remember, I'm the oldest of 5 kids. I got 2 sisters and 2 brothers that are all younger than me. We're all a couple years apart, going all the way down. And like, so Disney movie, like every single Disney movie that existed was like in heavy rotation in our house when I was a kid, my whole life practically, you know, because one of us was the right age for every single one of them, basically. So like, you know, I did love the Winnie the Pooh movies. I think it's just because the nature of the 100 Acre Woods theme being a non-violent zone is just such a respite, you know?
Yeah.
In the context of the game. And I love that they use it as such. They use it as like a way to kind of get away from the combat and like engage with the game in a different way. I just kind of love that decision. And it's such a cozy and like, and I feel like it's such a good game design decision for, in the context of the Disney worlds, you know? To use one world as kind of like a breather world, you know. I love that call, and I I instantly kind of like felt drawn to it, you know. And it is
I
just a
always cry
classic.
over
Like
that
Winnie
pair.
the Pooh is just cozy.
Yeah.
Such a
It's
cozy
Winnie the
character.
Pooh.
You
Who
know.
doesn't love Winnie the Pooh to some extent, right? Like,
I-
who? It's Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
Are we still in ads? I
Yeah,
don't know.
we're in ads for another minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
And then I'm curious about
Yeah, I'm
Aitsu?
gonna.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
And then
You did.
what's the other one? Necklace theory, right?
Yes. They're all
The
kind of
necklace we've talked about
related.
a bit
I think
before.
just a little bit, like a just general summation, but there's a lot that goes into it. Also, Gabby's TLDR, Sora was very, very upset about how angry Riku was with him, couldn't understand it, and his heart twisted a special tale about how Riku was pushing Beast Sora away.
Bell Riku.
Riku still loves him so much, for sure. He has to have a reason, obviously. He wouldn't be that mean to me. Right, guys? Going through the cutscenes a little bit too, again, was so like anytime like he thinks it's Riku and like Riku is like Repliku is being so aggro at him, you know what I mean? He's so nasty. And like Sora is like so crestfallen about it like the whole time. Like he just walks and he's just walking into the next room and he's just like like it's so like, and they're like, "Are you okay, dude?" And he's like, "I don't know." Like he's just so upset about it. It's
Well, I mean,
funny. It is
Repliku
funny
lets
to
him
me.
have it, which
Oh,
is
for
bad
sure.
enough. But then, like, it's always a little worse coming from your bestie, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like he was like, I think also like this perspective of, you know, Riku really kind of like turns around at the end of KH1 just being like he does what he can to help the situation, and they close the door and he's locked away and all of this stuff.
We're back
Novel
from ads,
version of
by
the-
the way. I saw someone say
Wonderful.
Aitsu is it's time for a Japanese grammar lesson. I think I know what this is now, actually, because I've heard the whispers about this stuff.
Yeah, I think-
mostly because of my my clip that I made in and again with the whole, just for context, you know, with shipping and all of this stuff. I do not consider myself a shipper of anything. I do not invest my heart into that part of the game so seriously. I like to joke about it and laugh about it, and I love that interpretation of the game, but I don't. It is not central to the way I view the games or anything like that. So,
and
you know,
that's
some
fair.
people get
That's
upset
fine.
about it. Some people get very defensive about it. I've seen it all kind of, as I've made it, particularly like Suriku kind of like coded clips and stuff.
Right.
People get,
well, being in the pocket of Big Suriku. like
yes,
you
well,
are.
clearly I have a sponsorship to
Yeah.
worry about. And so there's that,
Yeah.
right? And you can't take my sponsorship money from me,
You have
but
to smile into the camera and, you know.
but I did it because I made the clip where I called out the game when the game, I forgot what it was, and then they said, you know, she something whatever, and I was like, her name is Riku. Yes, her name is Riku.
Uh-huh.
And I just
Yeah.
like, and that's where I got a lot of this Aitsu like commentary or whatever,
Uh-huh.
that where people, so I had seen some of this. I think that's the
Yes.
the underlying
And
thing,
the-
right? That the grammatical context of that scene is not gendered in the way that it is in English,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I know
yeah.
I know where we're at with that then. And I think that's really
Okay.
great, by the way. I don't think that it, first of all, it makes these different interpretations of the relationships in the game valid, first of all, because the original context of the game is not an English game, it's a Japanese game, and that is the original version of the game that is to be interpreted into these other languages and cultures, right? But like but I love how it's still kind of just even in its original form, it's even more open to interpretation, right? To have it kind of both ways. I think that's a good thing. And anyway, I'll let you explain it to me, like, you know, but give me some context for it and stuff, because I don't pretend to know the details about the meanings and stuff, but I just wanted to kind of couch it in the sense that, like, I look at all of this kind of relationship meta commentary and stuff for funsies, and I don't take it seriously. I'm not like obsessed with it or swear by it or anything. It's just, we're just playing the games and we're having fun with these characters, and you know, given the context that I'm a part of one of these characters, to me makes it fun to play with and joke around about, and not to be you know, it's not life or death, you know. It's, for me, it's not a crazy serious thing. That's all.
Yes. And I understand. Don't worry about it. I think it's.
I know you get. I know you know that. I know that.
I know. I just like. Rest assured, it's you know, I like understood, and you know, we're having a conversation as well as everybody here is like listening in and stuff. But I know sometimes it's just also like, disclaimer, guys, just don't take it too seriously, okay? You know, it's not like a statement on anything. I'm having fun.
Exactly. And I see through the comments and making the content and stuff that some people do take it quite seriously and get upset one way or the other about like jokes that I've made and stuff. And I'm not. It's not that serious for me, is all I want to reiterate to the community at large, that like I'm perfectly happy with however you interpret the games. As someone who is part of making the series, I look at it as a positive that there's so many interpretive camps for the game. That means that it's enjoyed by a broader swath of people, and that there's more ways to enjoy it. And I totally think that's a good thing in the end, that people kind of like, you know, are free to take the what they think the game means and play with that, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot to dig into with that. And it's also, it is funny because it's like, we are only 2 games in. There's a lot more for like characters, character motivations, character interactions, yada yada yada, that like are still to pass, right? But I forgot what larger point I was going to make. I lost it. I lost the point. No, it's fine. I was sitting there and I was just like, well, I'm just glad you are a very funny man. I am glad too for that. Okay. I think people just want to be listened to mostly. I think it's just special and fun for queer fans to have discussions like this and to be like not ridiculed about it. I think,
and I think
very much so.
And I don't want my community to be like hyper fixated on one interpretation or the other. I don't think that is the opposite of having fun with it. And you know what I mean? Like, that's not what I intend. So, you know, I've seen people feel that, like, you know, and that is exactly why we have that like big Riku joke in our community, that I have this sponsorship or something, and it's you know, we are also laughing about that in good faith when I'm playing the games and making the content. We're just having fun and with it, and with the different interpretations and the different corners of the community. It is not that serious, obviously, and that we can just, you know, laugh together as friends and have fun
enjoy
playing
it how
the
they
games.
want,
and
the
people who don't interpret it that way, that's what we are laughing at ourselves as much as we are laughing at anyone else's interpretation. It's all just, we're just playing around, you know?
Yeah. I think it's fun as well to just like, you know, take whatever like, what's the phrase I'm thinking of? media analysis, right? And like it's fun to just like take a story, talk about it, discuss it and what this can mean. And that also includes queer readings, which are often not allowed the space to have, whether one is going like, oh, it's totally gonna happen, or like, you're just engaging with it to be like, I can read this here, and it's meaningful to me. And like, it's just important to like have the space to let people do that, regardless of how one feels about it.
Totally.
And I think most people are like, just happy to be able to talk about it and it not be made to feel bad.
No.
You know what I mean?
And the way I see it is that I think there is a total valid kind of queer coded interpretation of it, in the same way that the like kind of more traditional interpretation can be there and read obviously and it doesn't matter. I think that the story I think the story and the fandom is better for it being wide enough to allow for the different interpretations to exist. That is a well-crafted, fan space, to give people some elbow room with that stuff. But I have received criticism that I am clearly on the take with Big Sariku, and to that I say yes I am, and I'm not ashamed. They offered me more money. So
exactly, we pay better. I don't know.
Where's the check? Where's the check? Sokai.
I'll get it.
Big Sokai.
Where's the Sokai? Yeah, you got it. Where is it, guys?
I'm getting the bag. That's right. Sariku brought the bag.
Yeah, it did.
That's all I'm saying. Such a dumbass. All right.
I know, it's fine. Sorry. I just love seeing everybody going like,
But
it's just funny.
But anyway, what is the context of the Aitsu like thing that I know that in the Japanese that's the word that's used in certain contexts.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. It's been percolating in my mind as we've been talking about like where to directionally go. So all of everything you just set aside.
Here's your check, sir. Thanks.
Here's your check. There you go. Put the money on the table. Big Sokai has been weird. Anyway, so all of everything you set aside, I am here to tell you a general summation about how the memory used to manipulate Sora, as well as Repliku, right, is a memory shared by the two of them, Riku and Sora, and how that a lot of what Naminé is replacing in both of their respective roles is actually memories of each other, and that this is reflected as well within the script when they use really male-leaning ambiguous pronouns to refer to who this special person is supposed to be,
right,
in a way that's supposed to leave the door open in a way that you're like, that doesn't actually make sense if it's supposed to be about Kairi.
I think on its face, it even in the English version of the game, on its face, like we walk into the castle, we're not looking for Kairi, we're looking for Riku. And so then it's like this special person that you're looking for is Riku. It's Riku, clearly.
Yes,
and so that's
several times.
That's why it's kind of funny to me that the game pretends that it's Kairi when contextually we're leading towards a Riku interpretation.
Yes.
Even if it's not a romantic interpretation, it's still like, it still has that, Riku's his best friend at the very least, and that's makes him a special person. You know what I mean? And so you're looking for this special person. It's Riku. And so I like that, it's, and I understand that contextually you make it Kairi so that it can become Naminé, and Naminé can replace Kairi in that equation by changing her wig. And so
swapping them out really quick.
So I get it, but it all there's a sleight of hand to it there for sure.
Yes. Yeah. really quick. It's like, you know, on the stage when they like pull, it's like a pull away like costume, and then suddenly, you know. But yes, no, you saying that is like, this is something I say a lot of the time, where like there's actually a lot, even just strictly in the English like translation of the game, and just from what you can see, you can get this, you know. And because I always remember one of the things, and this was like, I cannot stress when we speak about shipping, right? And it's just like, yeah, it's not like something that you're like, wow, I'm coming in looking for a ship, you know. It's just kind of like, sure, that can be fun, I guess, you know. That's been me most like my whole life, where I was like, I don't really, you know, if it presents itself to me or it's something the story's trying to tell, I'm like, cool, just convince me of your story, I'm down, right? Just tell me your story, let's go, you know, let's go for it. And I went through Kingdom Hearts, no skin in the game, no horse in this race. I was just like, I am just here to finally form my own opinion about this series. And then I came out the other side, where I was like, they like spoon fed this to me, and I don't know how else to like this. I cannot express how much you don't know that's like coming down the pipe. And I said this the first time, where I was just like, you're making these jokes and making these calls playing the first game, and I was like, you're right, I agree with you, but I was like, you have no idea how crazy this gets. And it's like Chain of Memories is really dense with it in a way that you're like, there's so much to like look at and think about. And then Kingdom Hearts 2 happens, and people start going, hold on a second. And then every other game after that happens, and everyone's like, and it's like genuinely a really common interpretation that people, especially playing the series for the first time, come out of it not even just being like a, haha, they forgot about the girl, so it's super gay. A lot of people going, guys, I don't think they're messing around, actually. And so, like, we're just at the tip of the iceberg, and I'm very excited to tell you about it.
I like your middle school distillation of the straight argument, though. That's excellent. Haha, they forgot about the girl that's super gay.
Yeah, that's because that is
it's very funny.
That's about like, because people say that about various shonen all the time. Like Naruto is a great example, that they're like, it was so misogynistic it became just like earnestly gay, you know what I mean? Where they're like, they treat the girls so bad that the only people that matter are like, and it's like Sasuke and Naruto, and they care about each other the most in the world, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's really ridiculous. And I'm like, there are plenty of examples like that, and I'm like, Kingdom Hearts, while it has elements of being like, well, Kairi was here, and then we and then we move on, you know, that exists. But the rest of everything is just like, okay, now we're just gonna tell a compelling story about how these two are the people they care about the absolute most. Sora and Riku. Also, Mickey Mouse is here. He's always the third guy.
Yeah, because it is Soriki Mouse is now where I live. Okay, I'm gonna take the Soriki Mouse money now.
Okay. Which is also me, by the way, because I drew that picture.
That's right. You were there
still
first.
Me.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're ahead of the game,
It's still
Niku.
me. Don't worry. But anyway, it's truly like going through this game, and like I said, I didn't have any horse in this race, and there's a lot of stuff in this game that I remember stood out to me in a way that I was like, that doesn't line up with, like, if it is supposed to be surface level, that it's like, and Naminé replaced Kairi, and then that's all there was to it. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense, because like this whole key memory, this is important. The Aitsu and the necklace theory are all kind of, so I'm just gonna talk about it all together,
yeah,
right? But like the keystone of like what all of this is this meteor shower memory. The one that both Sora and like Repliku will recall, that they're like, yeah, there was a meteor shower when we were little, and Naminé was so scared, and you know, she said, what if a meteor hits the island? And it's like, I'll hit it back, you know, and stuff, and like, I promise to protect you. And then she's like, I will give you this charm, you know, like, this is for you, like, for our promise, kind of a thing. And so they have the charm, and this is the base foundation of like what becomes the necklace in this case, Sora's necklace. So if you will recall that in the very like KH1, I brought up an interview that it was like Nomura talking about designing Oblivion, and he was like, yeah, we originally had plans that Riku was going to give Sora a charm just like Kairi did, and that's why Oblivion's keychain is his necklace. And this is something that came out way later,
right?
Because it had never been translated,
which suggests
so that
Sora's necklace is a gift from Riku, which would have been during the meteor shower.
Yes, but the other one of the other key components of this is the fact that, very importantly, is very clearly stated in Kingdom Hearts 1 that Kairi showed up on the islands on the night of the meteor shower. She showed up with the meteor shower, basically. They did not know her. She did not exist for them for this big important meteor shower that did happen while they were children. So, because like they have their memory talking about it being like, oh yeah, did you hear? There was like a girl who showed up on the night of the meteor shower.
She was a meteor.
She was basically, she was a meteor. She flew in.
Yeah.
She came in because she had been like sent out by Ansem, you know, just being like, oh, she's gonna find stuff for me because she might be a princess of heart. Really important. Go. Shoots up like a 4-year-old into space or whatever. But like, anyway, she showed up with the meteor shower. So that's one thing where I remember being like, but I thought she came with the meteor shower. She couldn't have been here for this memory, right? Which leaves very few other. Oh, hello, thank you. I have the remainder of a drink in the fridge. And I will take. Yeah, that one. I have food. It's cabbage and sausage. Cabbage, sausage, onion, and potato. That Canary so kindly brought me.
Lovely.
Anyway. Okay. So, anyway, Kairi wasn't present for the meteor shower. Important keynote, right? And that kind of leaves okay, who other two people could have been witnessing the meteor shower, and why do you both remember this? You know what I mean? Thank you. This will perk me up.
There are two people who remember this memory of two people in a meteor
Neither
shower.
of them are Kairi. But it's something where you're like, okay, sure, yeah, that I could see that, right?
No, it's cool.
But like,
I love that the interpretation is. It certainly feels valid in the sense that the pieces are there in the games and in the lore around the series that give it a proper through line. And so like,
yes.
I think that's cool, honestly. I think it's really cool that there's this kind of alt interpretation, only considered alt because clearly the mainstream interpretation is just the, you know, is Kairi, right? So like that, but again, all of that room for interpretation strengthens the fandom. It gives people stuff to chew on. It lets people see themselves in the characters, which is always really important. You know, I think it's fun and funny to joke about and to like have fun with. It's part of what makes the series so fun, especially when you know, Sora and Riku are laying it on thick, you know,
I have more. I am not done.
I'm not surprised, honestly, but like, you know, like that's kind of like and I fully expect this. I don't expect at some point the games to kind of sweep this under the rug. I think this is like this kind of loose interpretation of the characters and their relationships is done intentionally so that, you know, so that the fandom can have these kind of discussions and interpretations and stuff. That's what it feels to me, intentionally designed as such. So even if one or the other interpretation is not correct in the concrete way, you know?
Yeah. I think it's something that at the end of the day, nobody can take your interpretation away from you. I think it's an important, distinction of like however one feels about it. But boy, I got like 6 more bullets in this chamber. I just happen to have a pause.
That's funny.
So listen, so that's just basic foundation stuff of like this meteor shower memory.
Sure.
This is also something that you will come to find as you go through the series. This may, to some extent, like I have more points and things to bring up where it gets to a point where you're like, I am not left to interpret this many other, if any other ways than how it's being presented. But things like this are so very of the caliber of twists and setting breadcrumbs that the series has pulled. They pull later in the series as well. There's stuff where like they have setups for like mysteries and things that like there is this exact level of like, hey, if you're paying attention, maybe this doesn't match up. And if you know what you're talking about, you just may figure it out. Nomura loves making puzzles. He loves making little things like this. For the 20th anniversary, he had like a message written out, and everyone was like, nice message. And then he was like, immediately, he was like, nobody noticed the secret message I put in the thing. Like, nobody figured out my secret message.
He was
and then
instantly mad that the internet didn't internet all over his message.
And then they were like, oh, okay. And then they immediately, and like within the hour, people had figured out the coded message in his message because he loves he's crazy. This is something where you're like,
does
crazy. This sound too
That's
that's crazy.
That and that further kind of validates the idea, not that one or the other of these interpretations are the most valid or correct in a concrete way, but that the fact that it's interpretable is the point. That it's canon, that it's intended to be, and it's intentionally interpretable, and I like that kind of lore, where you can get in there and
you can chew on it.
You can get in there and fight about it a little bit,
Yeah.
of course, in a loving way. But you gotta you have some. You can pick a side. You can kind of decide which parts of these are more important to you, that like it can be weighted differently as you get all the information.
Oh yeah. And with that said, it's just so funny. Like there keep being so many like, yeah, and there's all this stuff. Now wait, there is more. So let me, there are, with this 2 things, right? We have Aitsu, which is very much a pronoun that because Japanese is different, right? Like how there are so many different ways that you can like address like other people, and there are different ways that you can refer, like sure we can refer to ourselves a different way, but it's a lot more rigid, where like there are multiple different ways to refer to yourself as like I, me, in a feminine way, in a masculine way, whatever, where we just say I and me and it's just anything, right? So stuff is, things are just different. It's a different language. So that's why we have to have like a slight like Japanese grammar lesson. And so this is my general summation, but I would like to put this out there, okay? I'm going to give this to the people because I think it's just important to credit where credit is due. The Aitsu like essay was largely spearheaded by a pal, Scherzo. I said I was gonna go look it up, and then it's like Scherzo, like Scherzo Notte, I think, like Italian Scherzo. Anyway, had spearheaded this largely, and then with a lot of people from, they call themselves the Sariku Ultimania, but they had put together a very big PDF that was like, we're just gonna explain this basically. And so it is just a like very long document that if what I talk about is interesting to you, please feel free to check out this very exhaustive. Yeah, this is where, like, and I say this, and I have not personally read through the whole thing because it's really long and I have ADHD. I can't do it. But I know this subject very well because I've written it in a shorter form. I've not written it, I've read it in a shorter form. I also understand just enough of the language to be like, I can explain this even just from my own offhand. It's a novel. It's a novel. But anyway, I'm putting this link in. This is the link that was given to me to share to others. It is a Google Drive, but it has the PDF if you want to go read it. And it's titled, it's like That Person is what it is, how a pronoun revealed the heart of a story. But it's a very extensively like researched and like documented like it's neat. It's cool. People are really smart and they take time to really make, isn't it like 200 pages?
Turns
it's like,
out people are really smart. And they
are.
figure shit out.
And they have the patience to make it. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it is true.
It's like 300. There are screenshots in it, but like it is like 360 pages. It really is like a dissertation.
360 pages?
Yeah, it's a lot. Like I said, it's very extensive, and I have not personally made my way through it. So that's my one disclaimer. But if you want something to chew on, read that.
Report back on Monday. Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah,
Chad.
exactly.
I'm not reading this shit.
No, and I'm not asking you to. That's why I'm just going to generally explain it to you. But Aitsu, all right, Aitsu as a word as a word, it is like a pronoun. It's something you would call somebody else, and it is definitely on the harsher side, a little rude. You know, it's a little rude, and it's definitely gendered in the way that it leans masculine, in the same way that, say, you could, a group of people, doesn't matter who's in it, you could say, hey guys, right? And it's like women, men, doesn't matter. You can be like, hey guys, how's it going?
Sure.
But if you were to be like,
neutrally,
well, that
but
guy,
the word has a masculine connotation.
It has a masculine lean to it, yes. Right. And it's something that, like, you know, but if you were ever to say like that guy, that dude, you know, you can call anybody dude, but you say that dude and you're gonna assume, you know, of like a man, right? So it's that's about where this leans, right? Is like people can use Aitsu to refer to women. It is really funny in a casual sense. I've just come across videos because I'll be like, I'm studying Japanese, and they'll be like, all right, words you don't use. Don't call people Aitsu. They're like, do not, especially women. And they're like, a lot of male friends will call each other this. And like, a lot of it is like, there's a familiarity. There can be like a playful rudeness, and like, you know the person. It's like, okay, it's not crazy, but it's still not something that you would want to just call a girl Aitsu, because people are going to be upset. And so it makes, its usage, like saying this fucking guy. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it
regularly calls my mom dude.
Yeah. Look, I call people dude all the time. I call my mom dude. Like, it's just like, dude, check this out.
I call my daughter dude all the time.
Yeah,
like, what's up, dude?
Like, yeah, what's up, dude? You know, it's something that you can use for people. It's just, I think the larger point is that there's like not a proper translation of this word in like the English language. You know what I mean? There isn't, like, it's kind of hard because it's not like they're just saying, hey asshole, you know what I mean? But they are just like, it does have an aggression to it, like a rudeness to it that's like not necessarily appropriate.
Yeah, there's a brashness to it. Yeah.
And that's just something that we don't exactly have over here. So it's a little difficult. But this is used very pointedly in some scenes, especially in Chain of Memories. Very often, you know, we are led to be like, Sora is remembering Naminé, his friend Naminé, right? And very notably, when you are going into the worlds and you go into Destiny Islands, the whole scene that plays in Destiny Islands is you show up and Waka and Tidus and Selphie, they're all there, and they're like, hey Sora, what's going on? And he's like, huh? What? And they're like, oh, I know. It's like, oh, he's always a zombie when, and I'm gonna put like parentheses, this person, when this special person, right, he's always a zombie when the special person is on his mind. In English, it's translated just pretty straightforward, like, oh, he's always a zombie when she's on his mind. And it's not exactly what one would say there, because it's something that what happens is that they refer to this person, they're like, he is always a zombie, more or less, when Aitsu is on his mind. And it's something that would be really out of pocket if they're calling Naminé or even Kairi about it, right? Like, it's something where you're like, what are you saying? Especially if it were to come from, like,
it would be
Selfie.
what, like, it would be kind of backhanded.
It's fighting words. Yeah, it's definitely, it's a bit fighting words is how people, you're thinking about
You're thinking about that bitch.
Yeah, basically that's how it comes across, and that it's like,
that's
a weird thing to say. Another thing that's
funny, yeah. No, I get like the context, the nuance of the context is like super interesting, and it's cool that and it doesn't, it's not surprising to me that this stuff is kind of, you know, reinterpreted, rejigged for English in like a specific way. You know, that's to be expected, I think, given the context and stuff, you know. But I love how consistent it is. The need to shift a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just something. With this scene too, it's really funny. I'll have to pull it up because like to like further this point of this scene, because after this scene too is like they're basically kind of like badgering him about like, oh, this person that you care, like, oh, you're always fucking head in the clouds, you know, when you're thinking about this person, right? And then it's after they're like, okay, well, like, go get him, slugger, you know, and they're like, we'll just, you know, go find him. And then when you go from that scene, the next thing you do is you find Riku. And like that is the next cutscene is you're like, all right, I'm running around in Destiny Islands again, you know, gameplay part, and then you find the next cutscene and you find Riku, and Sora's kind of confused about it. And that one turns into like, oh, he's like, oh right, Naminé, like you have to protect her and whatever, and he's like, yeah, okay, sure. Which is just even in English, I was just like, why is it we go find Riku first and then it has nothing to do with like whatever they were talking about? But it like in the original script, it's very much like a, you know, oh, you're always zombie on your mind when you're thinking about that guy, and you're like, what? And
then you turn around and Riku's
there, and it's like, who else would it be, right? You know, it's so
That's
something. Funny. It's really something. But what's extra funny, especially because there's always like a little bit of wiggle room of being like, well, I don't speak Japanese, I don't, you know, but like, who knows if this person like actually knows enough to talk about this? And you know, there's a bit of that like wiggle room of ignorance and being like, well, maybe it doesn't mean this or that, but like there's this really great shot of like how the comments people are making. So there's kind of, I wouldn't say it's a YouTube equivalent exactly because Japan still uses YouTube, but there is a video site called Nico-Nico. And that was where a lot of people would upload videos. And I only bring this up because like when you would comment on the side, it would kind of function like a live chat and it'll like stream across the screen. And so this is one of those videos where people are like reacting to the video as it's happening and you see the comments on the screen, right? And it's great because this is people seeing Chain of Memories. This is like an old video, right? The Nico-Nico video broke me. It's so hilarious because you watch these comments streaming across the screen after like Selfie is like, that bitch, you know? And you're like, whoa. And it's a bunch of comments going like, I don't think a girl would use Aitsu. And like other people being like, well, it's clearly about Riku. Who could it be other than Riku? It's Riku, haha. Like it's just everyone going like, that was a weird pull.
Yeah.
It has to be Riku.
Making the same joke I did. And you know,
it's, but even more so in that the script is like kind of not giving you room to think otherwise. It's definitely a like a moment of going like, why would you choose what that? your words mean something, and you know, I'm not saying that as if they don't know what they're doing. It's just something where you're like, okay, what are you trying to tell me here? Like, what else can this be read as? And it's very funny. In the document, you can see the screenshot. It is very funny to look at, because it's like several like screenshots of just comments streaming across of people being like, oh, it has to be Riku, right? Like, over and over.
Undiscoveries, thanks so much for the resub. Thank you, Soul. 6 months. What a sub anniversary.
Dude, 6 months? Hell yeah. Hold on, I gotta see if I can find the shot really quick in this way too long document. That really goes into depth, like a lot. It explains the pronouns, it explains just the language in general. But it's something where, like, if I'm just to summarize it, like, I think it's not anything I've ever, like, because some people will be like, well, it's a bad translation then. I don't think it's a bad translation. I think it was like 2004 when the game came out, and like, it's not like it was super common. It's not like it was super common to use like gender neutral pronouns to refer to someone, more like it is now. Like, I think as far as the intention goes, which is usually this is what you do when you localize, right? Is like you're trying to get the feeling and the intention of the scene, not the word for word dialogue.
Yeah, the word for word is not the highest importance. It's the intention and it's the subtext that you want to make sure is there.
Yeah, it's like
typically.
what is the point of the scene, and what is the information they're trying to deliver and how? And if that information is this person is mean, but they're hiding something, like, you have to convey that versus the exact wordage that was used, because it's not a one-to-one. It never is. Two languages don't have one-to-ones like that. So this is one of those things where it's just like, functionally, it is there to be like, oh yeah, they're like teasing him about this person who's supposed to be really important to him in a way that's familiar to all of us. But then use a really pointedly weird, like, it's even emphasized because it uses a different, this is not exactly correct, but like a different font essentially. Japanese has hiragana and then it has katakana, and katakana, it's the same, it's like an alphabet, it's just like phonetic sounds, a, i, u, e, o, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, and then they're like, here's a in hiragana, and then here it is again in katakana, but now it looks a little different. And so it's like, imagine it's like a different font, essentially. That's how I'm summarizing it. Okay. Katakana is used for foreign words or like emphasis sometimes. So like, example, a character who is a robot. A character who is a robot who speaks really stiff and he talks like this, and it might be written out in katakana to convey that stiffness or the foreign...
the change in tone.
Yeah, and so, like, it'll be like, oh, this guy is talking in a very forced and strange way. And, you know, that usually would get translated to, like, all caps or something in English.
Right.
It's you know, it's a way that you kind of have to, like, interpret it.
Sure. It's a visual cue that can be used in a myriad of ways to kind of, like, to interpret what you're reading,
Yeah. And so it's something that's just like, oh, it has like an added emphasis of, usually the feeling is that like it's a little forced is how that comes across. And it is something like, it's just like, this is weird. Why is it like this? And they do where everything else is written out normalized. Yeah, italicized text, maybe bold or anything that's just like emphasis on word.
And you could do that. Okay. You can italicize, bold, underline, or caps lock a message for emphasis, right? And all of those technically are interchangeable, even though there's many different ways to do it. And so, or you can use them in the same text and you can assign them their own meaning so they can be used differently. Like, you know, that's, I get that, where like the, you know, the fact that it was used was intentional. You have to kind of suss out the intended meaning for its use. It's not cut and dry. Yeah. It's something where, like, so that being the, you know,
that said, it's basically everything's normal. And then Aisu is written in katakana in a way that's like a very pointed. Like, it's not just like, we just decided to use this strange pronoun. It's like, and boom, look at this word. Okay, anyway, moving on. And you're like, what? Huh? What is that? What do you mean? And so this is the, I would say the key is that it's like, there is a pronoun that is used, a word that's used, especially in really pointed scenes, as well as most of the game when it refers to when Namine's talking about like this person that is so special to you. In English, it's a very simple, like, we are going to like, well, clearly it's supposed to be Kairi or whatever, right? And so it's always like a she, it's a her, the whole time. Where like in Japanese, it's always just like that person. And the only time they get more specific really is when they're like, Aitsu, and you're like, that doesn't make me think of Kairi for any reason, and especially when it's like bolted and italicized, you're like,
yeah,
huh? Sora's reaction makes more sense with that context as well. It's true, because like the way he reacts to what they're saying to him when they're like, you're thinking about Aitsu, aren't you? And he's like, what? Who? Huh? As well as there is, and this is where I'm gonna get into something else. This is, I'm digging into it. You're getting the whole spiel, all right?
Okay.
It's what the people want. They demand this of me, okay? You can't see it. There's a firing squad off screen.
That's right.
And they're waiting for me to stop. If I stop before I'm done, it's over.
We need you, Riku. Please continue.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway, Anoko, or her name. I can't like read any of chat because it'll just like make me go off. Like I'll lose place of like my explanation. Anyway, so it's in other examples, basically they commonly will just be like, okay, that person, or if they're referring to like ambiguously like that girl and it's Namine, like there's a different word for it. Like there is like just genuinely a different word to say it, like as somebody brought up.
Are there
like,
times where they are more specifically referring to Kairi and or Namine and they do use different words?
2 seconds, hold on.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. I was waiting because it's like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm trying to remember. And like I said, I did not read the whole 360-page document. Forgive me. So, I was waiting. I was like, somebody's going to answer it. I'm just going to have to buy time. And then, yes. They usually are called Anoko. Larkstein uses pretty strongly gendered language for Namine. Ano, like, ko means, like, child. But, like, it has, like, a feminine lean. So if you're usually just to say, like, oh, that girl we know.
Yeah,
like,
or the
Ano
little girl,
is kind of like
right?
that
So
girl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anoko, Anohito. Hito just means, like, person.
So whenever the interpretation is free of Riku being a possible interpretation, the word chosen is not as ambiguous. Or
yes. It's usually
when there is a possibility that it could be interpreted as Riku, the word has it's ambiguous enough to suggest that that's a valid interpretation.
Yeah. Yes, that is. You are correct.
Yeah, well, that's again, that's all of this really underlines for me, not again, which one is correct, because I think that is not the point. I think the point is intentionally making it interpretable across, the people who write these stories and who, and these characters and who know these, these are not words that are chosen like flippantly, right? Like all of this stuff is carefully chosen for this reason. And so I think that it's done in a way to make it to open up the interpretation for these kind of discussions,
It's basically it's something where like when I look at it like functionally, where it's just, oh no, you're like 4 pixels again. Don't worry about that. When I look at it like functionally again, it's something where the intention of this like strange, real, like it just like standout thing where they were using this in this really charged like scene of like, I don't know why else you would read it. Like, what are you saying to me? That like this usage of Aitu is very like out of place and very like strongly pointed, but it's still just enough that it's supposed to make you pause. It's supposed to make you go, well, that doesn't line up, as well as many other things, like the genuine like fact of like, well, it couldn't have been Kairi in the memory. She showed up on the night of the meteor shower. Like they make a point of like expressing that in the first game multiple times. There's just like little things, like they're not that little, they're just like, oh, these are things that if you know stuff you can go like, oh, that's strange. That makes me think that maybe this is left open to be like they could revisit it later and like to do whatever they want to do with it, whatever direction they want to take, because like there's a lot here that's still to be addressed, even like in the overarching story, like stuff that has happened in Chain of Memories. There are other things that have been opened and closed in this series that come after Chain of Memories started, finished, wrapped up very cleanly, and Chain of Memories is still this like open door of like stuff they have yet to address. And when you have something that's like, oh, we made this weird scene where we left this really open, and you have that like end scene where it's just like, Sora, you know, I could never erase the memory of this person who's so important to you, which in this scene, often in English, he's like, oh, she's your light, yada yada. Doesn't use she. It's very like, this person is your light. They are very important to you. And he started to try to remember. And it's like, oh, my friends, you know. And then he's like, oh, no, try again. And he thinks harder. And then like Riku shows up. And you look at Riku, and then the camera like suddenly like yanks away in a really weird way. And then it's like, Kairi, right there. Look at Kairi. And you're like, I remember seeing it for the first time, and I was like, why would you direct a scene like that unless you were trying to like that? It stood out to me as so strange because it's like you had to animate that, you know what I mean? Like that was something that you have to like do something about. And again, this was way before I was on any kind of, I was just like, well, that stands out to me as somebody who's done any kind of work in any kind of like art and animation, that I'm like, well, that seems like a deliberate camera movement, I would say. Yes. Very interesting to me.
It is deliberate. It seems clear to me, like I said, that the context in Japanese is left deliberately ambiguous with the specific intention of underscoring not just Sora's relationship to Kairi, but Sora's relationship to Riku as equally important at the very least. And then it seems to me that the localization effort is equally as intentional to kind of like to erase some ambiguity and make it more straightforward.
Yes,
and all that's done.
And that's something I don't fault anybody for. It was 2004, you know what I mean? It's something where it's like, so often is it the case that like, you know, Japanese can be ambiguous in how like it just is structurally, right? And so sometimes it's just like, depending on who's ever at the helm, you're just kind of like, okay, I have to make decisions. Translation and localization, you got to make decisions about how to like convey this.
Totally, yeah.
And so it's something where it's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes you make a decision and you go, well, you know, it's clearly like they show Kairi at the end. We're just gonna like make this a little more streamlined, right? And just kind of hammer that out. And even doing that, I remember it was enough that I was just like, that's weird. Some of this doesn't line up, but like, not gonna let it ruin my day, and just kind of moved on, right? But it is something where it's just like the case of Aitu, which again, what I am describing is still rather general. And if you want, you can go read the document that goes much, much more into detail about it. But like, it is genuinely like
so
the
much
script.
Homework.
Look, some people just want something to read. This is what they want to engage with. And I'm like, here you go. You know, I think if you want to read it, there it is. Graven, write us a 10-page essay due Monday.
So much homework.
I will be reading the 360-page document when I'm not sick. Yeah. I mean, unless you need something to do. Don't forget Sora calling Repliku Aitu at the end. Okay, yes, that is also very true. So many little pieces, and we've been doing this for 7 hours. So, like, I'm trying to...
And we have another ad break in 2.5 minutes.
Then I'm gonna go. Yeah, there is, like, the usage of, like, okay, we have this whole scene with, you know, using Aitu, and you're like, that's really strange and pointed. I don't know why you said it like that. Unless... and later, after Repliku has finally kind of he got like memory blasted by not. Remember, he's like drooling face down on the floor, and he got kind of like reset, and he was just like, okay, fine, it's all lies, but this is all I know. And Sora's like, yeah, me too, you know. And so anyway, they're kind of better standing. Repliku goes to leave. And Sora's just like, hey, you know, Riku, where are you going? Like, just because, like, these are fake, like, these are yours, though. Like, you can do whatever you want. Because, again, another great Sora moment of being like, it doesn't matter. You have your own memories. You're your own person. Right. And as he's just like, yeah, okay, like, trying not to be upset about it, but he's, like, leaving. And when that happens in English, he's just like, Riku, as he, you know, he's like sadly, like, you know, he calls his name. In Japanese, he just says Aitu. Like, he just mutters Aitu and like directly calls him this. And not like that way that's like, oh, why he's being so rude. It was just like, oh, we're applying it directly to somebody now. Like, it's very...
Sure, yeah, it's pointed, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In a way that's just like, oh, sure, okay, message received, you know, like, thing that we aren't usually calling people anyway, but we used it here in a way that didn't suit any other character but Riku. And then later we have a scene that's like, and then we just call him that directly. Even if it is Repliku, it's like it's still, you know, the application.
Yeah.
That fucking guy, frowny face. Is it also in katakana? I believe so. I think I had the scene. Oh yeah, I did. Hold on a second. I can look at it directly. Not that it matters too much, but there's no font on this. Like, they took out the subtitles, so I couldn't tell you if it's written in katakana or not. But boy, howdy. So there's that. Everybody's like, don't forget to tell him this, and don't forget to tell him that. And I'm like, okay, firing squad, sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I will.
I'm sorry.
He'll know in the end.
Yeah. So, like, you have the most general understanding of, like, the Aitu thing. Now, there you go. That's
there
it.
it is.
Like,
I mean, I love it. I love that. I love how in depth and like I love to the extent to which all this stuff. I mean, the fact that there's this long like essay written about it in such great detail is incredible, and I love the passion that the community is like kind of gone through to sift through all of this and really make the case, you know. It's awesome. And it's still, it's the again, the key thing for me that seems true, if I could land on a true thing to sit on, it's that the ambiguity is intentional, and in the same way that I find the lack of ambiguity in the translation to be intentional, you know, and that's more of a reflection on the time it was made and the culture that it comes from and the culture that it was interpreted for in that time, you know? So like that all of this makes perfect sense to me, you know, like that it's, and again, I think the fact that there's some ambiguity to the original, again, doesn't mean that one interpretation is capital C correct and the other one is then not correct. You know what I mean? It just gives it the room that it needs to be interpreted by a broader audience And
Yes.
and I think that's part of the reason why the series gets so much love and attention from the fandom, because there is all of this wonderful room for interpretation, you know? And and I find it enjoyable. I mean, obviously, right? Because when I'm playing through the game, when I see that subtext in Sora and Riku's
Right.
relationship, I like to call it out and laugh about it and embrace it as part of my playthrough. It's just important for me that everyone knows that I'm not, like, you know, trying to be exclusionary towards their version of the story and stuff. That's not important to me at all. I want everyone to have their version of the story and love it, and your favorite version of the story is the one that matters to you. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's important, you know? And that the best art is designed that way for the most people to kind of get the most out of it, you know? But it's so funny how the extent to which all of this subtext has been muddied, you know? It's so good.
There's like one other larger thing that I haven't even touched on, and this one's I feel like gonna be a little more brief. One comment that's being said here that's like, no matter what is canon in the end, it doesn't seem like Nomura would be the type to specifically shoot down anyone's ship. And all I want to bring up is that there was an interview where somebody brought up a different ship completely, to the man himself, being like, it seems like these characters over here, not gonna get into it yet, but like, it's these characters, it's like, it seems like there was something there and that maybe you guys were forced, like, to not do that. And he answered it really early, and this is like 2015. It's still uncommon type response to get, especially from a creator, being like, he was like, oh, that's not what we intended, but like, you know, it's like, I think that's great. I don't want to I don't want to stop anybody's like interpretation or anything. Like, I see that, but like, that's not what we went for. That's all. And it was something that was so like really chill in a way that, like, especially because it was about a gay ship, that was like, that's not that common. And it was a really like, he was so nice about it in a way that I'm like, I think that he would probably just be a completely nice guy about it either way. I don't think he's out here to like,
no, but I mean, that's it, and
ruin
that
people,
tracks,
you know?
given the idea that it feels like it's left open with intention, you know, that this, it's all, the ambiguity is part of the way they built out the story for that reason. And that's what someone would say if that was their intention. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, that's not, I like that's a cool interpretation and you can have it. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I feel like that's the right way to go, generally speaking, just with like character driven artwork, you know, stories in general. But obviously historically that's not always been the case, that creators are happy with reinterpretations of their
there are definitely
canon,
some,
you know, their precious
notable people
canon,
who have
right?
made
So
huge stakes about that.
So, you know, there's but I think that rigidity is less interesting. You know, it makes for a less interesting fandom. I like the fact that there's so much stuff in the Kingdom Hearts fandom for people to argue about and wrestle with and stuff. I always just want to underline that everyone can feel however they feel, and that it's not life or death, and no one needs to be upset. You know what I mean? About the different interpretations. I like to, but I enjoy the fact that there's so much there to discuss and to chew on and to interpret and reinterpret. It makes it more fun, you know?
Yes. Sorry, somebody being like, it's like he said, absolutely not in the most diplomatic way possible. There are other times where he's like, it's very funny. The man is very silly in that, like, there are so often he's like, oh, I don't know, that's up to interpretation. And then like weird things where he's like, no, that's not how it went. You're like, okay, sure. Genuinely something that happened. I'm not explaining because it'll be way funnier later. Like a character who is bald, and then he's like, I saw people incorrectly assuming he went bald with age, and so I had to correct them, and we were like, I guess. Bald by choice was like,
That's right.
you really needed to get that across.
That's right.
And we were like,
Don't you
okay.
ever misinterpret my baldness, chat.
Yeah, you choose to be.
I made this call
Yeah.
with a
This
full
is
head
on
of
your
hair.
terms.
It was full and
Yeah.
it was glorious. It was long and it was luscious. And
Yep.
then I shaved it because I wanted to. And that's it. That's all you need to know. Okay?
Yep.
Don't come at me with your interpretations. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Nomura's all for it, so. Oh boy, what was I gonna? Oh right, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think of so I can like wrap this up right in any capacity. There's so much, and we spent so much time yucking around and having a good time. And then I was like, "Oops, wait, I have stuff I have to talk about." And now I feel like this is what happened last time when I was just like, wait, I have shit I have to tell
That's
you.
right.
Hold on,
The
and then
rapid
like we
fire
stopped.
at the end, yeah.
Yeah, at the end where I'd be like, and this and this and this and this. Okay, you know, let me go. So listen. There are novels for Kingdom Hearts. There are light novels, which are more so a category of like, they are not full novels. They are not full books as much as they are retellings. Usually with like there are things that you can explore in a novel that like the game couldn't afford to, you know, like sometimes you can get characters inner
with
thoughts in the
extended
novel.
context and stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Are they canon?
They are considered secondary canon in the fact that like
Secondary
some
canon.
things. Yeah, so what
Is that a
what
nice
that
way
means,
of saying not canon?
No, listen to me.
I'm curious.
So they're considered secondary canon in the way that there are some things for the sake of brevity they don't address or adduce. So like consider in the first game, right, we go to Olympus. In the novel, they just didn't do that, okay? And spoilers in any capacity, Olympus shows up again, right? And suddenly the novels have to address this at all. I'm sorry, you don't know when it's coming, but it's coming sometime.
You ruined
And this
everything.
example, I know, I'm so sorry. I know Olympus was your favorite, but so anyway, example, in the first one, they simply don't address Olympus at all, right? They're just like, we are telling a more brief story, but like we offer character insights and other perspectives and other context for things, right? In a later novel, they suddenly go, ah, shit, we have to address Olympus. And so then they have to go, all right, now we have to treat this like it's the first time. We've got to catch it up to speed. We're here for the first time, whatever, let's go. And so things like that are like, oops, this conflicts with like the game canon, right? It's like, yes, Sora still went to Olympus in KH1. I'm sorry, even if the novel simply just didn't go over it because I guess they just elected not to, right? And that's where it's considered secondary canon in the way that there are some things that, like, if the game
it was
conflicts
totally
with it,
canon
the game
until they messed up, and now it's secondary canon.
Yeah, from the get-go, from the first novel. That's just like one of the most poignant example I can think of, because most otherwise they're pretty like, and then we have all the things that happened, but like there's just some stuff where it was like, well, I'm just telling a really brief, I'm telling a retelling of KH1, etc. We don't need every detail, and then he saw Phil, so that's why they're called secondary canon. Otherwise, the person who writes them, who happens to be my Twitter mutual, by the way.
I don't know what that means.
She's cool. As in, we both follow each other on Twitter. Not that I'm really active on Twitter at all, but that's why it's a
I
mutual.
overthought that phrase. I thought it was maybe like a thing, like a title or something on Twitter. I don't.
No. It's just funny. It's just like, oh yeah, I follow her on Twitter, and then like
I know
she
very
follows
little
me
about
too.
the Twitter sphere.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, we've interacted like a couple times, but nothing crazy. I was like, here's a picture, and I'm like, I like that thing in the picture, and she's like, it's like nothing. It's just funny to think about. Anyway, she's written all of the novels. She also has written for the games pretty explicitly. Some people don't like what she writes, and most of those people are joyless with no whimsy. But she's written like for the games multiple times, and there's like a character, a very well-loved character that people adore, that she very directly had a hand in like crafting. Like, she's very much a part of the games and has written other explicitly like, this is canon material, like this is to be taken on its face. That's why it's like these are like secondary canon, because they're supposed to be, and they're good insights. And then, there just happen to be some flub ups here and there where it's just like, that didn't happen in the game like that. That's okay. And that's it. Like, that's literally all that means. So, yes, they are canon, just barring that it doesn't accidentally conflict with the game in that way. Anyway, she's fun. She's funny. But these novels have a lot of really interesting insight, and they're honestly just super fascinating because they are chock full of stuff. And Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't have too much. It has some stuff, but it was very much like okay, I'm just writing a light novel. And then Chain of Memories was like, hold on, let me start cooking. And it's like full of stuff. It's like we get full like perspective from like Repliku experiencing Riku's memories being shoved into him, and like how he is like there looking at it, and he's just like, it's super interesting. And it's
I
like
feel
he's
a little
there
violated.
yeah, and it's like he's there like experiencing this, and there's like this disconnect where like people are like, hey Riku, and he's like, oh, I guess that's me, right? I'm Riku, and he's like, it's something where it's like you are trying to brainwash somebody who isn't Riku into being Riku. And so he's like having Riku's memories implanted into him, and like she just wrote out the experience of him like going through the memories, and it's just like, what on earth is, oh my god. But we get a lot of stuff from Sora's perspective, and how like when he's getting confused and memory stuff is just getting strange. And the same thing with like Riku, you get like his own perspective as he's like going through the worlds and stuff. And boy, wouldn't you know it, so much of it, his internal reflections are about Sora. Wow, big shocker.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I am seeing how shocked you are. It's kind of crazy. I need you to calm down. Yeah. Okay, I need you to take a breath.
I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I need time.
Yeah. And it's something that I remember reading, like people's, because we didn't have them in English for a while, and so people would do fan translations, and I remember reading them, and I was like, this is like really gay. And then I was like, but when it comes out in English, I'm sure they'll tone it down or whatever, and then they didn't.
Nice.
And so it's there's a lot in these, and I'm not sure we have all the time in the world for it, because like I have like selected ones. It's just getting late, and I think I can tell we're both even just a little tired, but
these books are chain. So these are chain like adjacent, or it's like the retelling of Chain with more context?
It is basically retelling of Chain of Memories with more context.
Oh, okay.
Like fully.
And there's one of these for each game?
Yep. More or less. There are like a couple little like mobile, there's like a mobile game they don't have one for, and like Melody of Memory doesn't have one.
Chain Plus, yeah.
Yeah, basically. It's literally just Chain of Memories, and it's just like, all right, we're writing out Chain of Memories, and like we just get to have character exploration. Yes, there was one for KH3. I know, because I own all of them. They are right here next to me. Oh yeah, in my server, for anybody interested, on, what is it, Saturdays, I think? People get together and read the novels together in book club, so that's really fun. And people have been good about like recording past readings for book club, so you can just kind of watch them for yourself, which is really cool.
Your own audiobook, almost.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. It's fun. Everybody gets their own little character assigned, and they get to like read it. There is a Union Cross novel. I know because I have that one too. There's a lot of like really interesting information just in these novels, and there's a lot of really telling ones where you're just like, oh, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I will talk about that one specifically because it is to do with Aitsu.
I saw the comment.
Yeah. So there is an excerpt that like is literally, it's the Destiny Islands, like they're talking and like, you're thinking about that guy, you know, they're talking about like this person. And so the novels treat it like this, right? And it's just like, but Selphie, looking like she'd reached a conclusion all on her own, took a step closer to Sora and stared up into his face. I know, you're thinking about her again. Sora's eyebrows went up a little. Her? Who? Does Selphie mean... Yeah, does Selphie mean... And then it's like, oh, I get it. Tidus added with a smug grin. Yeah, he's a total zombie when she's on his mind. And it's like, that would explain why he's acting all funny to us. Waka nodded knowingly. Selphie leaned over to whisper, I bet you want us to take a hike so you two can be alone, huh? And Sora, I guess so, Sora mumbled, rather uncertain. And then his own thoughts of being like, her, they must mean Namine. But what about Riku? And that's just straight text. Like, that's literally what it says. And when you consider it's like in the Japanese novel, it makes more sense when they're like, oh, Aitsu, this person, right? And he's like, who? Huh? And then like later he's like, this person, they must be Namine. He's like, but what about like Riku? Like, you know, he's like literally like puzzling through it as it's happening. And it's just like plain text. Her name is Riku.
Her name is Riku. I was right all along.
That's why you said this, and I was like, I can't explain. Like, it's like you are joking, but also you have no idea.
That's funny.
It is really funny. It was something that I was like blindsided by when I was like going and reading, because there are. Now hold on. Because we're just talking about the novels a little bit. Interviews, I put that in there. Novel readings, which we so handily went through and highlighted several of these. So I have to find. There's also one that's so good. I love this one. That is basically. Did these both get highlighted? I hope so. I want to just read it. Goopy POV. There's goofies in her thoughts. That's always pretty cool. Where is the one with the drawing? Hold on, I have to find it really quick. Oh yeah, there's also, and I love this one. Where Riku is remembering when Destiny Islands fell to darkness, KH1, classic stuff, and you know, he's out there on the island. And like, you know, he's like, we can go to the outside world. You know, it's just like, I'm not afraid of the darkness. And he does the classic, the Riku hand pose, right? The one. And Sora's like reaching for him and everything. And like when this was happening, we get this like Riku's perspective on this. And it drives me insane. So I'm going to let's see here. What if I made you read it, Mr. Voice of Riku Kingdom Hearts? Would you like to read it out loud?
No, I want you to read it to me.
Okay.
I'm learning.
I'll read it. You're learning. Okay. You're scared. No. Okay. Let's see. Where do I start? It's like a long quote. Okay. It's this whole sorry, they put the whole like page and then highlighted parts of it, and I'm like, wait, but like the whole page. The novels are so insane. They are insane. So let's see. When the storm came, I went out to the little islet to make sure the raft didn't float away. I was running through the driving rain trying to get to the inlet, and then I noticed that a great big door had appeared in front of our secret spot. What's a door doing there? I thought, and just then someone whispered to me, "You want to see other worlds, don't you?" I turned, and a man in a black cloak was standing there. "The door will soon open. You have nothing to fear. There is no need to fear the darkness. Now go, Riku." I never hesitated. Nothing could hold back my longing to see the outside world. "Riku!" Kairi must have come to the islet with the raft in mind too. She came running up to me. And there's like a mumbling, like he can't make it out. And it's like, "Heart." And it's like clearly supposed to be like Princess of Heart or whatever. The man in the cloak said something, but I couldn't hear it over the pounding waves. He was looking at Kairi. And now I know what it was he said. A Princess of Heart. "Riku, the raft will get washed away." "Never mind the raft, Kairi. There's another way to go to the outside world." "Huh?" She stared at me, looking confused. "What about Sora?" Right, because Kairi would only think of Sora. But I was the same way. When Sora and I were together, we could go anywhere. I really believed that. And then, with Kairi, who had to know something about the outside world, together there was nowhere we couldn't go. "Sora and Kairi can come too, can't they?" I said to the man in the black cloak. He nodded silently. Then he seemed to vanish into the door. "Hey, Riku, what was that about?" It was raining so hard by then, I could hardly make out Kairi's expression. "Kairi, you wait here by the door. I'll go get Sora." And she calls after him. Just, "Riku, wait." I ignored her protest and started to run to get Sora. That's where I was going. "Sora! Sora! Hey, Sora! We can leave this world right now." He came worrying about the raft too. I found him soon. "Where's Kairi? I thought she was with you." The first thing he said to me was about her. "The door has opened," I told him. "Riku?" He stopped in his tracks. He was looking at me strangely too. "The door is open, Sora. Now we can go to the outside world." Sora was only ever thinking about Kairi, and Kairi was only ever thinking about Sora. But now, that would change. "Kairi's coming with us," I shouted. "Once we step through, we might not be able to come back. But this might be our only chance. We can't let fear stop us. I'm not afraid of the darkness." I reached out my hand for him. "Come on, Sora. Let's go." "Riku?" He looked just a little bit nervous as he tried to take my hand. I had no idea what was happening around me right then. I never even glanced at it. All I cared about was that Sora was right there and I was reaching for him. How do we feel about that?
That's the cliffhanger.
It's just the follow is just like just a little bit more, and he would make it. Sora is the following line. The moment I called his name, that was when I noticed the darkness swirling around me. Darkness was covering my body, but there was no need to be afraid of it. And then, covered in darkness, everything went dark. And the next thing I knew, I was standing in Hollow Bastion. And that's the end of the excerpt. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that so fun?
I love I think the relationship functions so well as a like a love triangle of some description, you know. It's like so great that they have,
but Sora's in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
genuine.
I don't have like I'm not mad at that at all. But
yeah.
Or even that you could think that that there's a relationship that the dynamic between the three of them is fluid in a way, and they kind of like they all kind of like shift in their positions and feelings to each other. But to me it seems,
I mean, it's supposed to be like
it seems
messy.
intentional
They're
that
young,
Sora
you know?
is central, and that he clearly has like a love for and a need to protect Kairi, but then also clearly has a love for and a need to be with Riku, and that and that's what makes it fun to flesh out in any sort of way you want. You know what I mean? Like it's so that is clearly in the text of the novel there. I think it's
Yeah.
in my opinion, it's pretty clear in the games as well that ambiguity in that relationship is all there for you to think about. You know, it's funny to hear the in this scene from the first. This is all scenes from the very first game, right? Like where they're where the island, like, the door is open,
like reflecting on
and
it,
now they're going to go through the door and they get separated. And to hear the kind of internal monologue of jealousy is telling and accurate, right? Like, I mean, it's, you know, it doesn't seem that far-fetched from the scene in the game to me. When you're reading through it, I'm revisiting the scene in the game, and it feels very one-to-one to me, you know, in both the actions that are there, but also in the emotional content of like what Riku's going through in real time, you know? It's so funny how it's how the novels like kind of lean in and flesh it out.
I have one other that, like, I think about this one all the time because I'm like, what else are you trying? What is this? You know, it drives me crazy. It's so interesting. So I have one, and it's a lot shorter. I have this, right? And so this is and I went to find it because that was initially what I was looking for, and then I did find it down the line. And making sure, okay, making sure it was the fixed one. So let's see. This one is in the perspective of like Riku. This is like a memory that he's having. Like, this is something that he's like, this is something he's doing, and then later there's one where it's Riku. So this one is from Riku. Namine sat on a sandy beach, drawing pictures. Sora and himself and Kairi grinned up from her sketchbook. "How come you're not in the picture, Namine?" said the boy, peering at the page. "Because I can't see my own face." Oh, the boy thought that was kind of sad. "Of course, Namine can't see herself when she's together with us, laughing. That's just the way it is. But how about I draw you then?" "Huh?" The boy picked up Namine's crayons and started drawing. He started drawing himself and Namine smiling. A great big shining sun over their heads. "We were always laughing together, the two of us. We were happy." "How's this?" The boy showed her the sketchbook page, where he'd drawn their laughing faces. It wasn't anywhere near as good as Namine's drawing, but she smiled sweetly. "Thanks, Riku." Okay, Riku, right? Then later, there's just this Riku, and so it was dusky inside the mansion. I also think it's interesting that they refer to Riku as the boy, and then Riku as Riku, usually. But it was dusky inside the mansion. Riku couldn't sense or smell the presence of anyone. Is this really the place?
Definitely
Riku climbed some
recall.
stairs. Riku climbed some stairs from the hall to a second floor and entered a room deep at the end of a corridor. The room was white, resemblant of those marble halls. There was no one here either. Riku stared at a piece of paper that was stuck to the wall. Sora and Riku's smiling faces were drawn there on what looked like white paper torn from a sketchbook. Who drew this? Riku reached out and touched the picture, and that instant, light shot from it. And then that's just like, it's specifically like, Riku draws this picture, and he's like, "It's me and Namine smiling. Just the two of us, just smiling." And then, like, they just are like, okay, anyway, later, Riku's like, "I found a picture. It's just me and Sora smiling." What is this? And then he touches it, and it's like, so it's, so there's that. That one's really fun. That I really love to be like, I have eyes and can read. I don't know, like there's even more than this, but I'm keeping it. I gotta scale it back. You know what I mean? Like, this is something where it's like I could just unload all of this stuff on you for like 400 hours, but there's a point where it's like I gotta get up from my chair. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And I think I think it's funny
I think you've got the message.
That the
you
novels
know,
have again all of this. I mean, the novels are. I've been talking about how the game has this ambiguity, and then the translation it kind of loses some of that ambiguity, and it feels intentional. But the novels also lose some of the ambiguity, but in the other direction.
But in the other direction,
Yeah.
by talking, like making explicit parallels all the time, and you're just like,
yeah, well,
oh.
it feels like the novels just kind of more directly address the ambiguity of the relationship in a more kind of direct way.
Yes.
So I still think that the relationship itself has this ambiguity, but the novels just deal with it more
for sure
honestly, that it's more complicated than a kind of straightforward
it's
mainstream
something too where, like, I think there's always, like, there's just a more freedom, I suppose, in just being like, we can write kind of what we want or explore things in like a novel that maybe we couldn't do in a game in 2004. You know what I mean? However they want to do it, or whatever they're exploring, or however, like, it's still true. Like, to this day, there are no, there's no like canon couple in Kingdom Hearts. It's something where it's just like you can just be doing whatever, but like there is a certain point where, like, and this is like my experience is like, I am a queer person talking about like, wow, this shit's really gay, and some people really don't like that, and it's something where I'm like, there is a certain threshold we're crossing where it's just like, you calling me crazy for like seeing this is like, you sound crazy. I don't know what else to say to you. Where I'm just like, am I just supposed to like close my eyes? Like, they're spoon feeding me. I'm like lying down. I'm like, stop. I'm like the Grinch in the chair, and they're like trying to feed me pudding. And I'm like, the whole time. I'm tired, Grandpa. And
the
like
Grinch
this
reference,
just like,
it's definitely January. We just had a Christmas.
Yeah. Look, this is something that comes up enough. One of my friends will often go, it's like, this is not pudding. And they're like, oh, what is it? It's just something's referenced enough that it's up there. Even if it weren't January. This is not pudding. Then what is it? But it's something where it's just like, we can all talk about our things and just have a perfectly open discussion. I just, we don't have to be mean about it and shutting things down. It's just like, I just want to talk about the literal text in the novel and everything else. I think it's worth discussing,
No,
but this is
cool.
part of this is like one thing that makes just one aspect that makes everybody crazy.
It's so great, like, to have all of this extra content, extra context that surrounds the games that are. I think the funniest thing today was secondary canon. Was that the?
Yeah, I mean, that's just technically what it's called, in that it's like, it is canon until like there is something that just conflicts otherwise, in the way that it's like, yeah, Sora went to Hercules. I'm sorry, that's not like being removed from canon. You know what I mean?
That is a funny term. I've never heard anything referred to as like secondary canon or whatever, but
yeah,
it's
that is the term I saw somebody generally use to describe it once, because people have this issue with like Star Wars novels, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, people
like
are trying
bigger,
to find
bigger
their
fandoms
fears
will have this problem just because of how many different hands are in the pot, too many cooks
exactly.
in the kitchen. So something's gonna someone's toes are getting stepped on eventually. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. And so that's like when people discussing this, because I was also trying to figure it out, but it's like everything that this person has written has is like in every capacity considered canon, and there's nothing to lead us otherwise other than people trying to like split hairs in a weird way, because like she literally like wrote for the games, wrote the novels for the games, and has continued to work on the series ever since. And I'm like, I don't know why I wouldn't consider this canon, you guys.
Yeah.
But I do think he went to Olympus in KH1, you know? I think that was wrong. The one time I'm electing not to believe the novels is I think he went and saw Hercules. Also, yeah, novels are available to purchase. Also able to be checked out from your local library. And if not, you can always request them. Use your local library. Wonderful resource for everyone. Libraries are important. My grandma worked and retired in a library. And my buddy Cloudcaster, who is in here, also works at a library and is the one who was like, don't forget, you can check your library. And so here's your friendly reminder. Your local library is great. Give them your business. And by business, I mean, utilize them at all.
Yes.
I work library.
Use the services or risk its loss, its disappearance.
Yeah, basically. Do it. Please, for the sake of everyone. But yes, for anybody interested, the novels are available and around. You can get digital copies of the novels to read. KH2 novel, insane. That shit goes crazy. And that's one where I'm like, I have to make sure we have time so I can talk about it. But at least this time I don't have to explain Japanese like grammar lessons and other stuff, you know. It's just like I think there's even like the minutia of the necklace theory that like I didn't quite go into, but like it is just that shared memory that they have, you know, being this meteor shower memory, and they're kind of the only two who could have seen it. And there are other things that refer to the fact that like, hey, Namine can't make new memories. She can only alter ones that are there. And they take Riku's memory and put it in Repliku, and then he's like, this meteor shower. And they're using both of them. And so it's just like, guys, I can do math. Who else could it have been? You know, what else do you need from me? As well as I think somewhere in the novel they refer to that like charm as like a pendant, and like Riku, like Repliku is like my necklace, you know, and you're like, all right, sure. Okay. And there's a lot of other details and other things that are like stuff that are completely out of the further game stuff that I'm obviously not going to get into, where like the novels literally describe the charm as the necklace. Also, Steam Whistler 2 here in the chat, that my buddy Steam is the person who, not that other people hadn't theorized this in the past, you know, here and there, but Steam really was like, I think I'm onto something. And then like wrote a lot about it, just being like, this is making me think that like, you know, Riku gave him the necklace, and like all of these things kind of connect together. And then after making all these posts that were like talking about it, and then they were like, by the way, we translated these comments on like the art in one of the old Ultimanias, and then it was like, we were gonna have Riku give him the charm. It was like, great, awesome, just completely reverse engineered like this as like a theory. And then it was like, yeah, we meant to do that from the beginning, and you're just like, hope that pays off one day. But all of that said, thank you to Steam, who has written a lot of this, and it's also how I found them, and then we became friends in the first place. So I am putting their link in the chat. That is a master post of just, this is how they, you know, if you want to read more about it and more in depth than any of the evidence that like Steve had found. For the necklace theory, nice. There's that. And earlier I had linked the Aitsu document. I'll put that in again, just for the people who want something to chew on. They want to read it. And if you want to read the novels, they're out there. You can get them physically. You can get them digitally. You can go to your library. There's so much to chew on.
There's so much Kingdom Hearts stuff to get is also
there is
like,
so much.
I gotta get these novels. I need these mangas. I gotta get these.
Yeah.
I gotta get the statues. I need some Keyblades. There's so many things that now want to get. But I tell you what, I got a pretty gnarly little charm set myself now. Thank you, Hot Topic. I appreciate
thanks, Hot Topic.
the accessibility of getting some cool Kingdom Hearts merch.
New video idea. Can you live off of KH merch? Yes. I think I feel like I could have done this.
I think what I want to know.
I think we
Niku,
have.
I think what I want to know is there any specific context looking forward now that I may have missed? Like we're about to next week, a week from right now. We will be
everybody a reminder.
We will be playing Kingdom Hearts 2. I will be playing for the first time.
Yes.
So stepping into
Wednesday.
Kingdom Hearts 2, I mean, I have all the context that I need, right? Like, and is there anything going into the next game that you guys want to tell me or that I should know?
I am
Graven reading the novels to us. That's a whole nother series, Picante. That's a whole
you cannot escape. At some point I will just be like, you get to read this excerpt of Riku. You have to. You're obligated. You are off the hook for now because it was mostly in the context of I am explaining things to you, but there's a whole monologue I'm thinking about later that happens in Dream Drop Distance, and it's and you're gonna have fun reading it for the rest of us. But let's see, I don't think that there are interesting like interview stuff, but like I don't.
Yeah, Tylona, I did see the secret ending. We did indeed, and my viewing of it is on the VOD channel here, in the Kingdom Hearts 1 playlist. I think it's called Secret Ending. But I did do it. I went back and did it after we grinded the rest of the game, the content. We grounded the game.
Ground out the game. I guess.
After we had the grind.
Yeah. I don't think I can, because like, you know, you've been playing, like the fact that you played Chain of Memories at all before going into KH2 gives you a lot of things, like a lot of context a lot of people did not have going into that game, because people would be like, either they didn't know it existed as a game in general, or, you know, they just didn't have a Game Boy to play it on. That was a very common experience. Now, not the experience. Most people are playing things in order, yada, yada. Yeah, I went from 1 to 2. Yeah, most people did, to be fair. No longer the case. But I think, like, the opening of, like, normal. KH2...
there's plenty of Zelda games on handheld that I missed. And, you know, they're games that I've always said I would go back and check out and play and stuff, but haven't because they're on handhelds that I can't be bothered to deal with, honestly, just like you know, just playing them on the old hardware and stuff. So I mean, that makes sense. You know, it's nice that you guys have a lot of it remastered. I hope they do like complete the collection to be playable all in one place, you know what I mean? Like that's that I think is the hope anyway, you know, that they'll actually like complete the set on Steam or wherever, you know.
That would be really nice. I'm hoping. That would be really convenient, because we just have those like few sparing games that, like, because they were mobile games on the phone, you know, they sit in a weird kind of limbo. So that'll be interesting when we get there and I have to like decide how to dole these out to you. But it'll, you know, maybe, who knows, by the time we get there, maybe they'll finally like have something. I hope, I pray. I think like all I could say is like KH2 is really good, and it definitely starts with like mysterious circumstances in a way that, like, obviously just, if you just embrace it and let it just kind of play its story out, you're gonna be like, wow, okay. Or where otherwise people go in and they go, who's this? What's happening? And it's just like, just let it
The
happen.
beginning is iconic. Nice. So it starts strong. It has a strong start.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Starts off with a bang.
Very much so. Also, the intro to KH2, much like KH1, is another Utada banger. It's so good. But just, be aware.
So be ready
for
to split
copyright.
my VOD.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna be ready.
I'll have to split my VOD. Okay, I'm sorry to everyone on YouTube. It's I learned that lesson, and I don't need to learn it twice.
Yeah, so this is my warning to you, as well as just really look at this intro with your eyes, because it is so packed full with like really cool symbolism and imagery. Like, it's just like the music is banging, and you're gonna want to go, like you always do, don't take your eyes off the screen. Don't you do it. Don't you look away.
And not paying attention,
but like, I need you to. You can do this. You can do. I need you to like not lock eyes with me. You know what I mean? I need you to look at the screen, or I'm going to come to your house in a bad way.
All right, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. You'll have to remind me closer in, okay?
When we're close, I'm gonna be like, don't forget.
Yeah.
Don't take your eyes off the screen.
I will easily, I could be swayed. You're gonna have to remind me closer to the time.
Oh yeah.
Dance responsibly.
Yeah, that or I'll just. Yeah, it's that, or it's like I just make you watch it again later. It's just, and the thing is, it whips so hard, you're gonna be like, maybe I will look at it again. Maybe I'll go see it because it like looks so cool or whatever. And then you watch it for like the 40th time, like I did before I ever played Kingdom Hearts, because it was the first video I ever saw on YouTube. Isn't that fun?
The first one?
The first video I discovered YouTube because somebody, this was on DeviantArt, and somebody had been like, I'm so excited for Kingdom Hearts 2. And I was like, I don't know anything about it. I am in middle school. And then they were like, it's the intro. And they posted it. And I was like, what is this website with videos on it? And then they were like, it's called YouTube. And then I went to YouTube and then I watched that dancing skeleton puppet like everybody else.
Oh my god.
And that was the first thing that's how I discovered like YouTube. I did not have good internet and I was not on the internet very much, so
watched is jeez.
I have that memory for some reason. Dude, there it is. There's the dancing skeleton. That's the one that everybody watched. I love that dancing skeleton. So that was my experience with YouTube, and like the first time I like really ran into it was somebody posting like the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro, and I was like, this music is so, so that's gonna be your experience.
I was in college.
You're gonna watch it 30 times.
2 came out. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I was, to be fair, I was in like late middle school. Like, you're not that much, you're 6 years older than me. It's not that crazy, okay?
I mean, middle school
just
to college sounds like
it's
a bigger,
big gap. It sounds big.
6
but
years
like, 6
makes it
years,
sound closer than middle school to college. Jeez.
Yes, it that because when you're young, everything is 4 million light years away because you've been on the planet for like 10 years. You know what I mean?
It's
so
always
it sounds a lot worse.
Yeah, it's easier to double your time here when you've only been here a few years. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's just how it goes. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of an age difference, actually. So,
I was
sorry,
in
I was
first grade.
reading Trick's message.
It's amazing.
I was in first grade. Little babies, that's okay. Oh, so sweet.
Well, Niku,
I think I was like 11 when it came out. Anyway, not KH2, KH1. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's wrap this shit up, huh?
Yeah,
Let's be done with this.
Thank you.
I would
Niku,
love
for
to
the,
go to the bathroom.
for the mega yap as usual.
The mega
the,
yap, yeah.
The supreme. I hope everyone has enjoyed the Riku-Niku Recom Recap Power Hour. With Niku Tsune.
Yeah.
We've been here for an entire day, a full work shift. We've been here. Yapping about all this stuff. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Thank you, Niku, for being my my spirit guide through the realm.
Absolutely, no problem. I put you in my big Sariku pocket and I walked you through the veil, the fog, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like I could have been a little more concise, but you know, time gets away from us.
The day has been designated. We will have a designated day for our yap post game, and I have fun shooting the shit with you and going through the game and the lore and all the cool like extra content, like the novels and the manga and all of the like community context and all this stuff. I mean, I feel like there's so much more to it all than I've ever knew was even there, or you know what I mean, even knowing that the game had a big following, you know. And so
there's a lot going on.
It's so cool to like to get a window into it and see, and I appreciate, you know, you and the community and everybody who's so passionate about it, who loves the series so much, and
the deluxe
and who's
package,
chosen to spend some of their internet time hanging out here with me. Thank you,
I mean,
guys,
I just
very,
like
very
hanging
much.
out anyway. You know, I just like shooting the shit. Like that's part of the problem is we're like, well, we're just gonna talk about nothing for an hour, you know, and then we're like, I guess we gotta get to work. So I just enjoyed, you know, hanging out anyway, regardless of how much I get out to you actually.
Yeah, I enjoy it too. It's always fun, and we will do it many more times to come. But this will be the second. The second annual. Well, the last one was last year, wasn't it? The second annual will probably. I mean, I don't think it'll take us a year to get through two.
Why aren't you working? Why don't you like me tired?
No, it won't take us a year to get through two, but
my mom says I'm cool. Are you listening to me?
We'll
Puppy Love's here. What's up, pup?
Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy, and your terrible walk-on. I can't hear, but I know. I know it. A few months, and that's just gonna be because it's spaced out.
Our biannual.
With the cult?
We're not a cult.
Our
Mega-
biannual, maybe. I feel like with this
Yeah,
next year,
this
we'll
is
at
it.
least get. Maybe we'll get like 2 finished, and then we'll start a third.
What's up, Disco?
Depending on the pace.
Yeah, we'll get 2 finished for sure.
Some
I know
games
it will
are
take
shorter
me
than others, you know.
a year to get through 2, but I feel like we'll spend a lot of time because even when we finish 2, we'll like I'm not gonna be as I'm not gonna quickly. I don't plan on at least as quickly moving from 2 to the next one. Like once we're kind of like story complete, like I think because 2 is so popular and has so much content, we'll probably spend some more time once I'm done with the actual story, staying on 2 for a while and doing more stuff before we like move on to the next one.
There's a lot of fun extracurricular stuff to do in 2.
Yeah, I want to,
well.
you know me. I want to get into that stuff too, and and check out all the content and stuff. So we'll be sure to do all of that. Yeah, next week, you guys, it's gonna be here before you know it. We'll be sitting here jamming out to the to the song, and we'll be getting into a
looking
whole
at
new
it
game
with your eyes.
I will be watching intently during the entire song.
Yep.
Definitely.
You'll be so good, and you'll remember everything that you see because it'll look cool as hell. So you better look at it. Okay. Not dismissing him starting KHD for nothing. Yeah, everybody exactly a week. Probably 1 p.m. Most likely Wednesday next week. Okay? It'll be good.
We're both
Very
at cons
excited.
this weekend, right? Do you want to tell everyone about where you're going to be?
Oh, if anybody in the Portland area, Oregon, if you will. I am going to Fan Expo this weekend. Canary and I will be selling our Kingdom Hearts goodies at that con. So come buy it.
Nice.
Come and buy that. You can get one of these. You can get one of these. Sora's face. And that's all I have in front of me. But there's more than that, I promise. And then you're going to your con.
That's right. I will be in Albuquerque, New Mexico for Albuquerque Comic-Con. I don't think I've ever been to Albuquerque before, or New Mexico at all, actually. And so this will be my first time in New Mexico. I'm looking forward to that. And I know some people in the community are going to come out and say what's up. I look forward to seeing you guys, saying what's up, hanging out. And yeah, I'm excited to get going. 2026, there's going to be lots of conventions for me to hit. I already have a whole bunch of them lined up. There's more possibly coming in all the time, even. By the way, I did reach out to Lucas about the other one, Niku, as well. So that's also done.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He'll have to
as I set up your vacations for you.
Yes, thank you kindly. As things are confirmed, I will let everyone know as usual, and then you guys can get details about the places that I will be traveling to for appearances in the sub club on our Discord, where the community is hanging whenever we're not here. So
yeah.
We made it 8 hours. Yeah, we definitely crossed 8 hours just now. Niku, thank you. Thank you very much for the Recon recap. We're going to...
I hope you had a good time.
It was.
And
it was
now
a lot.
at your con, when people come up and they're like, "Oh my god, the necklace theory," you go, "I know about that."
And I go, hold my beer, and then I...
yeah.
And
then you explain Japanese pronouns.
Hell yeah. That'll be lots of fun. Geez, I can't believe.
Anyway.
I mean, it feels like we just finished our recom, like extracurriculars and stuff, and 2 felt like it was a long time away, but it's just a week. It's gonna be here before you know it.
Just a week. Christmas, just a week away.
I know.
Oh boy.
I know. It's gonna be here before you know it, and then we'll be on to the next game. So thank you, Niku. I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna do a sign off and stuff, and I'm gonna go eat. And
please go eat. I didn't finish my food at all. I was too busy talking. I was like, this is not now. No, I can't do this. So you need to go eat at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get off here and go do that tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow. We're gonna play some Blueprints. I might split tomorrow with Blueprints and Hytale because I do want to crack back into Hytale before too long. I'm still very excited about that. I had a lot of fun playing Hytale yesterday. I hope you guys did too. And yeah, I will see you guys there. So Niku, I'll check you later. I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna sign off.
I will do the same thing.
All right.
Okay,
Niku.
have fun signing off. I'll talk to you later. Bye,
Niku,
everybody.
Bye. All right. It's after midnight. I'm tired. Oh, thank you guys. I know it's a super long one. We know what we're getting into with the yaps, right? We knew we were going to be here all day. That's why we carve out a whole day for it, so that Niku and I can can sit here and just dig into the game and to all of the other stuff that surrounds the game and talk some shit and joke around for a while too. Thank you guys for hanging out for that. I will be posting the VOD on the YouTube channel. I go by Graven Live. That's where the YouTube side of the pillow is right now. Thank you guys very much for sticking with. We had a lot of people today for the app. And I'm pretty tired. I'm pretty hungry. So I am going to say thank you guys. Thank you guys very much for the resubs. Thank you guys very much for the new subs. If you're new, my name's David Gallagher, but around here, I go by Graven. Thank you guys for hanging out and talking shit and reviewing games with me, because that's what we did today. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing some Blueprints, maybe a little Hightail. And then Friday, I'm on a plane. First thing in the morning, I'm going out to Albuquerque for Albuquerque Comic-Con. So I will not, there will not be a stream on Friday. Or Saturday, that is, there will not be an official, like, kind of regularly scheduled stream. At some point over the course of the weekend while I'm in Albuquerque, I may go, I'm planning on going live at some point just to check in with you guys. So keep a lookout for that over the weekend. If you're coming out to Albuquerque Comic-Con, I'm excited to say what's up and see you there. And then next week we'll get back to our our regularly scheduled program. Starting on Monday, I will be back here streaming, and then of course Wednesday, a week from today, we will start our Kingdom Hearts 2 adventures. Okay, thank you guys so much. Everyone, go get some rest, go get some food, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right, peace.